The rumble of thunder rolled across the heavens, growing louder, more menacing. Even the gods, seated high on their thrones, looked skyward, unease etched into their expressions. Zeus rose, thunderbolt in hand. His voice cracked through the silence like lightning. "Enough," he bellowed. "You mock the divine, insult Olympus, and think your schemes bear no consequence. At your age, such arrogance is a danger to us all." The air around Zeus shimmered as his thunderbolt pulsed with power. Even Lucian, reckless as he was, felt a chill of fear crawl down his spine. Sweat formed on his brow as he realized he hadn't truly understood the weight of defying the gods. Zeus drew back the thunderbolt. "So, by my authority as king of Olympus, I sentence you to death for the murder of a god and your disrespect. Any last words?" Lucian's heart pounded. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Am I really going to die? His breath caught in his throat. Damn it, I never took any of this seriously. But then he straightened. If this was the end, he'd face it on his terms. Lucian tore free of his restraints, arms spread wide in defiance. His lips curled into a grin that bordered on madness. "Do your worst, old man." A hush fell over the hall. Ares grinned, amused. He saw potential in the boy. Too bad it would end here. Zeus's eyes narrowed. So be it. White light flashed. Zeus hurled his bolt, but before it struck, "That's enough." For voices rang out in unison, cold and commanding. The room seemed to freeze. Lucian opened his eyes. No pain, just awe. Standing between him and Zeus was a man clad in a deep purple shirt and black slacks. A helm shadowed his face. One hand gripped Zeus's wrist. The other rested calmly in his pocket. Glowing golden threads wound around Zeus's arm, held firm by three beautiful women behind him. Lucian blinked. "The fates? Even you, Hades?" Zeus growled, surprised but not entirely shocked. Then he turned to the women. "And you three? Moirai? What's the meaning of this?" "It's not his time," one said coolly. "You would have disrupted fate, and Olympus along with it," another added. Athena's eyes sharpened. "He's the child of the prophecy." Artemis quietly exhaled in relief, then furrowed her brow. "Wait, why do I care? I need to look into this." Zeus yanked his arm free. The golden threads slithered back to the fates. Lucian stared at the man shielding him. "So this is Hades, my father." Zeus's eyes narrowed. "You've been leaving your realm more often, Hades. Planning something?" Hades stepped forward, shielding Lucian further. "I wouldn't need to if you weren't such a reckless fool." Zeus bristled. "Watch your tongue and your brat." "Or what?" "Face my wrath." Hades's fingers smoked with black mist. "Try me, little brother. Let me remind you why you always fear the eldest." "Enough." Poseidon stepped in, pushing them apart. "We're gods, not squabbling mortals. Resolve this without violence." Zeus growled, but relented, returning to his throne. Poseidon followed. "He still must be punished," Zeus insisted. Before Hades could answer, the Moirai stepped forward. "No, he mustn't," Clotho said. Zeus's eyes narrowed. "And your reasoning?" "He acted in self-defense. That alone absolves him," Clotho continued. Lachesis shrugged. "As for the golden fruit, don't leave treasures lying around if you don't want them taken. Put them in Olympus next time." Atropos cut in, voice frosty. "And the so-called disrespect. Grow up. Compared to the history of this court, his actions are tame. If a child outsmarts you, perhaps look inward." A bolt of lightning struck beside her. She didn't flinch. "Do not disrespect me in my hall." Zeus thundered. Lucian glanced at the fates. "Why are they protecting me? What do they want? Am I their puppet now?" Even Dionysus groaned internally. "Why am I even here?" Zeus straightened. "Then tell me, what role does this boy play?" Clotho plucked a golden thread. "We can't say. Some fates are better left unsaid," Lachesis added. "Too much knowledge changes the path itself." Zeus clenched his jaw. "Does it benefit Olympus?" The sisters exchanged a glance. Then, together, "Yes, that's all we'll reveal." Zeus turned to the other gods. "Very well. Speak your judgment." Hera stood immediately. "Off with his head." Lucian muttered under his breath, "Bitch." Hades flicked a hand. silencing the words before they echoed. He gave Lucian a side-eye. Seriously? I say let him be, Ares said, amused. The kid's got fire. Lucian bowed slightly. Aphrodite smiled slyly. He's cute. I want to see how he turns out. Let him live. Hope you choke on all the cocks you suck, Lucian thought. Aphrodite twitched. That brat is definitely thinking something vile. Poseidon nodded. Doing anything now would only stir conflict. Let it go. Demeter added. Only reason I care is because Persephone won't stop talking about him. Don't make her sad. Hephaestus chimed in. He's been helping my children with crafting. He's useful. Let him be. Don't see a reason to kill him, Apollo said plainly. Let him be, Artemis added quickly, hiding a strange flutter in her chest. Couldn't care less, Dionysus sighed. Lucian smirked. That hurts, Mr. D. Have a heart attack for all I care, the wine god replied. He's clever. Let him live, Athena said with a nod. Lucian smiled. Shall I pass anything to Annabeth, Lady Athena? Just tell me how she is. Feisty, Lucian replied with a grin. Athena chuckled. Take care of her, rebel. Luke's fond of him, Hermes said. I'd rather not deal with the fallout if he dies. Zeus exhaled. With the majority in agreement, Lucian's crimes are forgiven. Court is dismissed. Thunder boomed in approval. We're leaving, Hades said flatly, grabbing Lucian by the back of his toga and lifting him like a sack. Wah! Let go, old man. Lucian flailed as the gods chuckled. Seriously? This is our first meeting, and you're carrying me like laundry. As they left, the fates watched. The white-haired one blew him a kiss. The gray one waved. The black-haired one winked. Lucian blinked. Why is no one else reacting? Can they even see them? Put me down, he barked. I'll fight you, god or not. Lucian, Hades said coldly. Yeah. Shut it. Yes, sir. So, where are you taking me? Lucian asked, shifting uncomfortably as Hades continued carrying him like a sack of potatoes. What do you think? Back to camp, Hades replied flatly. What? Already? Lucian frowned. We haven't even had a proper conversation. This is the first time I've actually met you face to face. Hades turned slightly, glancing at the boy slung over his shoulder, but said nothing. Then, in a blink, the two vanished into shadow. They reappeared in an open field, just outside the camp's borders. Hades exhaled and finally set Lucian down. An awkward silence followed. They just stared at each other. Hades slicked his hair back, one hand on his hip. Then, to Lucian's surprise, he knelt down on one knee like a knight about to speak solemn truth. So, Hades asked, what do you want to say? Lucian's expression brightened for a second. Well, first of all, he raised one finger, smiling warmly, before that finger curled into a fist and slammed across Hades' face. The impact caught Hades completely off guard. Lucian's danger senses flared. He jumped back just in time. Hades' retaliatory punch smashed into the ground where he'd been standing, sending cracks spiderwebbing outward. A dark aura coiled around Hades. His eyes lit like twin infernos. At Camp Half-Blood, Thalia, Luke, and Annabeth waited at the camp's entrance. How long do you think Lucian's trial will take? Luke asked, arms crossed. Shouldn't be long, Annabeth replied. He said he had it under control, so maybe an hour? Before Thalia could comment, they spotted Lucian emerging over the distant hill. Already, they all blurted out, surprised, but relieved to see him in one piece. That relief vanished when they noticed how he walked, limping, rubbing his backside, tears slipping down his cheeks. What happened? Annabeth rushed to meet him. Yeah, are you hurt? Thalia added, frowning. Lucian didn't stop. He just mumbled two pitiful words. Divine punishment. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Hades stepped into his throne room. Persephone sat regally on her throne, Demeter at her side, trying in vain to spark a conversation. Medea stood silently nearby. The moment Hades entered, Persephone and Medea lit up. Demeter, not so much. Tell us everything. Persephone chirped. It didn't hurt him, right? What did you talk about? What did he say to you? Mind your tongue, young lady, Demeter muttered. Hades rubbed his cheek, scowling. The brat punched me. Demeter burst out laughing. Huh, that kid might not be so bad after all. I think I like him. Even Persephone and Medea giggled. It's not funny, Hades grumbled. He has no sense of respect. Well, he did warn you with the Furies years ago. Persephone reminded him. That was 3 years ago. He's your son. All your children have one thing in common. They hold grudges. You raise them that way. Medea smirked. That look on your face, that's pride. Hades sat down heavily, grumbling something incoherent. Oh, he's totally proud, Persephone teased. Now tell us everything. Demeter raised a brow. Probably about Zeus nearly frying the kid. Both Persephone and Medea turned slowly. What did you say? Persephone asked coldly. Explain, Medea echoed, gaze sharp. Hades sighed. Despite himself, a small smile tugged at his lips. You should have seen him. Zeus was ready to strike him down. The boy was terrified, but even so, he looked the king of the gods in the eye and said, Do your fucking worst. A beat of silence. What a brave child, Persephone whispered, admiration clear at her voice. More like foolish, Demeter scoffed. But Medea and Persephone just smiled. Back at camp, in the basement of Lucian's cabin, Annabeth was on the ground, laughing so hard she was crying. You got spanked. Lucian's eye twitched. Swear to the gods, Annabeth. If you don't stop laughing, this operation is over. Sorry. She managed through tears. But seriously, your own dad smacked your cute little butt? That's just too much. Just give me your blood already. Lucian groaned, face flushed with embarrassment. Still chuckling, Annabeth nodded and stepped toward a bowl, slicing her wrist cleanly and letting the blood flow. Lucian did the same in a second bowl. He began to recreate the ritual from the previous year, fingers moving quickly and precisely. With Annabeth's blood, he painted ancient Greek symbols onto the floor, weaving the magic to target her essence. Once complete, he sat in the center. I thought I was doing the ritual? Annabeth asked. We're using my intuition, Lucian explained. It has to be me. Annabeth nodded and stepped back. Lucian dipped a finger in her blood and drew a mark across his forehead. Then he began to chant. Nu sigma kappa tau beta alpha theta iota, kappa alpha, phi theta alpha lambda mu omicron, sigma alpha phi epsilon sigma iota, pi iota gamma gamma nu epsilon tau phi iota, neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha, beta lambda pa omega nu, phi alpha nu epsilon tau phi iota. Epsilon rho sigma kappa omega nu, tau epsilon theta epsilon alpha, delta omicron, tau omicron, alpha mu alpha tau omicron, mu pi rho omicron sigma theta epsilon nu, alpha tau omicron. Amidst deep shadows and visions clear, intuition grows, the seer draws near, unveiling the blood's straight pathways ahead. Unlike last time, Lucian's body didn't change drastically. No third eye, no madness. Instead, his black eyes turned crimson, glowing like headlights. His hands moved across a notebook with uncanny speed. Annabeth leaned in and saw the first words etched on the page. Sequence 9, Librarian.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Annabeth muttered through all 3 of the sequences presented to her: librarian, architectural engineer, and historian. After Lucian finished the ritual, he let out a sigh of relief. This time, it's more manageable. What do you mean? Annabeth asked, studying the book. Last time I did this, I had a splitting headache that lasted me a month. No matter what potion, ambrosia, or nectar I consumed, it just wouldn't go away. Really? But I don't remember seeing you in pain, Annabeth said, looking at him with worry. I kept it hidden. I didn't want people asking questions and whatnot. Lucian waved her off. Annabeth set the book aside and went to hug Lucian, closing her eyes and leaning on his chest. What are you doing? Expressing my gratitude, she muttered with gratitude. Lucian looked at her in amusement and patted her head. Come on, let's get to making your potion. I need to make mine as well. Annabeth, still hugging Lucian, looked up at him in surprise. You already finished digesting it? I thought it would have taken longer. Well, it was already halfway digested, and I was performing the acting methods in front of the gods, so that definitely contributed greatly. Not to mention, I've been studying it for a year. Annabeth nodded in understanding. Anyways, we'll need the ingredients. The two main ingredients are Chimera's venomous tail and a Pegasus feather. As for the supplementary ingredients, we will need manticore quill, satyr music, empty book ashes, and 5 lapis lazuli, Lucian recited. I can understand some of the ingredients, but what I don't understand is the Chimera's venomous tail for a librarian ingredient, Annabeth said in confusion, hoping Lucian would explain, as he had the most knowledge when it came to potions. Poisons are said to be able to boost a person's cognitive ability, Lucian explained. I already have a few tails, so we've got that covered. There should be feathers in the big house attic, although it might take a while to find. I have the poison darts from the manticore as well, so I can turn one into a quill quickly. We can get Grover to play the flute for the satyr music. I have a few empty books in case I run out of room, and I can easily gather lapis lazuli from the ground. It's all set. Oh, and I'm going to need a lotus for my own potion. You should be able to find them near the lake. If not, please ask one of the dryads. They should be able to help, Lucian added. Annabeth nodded seriously. Wait, how am I going to collect the satyr's music? Lucian reached into a shadow and pulled out a brown bag, handing it to her. I made this while studying magic and looking at some of the items I was going to need. It's enchanted to collect items that are difficult, if not impossible, to collect. Like the bag of wind from Odysseus' story, the one that was able to contain strong winds. Annabeth asked. Lucian nodded. Exactly. Annabeth nodded before going on her tiptoes and kissing Lucian before skipping out. Lucian stood frozen for a bit before letting out a sigh and gathering all the pieces he needed. After nearly an hour, Annabeth appeared, letting out a sigh. How was that feather harder to find than anything else? Lucian looked at her in amusement. Want to make it yourself? I'll guide you. Really? Annabeth asked excitedly. Lucian nodded, and they began. Annabeth stood before the pot, gaining a serious expression. She reached out her hand. Chimera's tail. Lucian handed it to her, and she started mixing it until it slowly turned into a purple liquid. One by one, Lucian handed her the ingredients as she mixed and created the potion. As she was mixing, she opened the bag, almost like it was attracted to it. The sound of music from Grover's flute started going towards the bubbling potion, causing it to grow calmer and calmer until it stopped. As it stopped, Lucian was almost sure he could hear the sound of pages being turned rapidly. Annabeth then put in a vial. It was a bright blue liquid with white dots swirling around it. So, do I just drink it? Lucian nodded. Annabeth took a deep breath before chugging the potion. As she finished, the vial slipped from her hands. Annabeth started gritting her teeth as she held her head in pain. She let out small grunting noises until she stopped and started breathing heavily. By the god, does that hurt? It felt like my brain was being opened. After she managed to calm down, Lucian asked, so what abilities did you gain? Let's see, Annabeth muttered. Well, for one, I think I'm going to have to create my very own library. I obtained knowledge absorption, the power to instantly absorb the knowledge contained within any book by touch. Language comprehension, understanding and speaking any language written in the books within my library. Warding, capable of creating wards that are normally used toward a library. Enhanced wisdom, not much to say about that. Knowledge sharing, able to transfer knowledge I absorbed through a book to whomever I want. Annabeth then started to ponder. Do you think I would be able to create a library within the camp? That should help me with the acting method rather quickly. A part of my ability depends on me having my own library. We could make it like a project, instead of just known as a cabin where the library is located. It would be better if it were known as an independent building, with the library ultimately belonging to me. I could get the others in the cabin to help and make it seem like it's something we all share, but it's really mine. It should be rather simple to convince all of them. You're spiraling, Lucian said, snapping Annabeth out of her muttering. Huh? Oh, right, sorry, she said, blushing. Let me make my own potion so I can help you build the library. After all, I'm turning into an artisan, and it should assist me in digesting the potion. Speaking of which, did you digest any bit of it? Annabeth shook her head. Although I spent a lot of time in the library, I've never acted as a librarian. Lucian nodded in understanding before he started working on his own potion. All right, for my potion, I'll need a Cyclops eyeball and Stygian iron dust as the two main ingredients. Annabeth grabbed the eyeball from the shelves and handed it to Lucian. Where's the dust? It should be that black powder on the table. I just finished scraping some off my scythe. As Annabeth handed it to him, she asked, won't it damage it? It's blood-bonded. Blood-bonded weapons heal over time as long as the person they're connected to doesn't die unexpectedly. Lucian then started mixing them together before adding the supplementary ingredients. A drop of lotus extract, nymph's whispers, impausa shadow essences, and golden apple peel. Where did you get the nymph's whispers? Annabeth asked curiously. Remember during my fight on top of the hill with the monsters? One of the monsters was a cloud nymph. After killing them, I turned them into my shadows, so I was able to capture one of their whispers. After Lucian finished, he put the potion in a vial and aimed the blood-red and orange vial towards Annabeth with a smirk. Bottoms up, he chugged it, and as it went down his throat, Lucian almost screamed but held it in. It felt like his blood was boiling, and he was being beaten with a hammer repeatedly. Lucian's shirt clung to his skin due to how sweaty he became. As he let out a sigh, white steam left his mouth. Why was it so spicy? Lucian teasingly muttered to himself. So, what abilities did you get? Annabeth asked excitedly. Well, first, some things were strengthened, like my ability to control my fire. Lucian brought his hands together, and black flames slowly appeared in the middle of his squished hands. Lucian pulled his hands apart, the fire sticking to his hands before he started moving them slowly and softly, rotating them in a circle, creating a ball of fire. He held the ball of fire with one hand while crowning it with his other. The ball of fire slowly started to turn into an arrow as Lucian extended his arm while twisting his wrist to the side. With his other hand, Lucian pulled back the backside of the arrow. My endurance and durability also increased, so that's nice. Not to mention, my spatial awareness was also strengthened. Now for the abilities I possess. Artisanal alchemy. Blend artistic talents with alchemical knowledge, creating potions, elixirs, or materials with extraordinary properties. Sigil crafting. Create personalized symbols and sigils representing specific intentions or magical effects. These sigils can be inscribed onto weapons, armor, talismans, or amulets, and used within magical circles to manifest desired outcomes or protect against supernatural threats. Enhance precision. Possess an innate sense of precision and accuracy, allowing me to craft intricate details with ease. I now have steady hands and sharp focus, enabling me to create flawless designs and perfectly balanced structures. Master Crafter. My ability to craft has improved significantly. It comes more naturally to me now compared to before. I have become exceptionally skilled. If my previous blacksmithing was average or pretty good, now it's as if I was born from the god of blacksmithing himself. Lucian sat in his room on his bed and let out an exhausted sigh, reflecting on the chaotic events of the day. What a hectic day. The battle with the god, the trick I pulled at the garden, coming back here making the potion, getting summoned by the gods, getting struck by lightning. I met my father, punched my father, got beaten by my father, coming here again, doing the ritual and potion thing with Annabeth, until we decided to call it a day since it was getting dark and we were tired. It's crazy to think all of this happened in a day. As Lucian let out another sigh, he muttered, well, there's no rest for the wicked. Lucian reached into his shadow, pulling out a golden drachma. He then began performing a ritual, flipping the coin repeatedly. What I'm about to do won't put me in danger, he muttered, repeating the action 50 times in a row. At the 50th flip, as the coin landed on his palm, and he flipped it over to his other hand, he let out a sigh upon seeing the head symbol. That was the 50th heads in a row, and even my intuition is telling me it'll all be all right, this better be worth it. I need answers after all. Lucian conjured a normal ball of fire with his magic, different from his black flames, and threw 3 offerings towards the flames. Master of Fates, the more ice I would like to meet, he said, then down to sleeping potion. Lucian started rapidly blinking and adjusting his vision, while shaking his head to get himself more oriented. As he looked around, he first thought he appeared in a storage closet of a seamstress due to the scattered strings and balls of yarn. Then, he noticed the three sisters he met on Olympus sitting upright around a table, drinking tea and eating cookies like noble ladies. Lucian narrowed his eyes suspiciously at them. Suspicious. He then let out a sigh as he rubbed the ridge of his nose. Forgive me for being rude and asking this so suddenly. Normally, Lucian wouldn't act like this, but after his encounter with Zeus, he decided it would be best to remain respectful to a certain extent towards the gods, especially those that could decide his fate. But what is your problem with me? I wasn't even thinking about contacting you guys to talk or anything like that, but the winking, waving, blowing me a freaking kiss, let's just say containing my curiosity, isn't my best trait. Oh, and let's not forget the whole fact that you kept my mother alive for 3,000 years just to give birth to me, schmuck. Lucian glared at them, examining their reactions closely. Though he tried to be respectful at first, he couldn't fully do it. Not towards them. Lucian noticed Clotho flinch slightly at the mention of his mother. So I was right. I threw that bone in to see if they would take it. If I didn't see a reaction, I would have assumed I was wrong or that they were very good at controlling their emotions. I'm glad to see there's a weak link among them. I had my suspicions after all. Atropos and Lachesis looked at Clotho, causing her to look away, embarrassed. I'm sorry. She cried to them telepathically. I can't lie to him and keep it together, especially not when he's right in front of us. Atropos just raised a hand towards Lucian. First, we've been expecting your arrival. We knew our actions would have gotten your attention, which is why we did it in the first place. Atropos then waved her hand, conjuring a seat. Please have a seat. Lucian looked at them suspiciously once again before carefully taking the seat. Lachesis held a kettle towards him. Tea? She asked, to which Lucian just shook his head. Well, you wanted my attention. Now you have it. Talk. Lucian knew he shouldn't be speaking like that, but he really couldn't help it. It's true. We had your mother live a very long life. It is also true that we planned your birth, but this was the most favorable outcome. We have seen multiple possible futures, different destinies where you were born under a different mother, a mother from a different time in history. In some cases, you were born from a different father. In some cases, it was your mother that was the goddess that gave birth to you. But they all turn out to be weak. The you then didn't have the same potential or will to become a god like you do. They would have turned out to be regular demigods that would either die early or live a regular mortal life. Wait, slow down, Lucian interrupted Atropos. Let me first digest the information. I have so many more questions just from what you told me. Lucian immediately started to ponder what he heard. So my birth was set up by the fates. Okay, wait, that sounds stupid. All births are, but they particularly chose this life for me. Just this piece of information has confirmed some things for me. Like, for example, I'll succeed, more like I have a better chance of success toward becoming a god and all that. Lucian inwardly grinned as he thought about that, but that grin turned into a frown. Wait, does that mean my goals, my plan to become a primordial, and all that wasn't my own plan, this was not something I chose to pursue, but a thing they gave towards me? Are my goals really not mine? Let me stop you there, Atropos said. Lucian thought Atropos and the others were reading his thoughts until Atropos continued. We aren't reading your mind. Your expression gives you away, especially since we've been watching you for a long time. Your thoughts, your goals, your aspirations, all of those things belong solely to you. It was just that your goals matched with what we wanted. So you weren't manipulated into thinking or believing anything. Lachesis then intervened. She's right. So please believe us when we say we didn't manipulate you. Seeing how serious and sincere they sound, Lucian nodded. But wait, something doesn't make sense. Why do all this? Why would you want me to turn into a god? Why go through all of this effort just so I can be born? What is it that you guys achieve by doing so? Clotho looked towards the side when she heard that and blushed slightly, unable to look at Lucian. Lachesis looked down, holding her tea cup, fiddling with her thumbs, pretending to not be paying attention. Atropos' eyelid twitched seeing this. They really planned on leaving everything to me, don't they? I'll get them back for this, you spineless cowards. Atropos looked directly towards Lucian's eyes. Her own cheeks couldn't help but gain a slight blush. Lucian looked at all three weirdly, and with even more suspicion than ever before. Well, you see, we were looking for the perfect husband candidate, and you just so happen to check all the boxes we were searching for. Are fucking kidding me. Lucian then proceeded to have a crash out. Okay, wait, Lucian said, trying to calm himself down. So, you're telling me this was all because you guys were horny? He said with a bit of anger in his tone. All three blushed slightly before they shook their heads. No, we've been alive since close to the beginning of time. Do you have any idea how lonely it is to be alive for so long and not have any idea what male companionship is like? Atropos said, looking ashamed to admit it. Aren't there 3 virgin goddesses? Why couldn't you be like them? Lucian asked, looking confused. They slightly scoffed. Oh, please, Athena barely counts as a virgin goddess. Although her children weren't conceived normally, they still came to be by a man and a woman. Lachesis said, shaking her head. Artemis at some point had a very close relationship with Orion. She came very close to breaking her vow if it wasn't for her brother and Zeus. So even though she didn't do it, she still had a glimpse of what a man's touch is like, Clotho said. And Hestia, well, she's just different. She doesn't need male companionship. She has the warmth of her sacred flames to keep her warm. Her divinity of family is more than enough for her, which is something we don't have, Atropos stated with a sigh. Lucian's eyebrow twitched upon hearing that. You guys are Greek, aren't you? Why don't you just find a god or something to do it? You guys are beautiful, no doubt. No matter how much I dislike you, even I can tell that much. I highly doubt you would have any sort of problem finding male companionships. The 3 initially looked pleased with themselves. It wasn't every day they were called beautiful, and who didn't like to be called beautiful? But upon hearing the next part, they let out a sigh. That's the problem. We're not looking for just pleasure. If we were, we wouldn't have kept up our disguises. We would have just gone out and grabbed the closest pretty boy god and been done with it. Disguises? Lucian asked, looking at them with confusion. Atropos snapped her fingers, and the 3 of them turned into decrepit old ladies, appearing as if they already had 1 foot in the grave, before she quickly snapped her fingers again, changing them back to their normal appearance. Those were disguises. Lachesis let out a scoff while crossing her arms. Have you seen who our father is? Ah, Lucian said, gaining a look of understanding. And if we did undo them, everyone would have just been looking at us with lust, which is a disgusting feeling, Clotho said with an upset look. Atropos then smiled toward Lucian. This is one of the reasons why your mother was the one we most approved of to give birth to you. We knew due to her past, she would raise a respectful young man. Not once since you arrived here have you looked at any of us with a lustful gaze. Lucian just gave him a deadpan expression. Well, for one, I'm 10, and 2, forgive me for not feeling any lustful feelings toward the people that made my mother live a long life of loneliness and solitude, he said sarcastically toward the end. Atropos shook her head with a weary smile. You underestimate the Greeks, especially Greek demigods. As for the second matter, we truly are sorry for what we did to your mother, Clotho said apologetically. We just assumed she would be okay, living a long life. It was a type of immortality, something a lot of mortals searched for and longed for, Lachesis said with an apologetic expression. They all looked toward Lucian and bowed their heads slightly. We're sorry for what we did to your mother. Lucian looked at them in disbelief. They're apologizing. Gods are apologizing. This is it. I think I've seen it all now. It's not me you should be apologizing to. It's my mother. If she, by some chance, forgives you, then we can see where we could take it from there, Lucian said, looking at them with a serious expression. Clotho then looked like she remembered something. We decided to give you something to make up for it, too. I'm sure you already noticed it. Lucian just looked at her in confusion. Lachesis then puffed her chest with pride. Don't go taking the credit. It was my idea to begin with. Okay, just what are you guys talking about? Lucian asked, looking at all 3 of them. We tied the red string of fate with you and one of the virgin goddesses, making it so you two are destined to be lovers. It was a gift to show our remorse, although we know it wouldn't make up for the life of your mother. We thought it was a nice start, Clotho said, rather pleased, until she felt Lucian's power slightly rising. She was surprised to see Lucian's eyes slowly turn red while looking at her with an emotionless expression. I thought you said you weren't manipulating my feelings or thoughts. So what's this then? So, that was what I was experiencing towards Artemis. Atropos intervened. Your thoughts in the matter are still your own. The red string only increases the chances of you two getting together and appearing much more likable towards each other. You two are still able to reject each other and fall out of love. There have been many cases of destined ones not being together and separating. It is ultimately up to you how you want to pursue the matter. If you want to pursue Artemis, it will be much easier for you now, but you will still face some challenges. Send me back, Lucian said with a tired and cold expression. I've heard enough for today. I need time to myself to think over some matters. The three of them looked towards each other and let out a sigh of reluctance before nodding their heads. They smiled softly towards him. It was nice to finally meet you. And with that, they snapped their fingers. Lucian sat up in his bed, took a deep breath, and let out a sigh while rubbing his face. Just what is my life at this point? He muttered before looking out the window. He saw that it was still dark outside and decided to think about the matter more in the morning. It took Lucian a few minutes until his eyes started getting heavier, and he fell asleep. When he awoke, he looked confused. He glanced around and realized he was in the middle of a desert. Lucian felt the golden sand under his toes, looked around, and became puzzled. The sand then started moving and twirling around on the ground, slowly forming a face made entirely out of sand. Haha, the sand laughed. It's nice to see it worked. I thought it was going to be difficult meeting you. Oh, how I've been expecting this meeting. Almost immediately, Lucian understood who that was. He didn't know how he knew, but he just did. He looked at the face wearily. Kronos, he called out. Or should I call you grandfather? The face in the sand chuckled upon hearing that. Who would have thought I would ever hear the day someone would call me their grandfather? You can call me whatever pleases you. Lucian looked at the face for a moment. So, what do you want, Kronos? The face chuckled again, finding Lucian amusing. You and I are the same, you know? I can sense it. There's a strong dislike towards the gods deep within you. Lucian continued to look down. How long do you think you'll last? Kronos asked, smiling. What? How long do you think the gods will keep you alive? They aren't fools, you know. They recognize your potential. How long until they grow fearful of that potential and send for your execution? Seeing that Lucian wasn't answering, Kronos continued. So, why don't we work together? Let's strike first. By combining our power, we could become unstoppable. Lucian looked around. Does this place have a mirror? He asked Kronos. Kronos looked at Lucian in confusion. What? I'm trying to see how foolish I look to you, that you think I can be so easily manipulated. Is it my age that's doing it? Kronos' expression contorted into anger, but he held himself back. Do you think I'm lying to you, boy? The gods won't just sit still and watch you grow stronger. You don't think I don't know that? I'm already aware, Lucian said, looking at Kronos with a raised eyebrow. The sand face scoffed. And do you truly believe you'll have a chance to survive? How arrogant do you have to be? That hubris of yours will be the death of you. You are underestimating the gods. Lucian raised a finger. First, it's not arrogance, it's confidence. I believe in my abilities to survive, now more than ever. Second, you're absolutely right. I've been underestimating them, but I've had my reality check, so I now know I have to be more careful. You are a foolish child. By working together, you have a better chance of survival. You're just a demigod, too weak. But I am not. With me by your side, we can eliminate them. I'll give it to him. He sure knows how to take opportunities when he sees them. If I were someone else and just saw the fates and learned what I just learned, he would have definitely been able to convince me, Lucian thought. Lucian smirked and taunted. If I'm so weak and you're so powerful, how come we need to work together? That great, all-powerful Kronos, the titan of time, evil, and harvest, couldn't possibly need the help of someone as weak as I, could he? The entire area started to shake, and Kronos' sandy face continued to turn angrier, nearing rage. I'm only weak now because I'm separated into multiple pieces, but once I'm whole again, I'll be strong enough to deal with all the gods, reclaim my throne, and usher in a golden age once more. You can even become my right hand. I could offer you strength, immortality, riches, or women if that's what you prefer. I'll give you this. You sure are persistent. But let me ask you this. Why should I believe the words of a loser? You were once defeated by the very gods you claim are weaker than you. If you were beaten to this miserable state, needing a mortal's help, what makes you think I would want to team up with you? You're right about one thing. I might be a fool, but an idiot I am not. Mark my words, boy. When I'm whole again, you will be the first one I kill. I know now, it was foolish of me to try and help you. Kronos was seething with anger. He wanted to yell more obscenities, but he held himself back. He knew he had to think about the future more than his feelings or angry emotions. I will forgive your impudent words just this once, boy, Kronos said. You're still a child, it seems. I will return when you're older and more mature. Yeah, you just said you were going to kill me. Is he stupid or something? Lucian thought, watching Kronos' face sink into the sand, disappearing. Lucian woke up and looked around, letting out a sigh of relief when he realized it was still nighttime and he could get some more rest. With that, Lucian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lucian wasn't the only one receiving visits during his sleep. Luke looked around in confusion when he found himself in a golden desert. The sand beneath him started to shift, forming the shape of a face. It looks like it worked, the face said. Boy, how would you feel about you and I working together? Luke looked at the face in confusion. The face in the sand smirked. You and I are one and the same in our dislikes towards the gods. The next day, Lucian and Annabeth discussed their plans. Afterward, Annabeth rushed towards Chiron, while Lucian made his way towards Hestia. Hey, Andy, Lucian said, sitting next to the little girl. Hestia chuckled. It never fails to amuse me how easily you call me Annie. So, nephew, what do you need? What makes you think I need something? What if I just want to spend my day with my favorite aunt in the whole wide world? Lucian teased. Hestia gave him a really look, not losing her amusement. Lucian scratched his cheeks and looked to the side. Okay, maybe I do need something, he muttered awkwardly. Hestia shook her head at Lucian's antics. Tell me what you need. This Annie of yours will try to see if I can be of any help, she said teasingly. I need your blessing. Hestia's expression turned serious. Receiving the blessing of a god is a serious matter. For what reason could you possibly need one? Lucian nodded, understanding the gravity of his request. It's not for me. Then who is it for? For everyone here. Hestia looked at Lucian in confusion. Please elaborate. Lucian gestured toward the Hermes cabin. Tell me, when you look at them, what do you see? Where are you going with this? Hestia asked, studying Lucian's expression. I'll tell you what I see. I see a bunch of kids who feel out of place or like they don't belong. When I look at them, I want to help them. I am destined to remain an outcast, but not them. They don't deserve that. So, I'm thinking about building them a grand place. A place where they don't feel thrown to the side or discarded. A place where children of gods without cabins and unclaimed children who don't know their parents can feel at home. As Lucian mentioned the word home, he looked toward Hestia. And to build a place like that, I need someone's blessing. I need someone to bless the place to give it a feeling of home. Though it might not fix or completely heal the loneliness they feel, it would at least lessen it to a degree. Hestia smiled softly and reached out to gently caress Lucian's cheek. You're a very kind child, Lucian. Even if you like to portray yourself as someone psychotic and demented, there's deep kindness hidden within you. Lucian blushed at being touched and caressed so gently. As Hestia continued, he looked at her with a hurt expression at being called demented. That is a very noble thing you're trying to do, Lucian. I would be honored to help you in your endeavors, but would that even be allowed? Annabeth is currently getting permission as we speak, Lucian explained. Hestia nodded. I see. If she gets permission, you have my support. Thank you, Auntie, Lucian replied with a grateful look and a teasing smirk. Hestia chuckled and pinched Lucian's cheek. Anything for this adorable nephew of mine, she teased, causing Lucian to blush again. After a few minutes of bantering between them, Annabeth appeared with a smile and 2 thumbs up in the air. Annabeth came with 2 thumbs up. We received the okay, although it really took a lot of convincing. But after I showed them the benefits of it, They reluctantly agreed. When I say they, I mean Chiron. Mr. D couldn't care any less, so I'll take that as a yes. Nice, Lucian said as they both fist-bumped. I'll go and get some of the Athena cabin members to see if they would be interested in helping me come up with a blueprint, Annabeth said. Lucian nodded. And I'll go to Hephaestus' cabin to see if they're interested in helping me build it. Hestia sat there with a smile while looking at the two of them. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Luke and Thalia approaching. What are you two planning now? Luke teased. Thalia gave them a teasing smirk. Whenever you two get together and look this happy, we just know you're planning something outrageous. Plus, ever since we got back from the quest, you two have been sneaking off somewhere. Lucian scoffed before smiling. Guilty as charged, and we're planning something. Actually, Luke, we could use your help. Luke pointed at himself, taken aback as he didn't expect Lucian, of all people, to ask for help. No, I'm talking to a ghost behind you, also named Luke. Since I'm the son of Hades, I'm the only one that can see him, Lucian said with a straight face. Thalia, Annabeth, and even Hestia started chuckling, causing Luke to grow embarrassed. So what do you need? He asked, trying to change the subject. I need you to do a survey, Lucian said with a smile. Even Thalia looked confused before Lucian and Annabeth explained what they were planning. Their eyes widened alongside their smiles. I see. So you need me to see what the others would like in their new building since it's going to be for them, Luke nodded. Who knew you had it in you to be so kind? An apocalypse must be approaching, Thalia teased. Lucian just looked at her with a plain look before raising his middle finger at her. Lucian, Hestia reprimanded. Lucian looked to the side with a pout for being reprimanded and put down his finger. The others giggled before Thalia then asked, So what can I do to help? Go with Annabeth and help with the interior design, since I just recently found out you're pretty good at that, Lucian replied. Thalia rolled her eyes. You're still on that? She asked. Lucian replied with a yup and started walking towards the Hephaestus cabin. So who's interested in helping me with a big project? Lucian exclaimed as he walked in like he owned the place. Yo, Lucian, what fun ideas have you planned now? Someone near the entrance asked. What followed was other greetings, high fives, and pats on the back. Charles Beckendorf, who was 12 years old, among the blacksmiths with a wrench resting on his shoulder, looked at Lucian with a grin. So what's this big project you're planning? Have you guys ever thought about building a dorm house before? Lucian said, rubbing his hands with a villainous look in his eyes. They looked at Lucian with amusement, as some continued, working while listening to hear what he was planning. Seeing their interested looks, Lucian inwardly smirked. Gotcha. One thing I learned after hanging out with them. Once you get them interested, they're as good as hooked. Lucian then smiled and rubbed the back of his head, rather embarrassed. Well, I wanted to do something nice. I'm sure some of you noticed that some of the newcomers, as well as some of the older ones, feel out of place when being put in the Hermes cabin. So, my brilliance once again shined and I thought about building them a place. It will have Lady Hestia's blessings of a home. So what do you think? You've all built gadgets and weapons before, but never a building. Some started to ponder the idea, and others mumbled, thinking about it. Oh, did I also mention that Athena's cabin is building a huge library? One of them scoffed jokingly. What? You're planning on helping them build a library, but not planning on building us a forge. Wait, that's actually a good idea, Lucian said, putting a hand on his chin and walking back and forth. What if we build something for all the cabins, like the Apollo cabin get a hospital, the Demeter cabin a greenhouse, the Ares cabin a coliseum, or something like that, and Aphrodite's cabin a beauty salon or something? Why don't we just remake the entire camp then, upgrade it or something? Charles said, hearing all of Lucian's ideas. Everyone stopped what they were doing and slowly turned toward Charles, their eyes widened to what Charles had just implied. He started getting nervous seeing everyone looking at him. If you guys don't like it, you can just say so. No need for the intense, staring contest. Lucian simply disappeared into his shadow. Was my idea that bad? Charles muttered with a puzzled look. Lucian appeared from Annabeth's shadow, scaring the others and causing them to let out a yell. Annabeth looked at Lucian and asked, What's wrong? Let's remake the camp, Lucian said in a serious tone. What? Annabeth asked, surprised. The others who came out of their shock looked at Lucian in confusion. The Hephaestus cabin gave me the idea. Since we're going to be building something, let's build something for everyone. We can build the Hephaestus cabin a forge. Lucian repeated what he had said and discussed earlier. Are you crazy? One of them asked, surprised. A little bit, Lucian said, pinching his fingers. But to remake the entire camp, it seems like such an outlandish idea. The gods won't like it, Annabeth said with a serious expression. There's a reason the camp has stayed like this for so long. Due to modernization, there aren't many places that resemble ancient Greece anymore. We were already pushing it with the library and the dorm. Then that could be our theme, Lucian said. Instantly, Annabeth understood where Lucian was going with it. I see. All the buildings we build and make can be centered around ancient Greece. It could be a gift to the gods so as not to incur their anger. We'll make this place a reminder of the place they once ruled. The others turned towards each other and started discussing the pros and cons of their ideas. We need a way to convince Chiron and Mr. D, Thalia said. We'll protest, Lucian suggested. We can get the others on board with the idea. Since they would be getting benefits, they would most likely agree to join our protest. Plus, this is a gift to the gods. I'm sure Chiron wouldn't be too opposed to the idea, Annabeth added. Although they were both thinking that Annabeth and Lucian had a hidden agenda. Although I have to digest the librarian potion, this will help me advance quickly with architectural engineering once I do drink it. The gods are going to be the main recipients of my work. With this, my artisan potion should advance nicely. Both Annabeth and Lucian looked into each other's eyes at the same time and smirked as a cunning light flashed between them. Lucian sat in Chiron's office with a slight pout, accompanied by Annabeth, Thalia, and Luke, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Chiron held his forehead and let out a deep sigh. I expected this from Lucian, and perhaps a bit from Annabeth, but not from you two, Thalia and Luke. As the older campers, you are supposed to set a great example for the others to follow. I can't believe you both joined in and became the main instigators of this protest. I must say, I'm impressed that you managed to convince everyone to follow your lead and march through the camp, holding up signs and shouting renovation. Renovation. Camp Half-Blood needs renovation. Annabeth looked offended. What do you mean you expected this from me? Since when have I ever been a bad influence? Chiron gave Annabeth a serious look. Because Lucian is a major role model in your life. I'm sorry to say, but even I can tell you look up to him and follow his lead in everything he does. Lucian has a bit of a negative influence on you. Oi, old man, I'm right here, you know. And what do you mean bad influence? I bring out the best in people, Lucian said confidently. That's not entirely true. Annabeth protested, looking at Thalia and Luke for support. Right? Luke scratched his cheek. I mean, he isn't completely wrong. Thalia muttered under her breath. Feeling betrayed by their responses, Annabeth sat back down and crossed her arms. Lucian smiled in Annabeth's direction. Ah, Annabeth, I didn't think you would think that highly of me. Lucian was abruptly cut off when Annabeth grabbed a small cushion and smacked him in the face with it. Shut it! Lucian retaliated by grabbing a nearby cushion and hitting Annabeth back, and soon both of them became quite aggressive. At one point, Annabeth ducked, causing Lucian to swing and accidentally hit Thalia in the face, staining the cushion with her makeup. Lightning crackled in Thalia's eyes as her hair became more spiky. She snatched Annabeth's cushion and started swinging wildly at Lucian. I'm sorry, Lucian yelled, jumping off the couch to dodge her attacks. Chiron held his forehead and let out another tired sigh. Enough, he said firmly, his voice filled with authority. Thalia continued to glare at Lucian, who rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, he apologized. Now, as I was saying, Chiron stated firmly, what you all did is not okay, and it could get you into serious trouble. It might even anger the gods to the point of serious consequences. Chiron advised sternly. We're sorry, Luke, Thalia, and Annabeth said, feeling ashamed for causing mayhem. Meanwhile, Lucian looked at Chiron with a raised eyebrow. I didn't hear a no. Actually, talking to you has given me an idea. We could upgrade the training and add new elements to it, Lucian said with a sly smirk. Chiron furrowed his brow slightly before nodding for Lucian to continue. Just imagine a whole obstacle course where campers can develop more awareness and sense of danger, alongside training their agility and reaction times. Imagine a maze or labyrinth that tests and helps improve critical thinking skills. Lucian's suggestions were like a devil's whisper in Chiron's ear, but what really sold it were Lucian's next words. These ideas could improve the campers to the point where it would reduce the death rate during their missions. Chiron began to ponder the idea, while Lucian inwardly smirked, already considering it a done deal. After some thought, Chiron nodded his head. I can see the long-term benefits of this. Very well, we'll go along with the renovations. But once again, I must warn you all for your safety. Be careful not to incur the gods' wrath. They aren't very forgiving when shown disrespect. They all nodded in understanding and agreement. Outside the big house, campers gathered, looking at the door with hopeful gazes, carrying signs as they awaited the verdict. Their eyes grew more expectant as the door finally opened. They watched as Lucian and the others emerged with initially somber expressions, which caused some disappointment among the crowd. However, those who knew Lucian well enough understood not to take his initial reaction at face value. Lucian then spun around and threw 2 thumbs up. We have some building plans to make people. We're renovating the camp. Their disappointed expressions instantly brightened as they began to cheer, throwing their signs into the air in celebration. You have 3 seconds to shut up, or I forbid all of you from doing whatever you're planning, Dionysus said, looking at them with annoyance. They immediately fell silent, though their expressions remained as cheerful as ever. They moved away from the big house so as not to disturb Mr. D. It'll take a while to plan everything. We'll need to measure up the land, decide how tall we want everything to be, gather the building materials, and much more, Charles said, his hand on his chin, tapping his finger in thought. Lucian, alongside the Hephaestus and Athena cabins, started making the blueprints for everything. They went around the camp, took note of everything, and began planning meticulously. From the design to the measurements, to what each building would receive, even the Aphrodite cabin joined in and helped with the interior and exterior designs. Making everything look pretty and nice was their specialty. All their planning alone took more than a week. Gathering and preparing all the materials took an entire month. By this point, camp had come to an end, and some campers left after the summer, which slightly reduced their workforce. However, Lucian and the rest didn't seem bothered by that much. Another month later, Lucian was hammering away on top of a building, wearing overalls with no shirt and a black construction hat, nails hanging from his lips, until he heard a cry. Yeah, get it off, get it off, get it off. Lucian looked towards where the sound was coming from and saw Annabeth run out from her cabin, screaming and running around, frantically ruffling through her hair. Amused, Lucian took the nails out of his mouth and disappeared from the construction site with the help of Hephaestus' cabin. He reappeared behind Annabeth and reached into her hair, pulling out a toy spider. Here, look, it's just a toy spider. No need to be scared, Lucian reassured her. Upon seeing it was a toy, although still nervous, Annabeth's anger overpowered her fear as she immediately knew who was responsible. Travis and Connor stole. I'll have your heads. They heard snickering near one of the trees, causing Annabeth to snap her head towards their direction. She grabbed her knife from her side and flung it towards them, hitting the tree perfectly between the 2 brothers of Hermes. Their faces paled upon seeing the knife and Annabeth's angered expression. We might have messed up, don't you think? Travis said to Connor. A little bit, Connor replied. They watched as the knife disappeared and reappeared by Annabeth's side. Run, Connor suggested. Travis nodded. Run. They both started running away, laughing loudly, while Annabeth chased them with a cruel look in her eyes. They let out a yelp as they saw Annabeth gaining on them. They maneuvered through the camp, eventually turning back and heading towards Lucian, seeking refuge behind him. Lucian, help us, she's so scary, they pleaded. Peeking from behind Lucian's back, they looked towards Annabeth. Come on, don't be such a prude, Travis said. Yeah, it's all fun and games, Connor continued. I'll show you fun and games when I shove my knife right up. Annabeth, Lucian interrupted, stopping her from continuing. Don't you dare defend them, Annabeth said, looking at the brothers with a murderous look. Instead of killing them, why don't you prank them back? You're smart. I'm sure you'll get them 10 times worse than they got you, Lucian suggested. The two brothers looked at Lucian in betrayal. Seriously, dude? Don't be giving her ideas. Annabeth is the crazy smart one. Who knows what she'll come up with? Connor said. Yeah, if she won't kill us, she'll torture us, Travis said, looking a bit frightened. Lucian then started walking away, waving his hand dismissively. You made your bed, now lie in it, he said, disappearing with a poof of black smoke. The betrayal, man, Connor muttered. Travis put a hand on Connor's shoulder. Betrayal hurts, not because it comes from your enemies, but from those you consider friends. Connor looked at his brother strangely, while Annabeth scoffed. Getting poetical isn't going to save you. Watch your backs, she said, gesturing ominously towards them, causing them to gulp. It was the middle of February, and Lucian was wearing a black toga, but he wasn't the only one dressed this way around the camp. Every single camper was seen wearing a toga, each adorned with a laurel wreath on their heads. All the buildings in camp were covered in a tarp, making it impossible to view them. They had finished constructing and remodeling the buildings to fit the theme of ancient Greece. To celebrate the completion and the theme, they all decided to throw a party, wearing togas and laurel wreaths. Even campers who wouldn't normally be around decided to drop by and join the party since they were all invited as part of the project's inception. As Lucian finished tying the tarp on the last building, he heard two girls calling his name sadly. Lucian. Lucian turned to look because he didn't recognize the voice and saw two unfamiliar girls. He tilted his head in confusion since he had never met them before. Oh, hello. The two girls appeared to be twins, each with long, curly brown hair and matching togas that suited them beautifully. Please, make Annabeth change us back. I know for a fact we're going to be taking pictures today. That's why she waited so long to get back at us back. They pleaded, tears in their eyes. Change you back? Wait, who are you guys? One of the girls pointed to herself and said with a quivering voice, I'm Travis. And I'm Connor, the other cried. And we're the Stoll brothers, they said in a girly voice, causing them to stop and look at each other before crying. We're the Stoll sisters. Ha 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 ha. Lucian laughed in their faces while pointing at them. Oh man, Annabeth got you guys good, Lucian said as he laughed. Why, thank you, Annabeth said with a big smile as she strolled elegantly wearing a gray toga that matched her eyes, while her blonde hair, that was usually tied in a ponytail, was loose. Image. So is everything ready? Annabeth asked. Yup, we can begin any minute now when everyone is ready, Lucian informed them. Good. I want to get out of these clothes quickly, Thalia appeared. She was wearing a black toga with black and gold accessories, a golden laurel, black eyeliner, and black lipstick, while wearing black sandals, showing her toes painted black like her fingernails. Her hair, which had grown longer through the months, reached the top of her shoulders. Image. What? Lucian asked, looking at her with genuine confusion. I think you look very beautiful, Lucian said, shrugging his shoulders, not seeing the need for her to want to change. Thalia started blushing as she immediately recognized Lucian was teasing her, and this time, unfortunately, he wasn't, which caused her to blush. Well, I'm getting a lot of looks. It feels weird, she muttered. Annabeth silently narrowed her eyes between Lucian and Thalia. Lucian then looked at her with a weird look. It's normal to get looks like that. They are literally admiring you. Don't tell me this is your first time experiencing it. Thalia looked a bit embarrassed, but before she could say anything, the Stoll sisters interrupted. That's fine and all, but we're still girls. Please, Lucian, get her to change us back. We can't be looking like this, they both pleaded. Lucian looked at Annabeth. How did you even do it? I actually got help from the Aphrodite cabin. Let's just say these two are very good at making enemies, Annabeth said, smirking toward the two girls. And what did they do to them? Almost recreated the Trojan War. Ah, the whole fruit fairest of them all scheme. Lucian nodded before looking at them with disappointment. Just what I teach you guys. The Stolls looked down in disappointment as well. If we're going to create mischief, we mustn't get caught, they both said at the same time. And that's exactly what happened. You guys got caught. And what else did I say about it? The best part of the mischief is watching the chaos ensue from a safe distance, they both said in sync, still looking a bit disappointed. Lucian, both Thalia and Annabeth reprimanded. So, it was you teaching them this? Annabeth asked with a hand on her hip. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. They asked to be taught the ways, and they asked me so sincerely. I wasn't going to turn them down. Lucian then looked towards the Stoll sisters. For failing to follow what I have instructed, you guys are unfortunately going to suffer the consequences. They let out more tears upon hearing that. No, we've been getting weird looks from guys. I hate it, Travis cried, who was the oldest of the two siblings and thus had a bigger figure in girl form. Connor consoled her sister while leading them away, knowing they weren't going to receive help from Lucian. By Tracy, by Cornelia, Lucian said in a teasing tone, which caused them to cry even harder. Anyways, I wanted to ask if you guys know what's going on with Luke. He's been acting weird lately, Thalia said in a worried tone. I have a feeling I know what's going on. I was going to confront him after the party and see if he gets better. What's going on with Luke? Annabeth asked. For his sake, I can't talk about it, Lucian said. Is it dangerous? Thalia asked, growing more worried. Obviously, if it wasn't, I would be able to talk about it, Lucian replied. Thalia let out a tired sigh as she brushed her hair. Seriously, what is it with you boys and getting yourselves into dangerous situations where you can't talk about it? Lucian shrugged. It's a guy thing. Anyways, Lucian said, changing the subject, do you guys know when everyone will be ready? Thalia shook her head. I'll go ask, she said, walking away. As Thalia walked away, Annabeth grabbed Lucian and hurried toward his cabin, leading him down to his secret isolated room. Do you have feelings for her? Annabeth asked. What? Lucian said, confused. You weren't shy about calling her beautiful, so I wanted to know if you do. I'd much rather have her than the 3 old grannies you're supposed to be with, Annabeth said bitterly. You're still upset about the fates? Lucian asked, raising a brow. May I remind you, you had to physically hold me down so I wouldn't run off to Olympus to make a complaint about grooming? So you tell me if I'm still upset about it, Annabeth said angrily. I take it you're still pissed, then? Lucian said, feeling awkward. Annabeth wrapped her arms around Lucian and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Of course I'm pissed. I thought it would just be you and me against the world. I really don't want to share you with anyone. I want you all to myself. A lot of dark thoughts go through my head when I think about the fates, but I'm powerless against them, she said, burying her head in his chest. Lucian gently rubbed Annabeth's hair, steeling himself before lifting her chin and kissing her on the lips, surprising her since she is normally the one initiating the kissing. As he backed away, he asked, better? No, she said before pulling him into another kiss. Now I am. So tell me, do you want her? If it's going to be 3 against 1, I would feel much more confident if I had Thalia by my side, making it 3 against 2. I haven't even accepted the fates yet. Why are you speaking like I already have? I could very well reject them. Oh, please, they're the fates. If they're as beautiful as you described, I doubt you would reject them. Not to mention you said they sounded like they really wanted your forgiveness. And when you do forgive them and grow closer, I doubt you'll say no to the prospect of having 3 sisters as wives. Before Lucian had a chance to respond to her statement and deny the accusations, Annabeth interrupted. Stop trying to change the subject and tell me whether you like her or not. Lucian shrugged. I think she's beautiful, if that counts. Annabeth nodded before grabbing his hand and exiting the dungeon. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's go. We have a party to enjoy. Girls are so confusing, Lucian thought to himself as he and Annabeth walked back outside. Thalia then appeared with Luke, who was wearing a sand-colored toga that matched his hair. We just asked everyone, and they all said they are ready to start, Luke said. Good, Lucian replied before looking towards Thalia. I've been meaning to ask, why not wear a white toga? Isn't your dad going to get mad at you? You look like you're representing my dad more than him. Thalia shrugged. I'm not going to wear white. It's just not my color. I already hate wearing the toga. I can only take so much. Lucian teased her with a smile. Well then, as the unofficial chancellor of the unofficial Hades cabin, I officially welcome you as one of us." Thalia shook her head in amusement while rolling her eyes. Lucian then became serious as he explained. "Now, let's have each cabin hold the respective string for the tarp of their corresponding cabins. We'll do the countdown, revealing all the buildings, and throw a party." Everyone nodded in understanding and went to relay the information. So everyone went towards their corresponding building, and all the members of each cabin held a string. The Hermes cabin all held theirs and shouted, "We're all set." The Hephaestus cabin, wearing mostly brown togas, gave their signal, "We're okay on our end." The Aphrodite cabin, in light pink togas, including the boys, shouted, "Ready." The Ares cabin, in red togas, shouted, "We're good." The Apollo cabin, in bright yellow togas, also shouted their readiness. Athena's cabin, all wearing gray, shouted that they were ready as well. The Demeter cabin, in bright green togas, also shouted they were ready. People wearing different colors stood in front of the tarp building, holding 2 strings. They were originally placed in the Hermes cabin and didn't feel like they belonged. 1 string belonged to their cabin, which they were going to see for the first time, and the other belonged to the building they were getting alongside it. "We're ready on our end," they all shouted. Thalia was holding 2 strings as well. One belonged to her own building, while the other belonged to the one belonging to Hera. "I'm ready as I'll ever be." The Dionysus cabin, just 2 boys in purple-colored togas, said, "We're ready," in unison. Meanwhile, Lucian was holding 3 strings, one belonging to his cabin, another to Poseidon, and the last to Artemis. "I'm ready on my end as well," Lucian said. "On the count of 3, we'll all pull. Ready?" "Yes," they all said, resounding throughout the camp. "You can't possibly be thinking about leaving us out of such a reveal," a woman's voice interrupted. It was a voice Lucian recognized. At the entrance of the camp, Artemis appeared alongside her girls, surprising everyone. "Artemis," Lucian greeted, inwardly feeling weird, seeing her now, knowing they were tied together. It was almost symbolic what Lucian was about to do next. He held the string of her building towards her, despite the awkwardness he was feeling. He smiled towards them. "What a surprise to see you guys here. We heard you were throwing a party and giving the gods a gift. I wanted to see for myself what it was, so we decided to drop by and see." Artemis explained her presence. "And it's Lady Artemis to you," Zoe added, walking just a step behind her. Lucian wiggled his fingers towards her. "Hey, Zoe." Zoe looked at him in disgust. "I still see you haven't changed a bit." Lucian held his chin and smirked. "Can't you tell? I'm definitely much more handsome now than I was 3 years ago." Zoe took the string from Lucian's hand. "Maybe I was wrong. You did change. Your head has definitely gotten bigger." Lucian watched as each of the girls took a hold of the string while Artemis went up behind and joined Hestia, who was watching everything with a smile. Seeing they were done, Lucian shouted, "On the count of 3, we all pull." 1, they all began to shout. 2, they all said once more. And 3, they yelled before pulling the tarp. Underneath the tarps were the most beautifully crafted buildings anyone had ever seen. They were white and tall, made out of white marbles. Artemis and Hestia stood wide-eyed, observing the buildings as it really did remind them of back in ancient times during the Greeks' Golden Age, where they were the most feared and most powerful. Each building had the name of the gods engraved on the top. Artemis looked around and read all of the names that were engraved. Zeus Observatory, Hera's Counselor's Office, Hephaestus Forge, Poseidon's Aquarium, Aphrodite's Spa, Ares Colosseum, Apollo's Medical Facilities, Demeter's Greenhouse, Athena's Library, Hermes Communication Hub, Dionysus Bar, Camp Half-Blood Dormitory Home, Camp Half-Blood Rest Place, Hades' Morning Palace, and Artemis's Nature Reservoir. Lucian turned towards Hestia. "All right, little auntie, your turn." Hestia rolled her eyes at being called little auntie and stepped forward, her expression growing serious. She walked towards the dormitory's home and placed her hand on the white walls. Her hair started to rise as her voice sounded like multiple voices at once. "I, Hestia, goddess of family, home, and the hearth, bless this place. I bless it to bring comfort and the warmth of a home to all its residents and occupants, so that they never feel unloved or unwanted. After Hestia finished her blessing, her hair fell back into place, and the building gained a slightly red-orange glow before disappearing. Thunderous clouds then started to surround the place, causing the wind to pick up. The clouds converged, forming the face of an old man, Zeus, a figure Lucian recognized. As Zeus opened his mouth, he said, "We, the gods of Olympus, appreciate the gesture. It does bring forth a sense of nostalgia, seeing them. So we all have decided to bless these gifts as well." All of the white buildings then started to gain a glow representing the god that blessed them. Even Lucian's building gained a faint black glow, surprising him and causing him to let out a faint smile. Lucian then closed his eyes and felt himself finally digest the artisan potion upon receiving all of the feedback from the gods. The things I learned about being an artisan are: patience is key. Creating meaningful art takes time and persistence. After all, it took me months to create all of these. Joy in the process. Embracing the joy of creating art, regardless of external validation or recognition. Even though it did take a while, I enjoyed myself nonetheless. It truly was fun. Attention to detail and planning. Applying meticulous planning and foresight to anticipate outcomes and proactively address potential challenges. Thanks to planning what I was going to make and what I wanted to bring forth, I was able to avoid multiple problems that would have arisen if I hadn't planned to evoke a sense of nostalgia. As the buildings finished glowing and receiving their blessings, Zeus' face started to dissipate along with the clouds, allowing the sunlight to shine upon them once again. The children of Apollo immediately sprang into action, rushing into their cabins. After a minute, music began to play, and they emerged, marching out and playing their instruments to set a festive mood. Lucian threw up 2 rock signs in the air and shouted, "Let's get this party started!" Woo-woo! Everyone shouted in agreement. Food was brought out, and after offering their share towards the gods, they began to eat. Some started dancing together to the lively tunes played by the children of Apollo. Amidst the party, Artemis approached Lucian. "So this nature reservoir." Lucian didn't let her finish and quickly said, "Yup, built it for you. In case you encounter an endangered species of plants or animals in your adventures and want to preserve them, you can bring them here, and we'll take care of them for you." "I see," Artemis muttered, gaining a small blush before quickly composing herself to avoid anyone noticing. She gave Lucian a closed-eye smile. "Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate it." It was Lucian's turn to blush slightly as he found the smile quite beautiful. "Yeah, sure, no problem," he said as he scratched his cheek. Zoe felt her middle finger twitch as she wanted to draw her bow and arrows and shoot Lucian for some reason. However, a look from Artemis was enough to stop her. She wanted to complain, but decided it was best not to. One person watched their interactions with suspicion. Hestia narrowed her eyes slightly in their direction, but didn't say anything. Interesting, very, very interesting. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at them with gritted teeth. "What's up with you?" Thalia asked, looking at Annabeth weirdly. "Nothing. Don't worry about it," Annabeth said dismissively. Thalia followed Annabeth's gaze towards Lucian and Artemis before looking back at Annabeth with increased curiosity. "Are you perhaps jealous?" Thalia teased. Annabeth scoffed at the accusation, causing Thalia to laugh. "She's literally a goddess who hates men. It's like her thing. This tree has a better chance to be with Lucian," Thalia joked, tapping the tree she was leaning on. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "Except they're literally being sponsored by the goddess of fate, which means another god, so it's 4 against 1, it seems." "You wouldn't understand," Annabeth muttered. Thalia shrugged. "You're right, I guess I wouldn't. Sorry." Annabeth eyed her for a moment. "I think it's time I even the odds. So, tell me, do you like him as well?" Annabeth asked, glancing at Thalia. Thalia looked puzzled. "I'm talking about Lucian, obviously." Thalia looked lost. "Of course I don't." Annabeth smirked. "That's not the way I see it." "Then you're probably the only one because, for one, I'm 15 and Lucian is literally 10, Thalia replied, confused by the conversation. "So if it's just age you're worried about?" We're Greek. Age should barely be a concern, especially considering who your dad is, Annabeth casually remarked, until she heard Thalia's cold response. What? This caused Annabeth to realize she might have said something insensitive. Sorry, that didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Hearing the genuine remorse in Annabeth's voice, Thalia decided to leave it be and let out a breath. Seriously, what's going on with you? Thalia asked with concern. I'm just curious, since you and Lucian seem to have very good chemistry whenever the two of you interact. Thalia rolled her eyes. If you're worried about me getting with Lucian, you have nothing to worry about, she said in a confident tone. Oh, don't get me wrong. I really hope you do have something for Lucian. Huh? You were literally blushing and everything when Lucian called you beautiful. That's... Before Thalia had a chance to retort, Lucian appeared carrying 2 plates of food. My ladies, Lucian said teasingly, offering them the plates. Due to the conversation they were just having and Lucian's actions, Thalia gained a faint blush, but she shook her head slightly to make those thoughts disappear and took the plate while muttering a thanks. Annabeth looked at Thalia with a smirk. Oh, shut up. Just then, children of Aphrodite appeared. Come and dance with us, Lucian. Lucian just spread his arms. Take me away, ladies, which caused them to giggle and drag him away from Thalia and Annabeth. Thalia looked towards Annabeth's direction to see her reaction and saw her giggling at Lucian being dragged away as they laughed. Huh, you get jealous towards a woman that hates men, but to them you don't feel anything? Annabeth let out a sigh. It's Lucian's fault. He has a thing for older women, so I don't feel that threatened when he's with someone young. Luckily, we already kissed, and I secured my place with him, but that doesn't mean I get to relax. Annabeth said this as Thalia was taking a bite from her food, which caused her to start choking and coughing. From her shadow, a cup appeared wrapped around in a shadowy tendril. She snatched the cup and downed the juice, causing her to start breathing heavily. She looked towards Lucian, as he was the only one who could have handed her the drink. She saw him doing the Bully Maguire dance and winked at her, causing her cheeks to slightly redden before looking at Annabeth in shock. You two kissed. Annabeth puffed her chest with pride. Yup. Annabeth then pretended to look surprised and covered her mouth. Oh my, don't tell me the mature, older 15-year-old still hasn't gotten her first kiss yet. Of course I haven't. I have other things to worry about than boys. She continued blushing. Annabeth just patted her shoulders. It's okay. You don't have to make up excuses. After all, I'd be pretty embarrassed as well. I was the only one that hasn't gotten my first kiss. I'm not the only one. Luke hasn't had his first kiss as well, Thalia said aggrieved. Annabeth looked at her with a straight face as she pointed towards the side. Confused, Thalia followed Annabeth's finger and stood frozen in shock. A girl around his age wearing a pink toga was grabbing Luke's face, kissing him as he tried to desperately push her away. As he pushed her away, Luke quickly wiped his lips, looking embarrassed and blushing, as the woman threw her hands in the air. Whoa. Thalia had her mouth wide open. Bullshit. She cursed. Annabeth patted her back sympathetically as she finished eating. She then went and joined Lucian as they started dancing. Annabeth laughed and giggled as Lucian twirled her around, which caused her toga twirl as well. Thalia watched the scene in silence, before turning to look towards Artemis and her group of girls and not say anything as well. It was then turning darker, and as it did, Lucian appeared before her, with a bow and a hand extended towards her. May I have this dance, my lady? What are you doing? Thalia asked in amusement. What does it look like? You seem bored and it's supposed to be a party. No one gets to feel bored when the great Lucian throws a party. Thalia thought about, but seeing Lucian's insistent expression and actions, she let out a sigh and smirk. You know what, whatever. Let's dance, she said as she took his hand. As it grew dark, a wooden bonfire was being built in the center of all the camps. In the gathering darkness, it became the sole source of light, illuminating everything around. Children of Apollo played and danced with their whole bodies moving around the bonfire. Soon, others began grabbing partners and joining in. Lucian took Thalia's hand as they danced merrily among everyone, laughing along with the others. The camp resonated with joy and laughter. Even the usually grumpy Dionysus watched with a hidden smile from a quiet distance. Soon, Partners started to switch. Annabeth and Thalia paired up, enjoying themselves, while Lucian approached Hestia, who was sitting by a wooden log, smiling as she watched everyone having a good time. "Well, Annie, what are you waiting for? Let's go," Lucian said, pulling Hestia to dance with him. "What? No, I can't dance," Hestia said, feeling a bit bashful. "So what?" Lucian replied, still smiling. "The point of this is to enjoy ourselves and have a good time. Don't concern yourself with trivial matters." As Lucian pulled her onto the dance floor, Hestia continued to blush. "Me embarrassing myself is not some trivial matter," she protested. "My cute little auntie." "No worries about that. Just relax," Lucian teased. "Don't call me cute," she pouted. "Oh, I know," Lucian said, snapping his fingers. "Just imagine the bonfire as the hearth, and that you're performing a sacred dance ritual to it." Hestia let out a sigh and put her hands on her hips. "Fine, you win. Just know I'm only doing this because you asked." Lucian smiled in response to that. Lucian watched as Hestia started to dance like she was performing a sacred dance, moving in her bare feet around the fire. Some of the campers even watched in wonder. The fire swayed as if following her movements. "Go, Auntie! Go, 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 Auntie!" Lucian sang out, causing Hestia to grow redder and more embarrassed. After completing a turn around the bonfire, Hestia approached Lucian and grabbed both his cheeks before gently stretching and moving them with a big pout. "What did I say about embarrassing me? Huh? You call me your auntie, so at least show some respect," she scolded. Lucian chuckled, his hand slightly over his mouth. Sorry. You just looked amazing. I had to support my auntie." Hestia put a hand over her forehead and sighed. "Why did I have to be the one stuck with a cheeky nephew?" Lucian smiled as he hugged her and rubbed his cheeks against hers. "I love you too, Auntie," he teased. Hestia rolled her eyes in an exasperated manner before patting his head. Yeah, which resulted in them giggling and chuckling together. As the night grew later, the moon shone brightly above them, accompanied by shimmering stars and the sound of the roaring fire. Lucian spotted Thalia staring into the night sky from atop the newly built observatory, with a pensive expression as the atmosphere around the camp started to cool down. Lucian silently sank into his shadow and reappeared behind Thalia, who was leaning on the edge with her arms crossed slightly. "Boo!" Lucian exclaimed, tapping her waist. Reacting to Lucian's sudden appearance, Thalia threw a sharp elbow behind her in surprise, then turned to see Lucian crouched down with both arms over his head. "My God, Lucian, don't scare me like that," Thalia warned with a tired sigh before resuming her position, leaning on the edge. Lucian gave her an awkward smile as he apologized, rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry about that. You just looked lost in your own little world." Thalia only shook her head. Lucian moved towards the edge and sat down, turning his back towards the moon and stars. "So tell me, what's been on your mind? You've seemed a bit distracted lately." "Nothing. Don't worry about it," she said dismissively. Lucian rolled his eyes. "Of course I'm going to worry about it. Whatever is happening looks like it's affecting you a lot. Just mind your business. It doesn't concern you," Thalia said impassively. Lucian made a sharp, inhaling noise. "Yikes. Unfortunately for you, I'm very nosy. And unfortunately for you, I just happen to slightly care about you, so it kind of does." Thalia studied Lucian's face and saw him staring at her with a smile, but she also noticed genuine concern in his eyes. "Why do you even care so much?" she asked in a defeated tone. Lucian looked at her, as if she were being an idiot and didn't answer her question. "I'm just going to pretend you never asked me such a stupid question." Thalia's cheeks gained a bit of color. "It's not a stupid question. It was a genuine one." Lucian rolled his eyes. "Well, Sparky." "Don't call me that," she interrupted. "As I was saying, you're someone I can call a good friend, someone I'm really close with. So, although this is embarrassing to admit, I care about you. Seeing you like this naturally makes me concerned," Lucian said, his cheeks flushing slightly, noticeable against his pale skin, before looking away. Thalia turned her face to hide her own embarrassment. After a moment, she calmed herself down and turned back to look at Lucian, who returned her gaze. They stared into each other's eyes. "I just recently turned 15 years old," she began, opening up about all her worries and insecurities to Lucian. which means in a few months, I'm going to be 16, which means that the prophecy could come into play. Ever since I heard of the prophecy, I've dreaded my birthday each year, but I've never been more scared than I am now. As she spoke, Thalia glanced towards Lucian, expecting to see a teasing expression or one that usually made her feel like an idiot. Instead, he simply looked at her and listened. He waited for her to continue, nodding and understanding, and for the first time in a while, she felt heard, causing her to continue. I honestly hate that stupid prophecy. I sometimes wish I never heard it, and could just remain ignorant. I know the prophecy didn't say it was me, and I'm just assuming things, but there's a chance that it's me, and I really don't want it. Thalia's eyes filled with guilt, and she looked down, embarrassed. I know this might make me sound like a bad friend after everything you just said, but I truly wish the prophecy is about you and not me. And I hate myself for thinking that. I'm the older one. I'm supposed to be the mature one, taking on responsibility. I'm even the daughter of the God King. For fuck's sake, she couldn't help but curse. You're braver, much more cunning, heck, even stronger than I am. I know if there is a war coming, you would have a much better chance than I do at surviving. I've even been thinking of ways to avoid turning 16 altogether. And the best idea I've had is to join the hunt. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like the right idea. Thalia then stopped talking and started to catch her breath before looking at Lucian with tears in her eyes, waiting to see disgust in his eyes or face towards her for practically wishing death on him. Lucian just gave her a sympathetic smile. You, my friend, are being too hard on yourself. First of all, if there's a war coming, I think we both know damn well I would be on the front lines. So even if you're the child of the prophecy, you wouldn't be fighting alone. You would have me and everyone else supporting you. Lucian then looked a bit embarrassed to admit what he was going to say, but continued. And this is just my selfishness talking, but I honestly don't want you to go with the hunt. I don't want you to join them. If you want a solution, you already have one. Eat the golden apple, which would make you immortal and stop your aging. Thalia was supposed to hear that. That's right, the golden apple. It's been a few months I forgot about them. Thalia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She took a few seconds to think about everything before looking at Lucian in confusion. Wait, why don't you want me to join the hunt? Lucian decided to be confident as he answered. Isn't it obvious? I'll miss you too much. He smiled softly, putting both his hands on a ledge. Thalia was shocked to hear that and looked at Lucian's expression to see if he was teasing her, but all she saw was that he was being genuine, which surprised her even more. As she was leaning on the ledge, she was able to look into Lucian's eyes that shone like gems in moonlight, and he looked into hers. She doesn't know what came over her, but she did what she felt was right. Slowly, as she looked into his gem-like eyes, she started moving closer, and as Lucian looked into hers, he did the same. They continued looking into each other's eyes as their faces grew closer and closer, until they felt each other's breath. Thalia slowly closed her eyes while Lucian did the same, and before they knew it, their lips touched, sinking deeper into each other. They stayed that way for a few seconds before backing away slightly, still staring into each other's eyes for a few more seconds, and before they knew it, they instinctively went in for another, much more passionate kiss. The wind started picking up speed as dark clouds began to block the light of the moons and stars. Thunder and lightning crackled loudly, creating a blinding flash of light. What followed was a thundering roar before the sound of lightning hitting the ground near Lucian and Thalia, which frightened them, causing them to quickly disengage from their kiss. Rain started to pour down, extinguishing the bonfire. Lucian looked at Thalia, now red-faced, with a teasing smirk. I think we just angered your dad. You think, she said, embarrassed by her actions. She crouched down and covered her face, too embarrassed to even look at Lucian. Lucian heard screaming and shouting below them. He saw everyone rushing inside their cabins, trying their best not to get wet. He turned back towards Thalia and offered his hand. Come on, let's go. Although I'm enjoying the view, I doubt it's something you're willingly showing me. Thalia looked up confused before looking down and let out a yell as she covered her chest with her hands. Her toga was sticking to her skin, outlining her figure, making her parts more prominent. As she covered her chest with blushing cheeks, she took Lucian's hand as he helped her up. Lucian sighed. It's a shame we had to cut our kissing short. I was really starting to enjoy it too. As they both jumped down from the observatory, lightning resounded throughout the camp, seemingly angered by Lucian's statement. Please shut up, Thalia pleaded, feeling her father's anger and also ashamed to admit that she liked it, fearing further anger from her father. Thalia rushed towards her cabin, and before she went in, Lucian called out to her, "Hey, wait a minute." Turning to look at Lucian, Thalia was baffled when he approached her, kissed her once more, and then ran back to his cabin. Every step Lucian took was accompanied by furious lightning as he rushed towards his cabin. Thalia's lips slowly curled into a smile before she shook her head and went inside. Lucian laughed loudly as he dodged every strike with his dangerous senses. He rushed inside to find Annabeth waiting for him with an amused look. "Guess by that," she said, pointing outside. "You must have done something to anger him." Lucian let out a bashful chuckle as he rubbed his cheeks and chin. "Thalia and I may or may not have kissed, and someone isn't too happy about it." Annabeth looked at Lucian with her mouth agape before bursting into laughter. "Wow, you sure do work fast." "Why, thank you," Lucian said, puffing up his chest with pride. Underworld, Hades' castle, asterisk. "Mwahaha, that's my boy." Hades cackled evilly while holding his face. "What did he do now?" Medea asked with a smile, intrigued to know what her little boy was up to. Persephone looked at Hades with curiosity and waited for him to finish his maniacal laughter. Hades lightly chuckled as he explained, he and Zeus' daughter were caught kissing right on top of the building Zeus himself just blessed on the building that was meant for him. "Ha ha ha." Hades put a hand on his chest as he laughed. "I've never felt prouder." Medea's eyebrows twitched upon hearing that. He's only 10 and is already hooking up with girls older than him. I don't know if I should be beyond pissed or proud to know my lessons on how to treat a girl are doing him some good. I'm leaning more towards being pissed. You better not turn out like that bastard. I swear to the very gods, Lucian, I will crawl from the underworld if I have to just to spank you. While Persephone was shocked upon hearing that. Are you serious? Wow, that's daring. I can't imagine my father is very happy upon hearing that. Oh, he's really angry at the moment, and it makes me all the much happier. Not to mention, he seems to have a thing with the Athena girl as well, and she didn't seem opposed to them. In fact, I think she was encouraging it, Hades said, spilling drama and adding fuel to Medea's anger. What? Medea bit her nails with anger and worry. I swear I'll kill that boy if he does something to break their hearts and cause them pain. Hades waved Medea off. Oh, relax. Lucian seems to know what he's doing. I swear, Hades, if Lucian turns into a womanizer, I'm blaming your entire messed up lineage. Mount Olympus asterisk. Zeus had his lightning bolt in hand as his expression contorted in anger. There's no way I will permit their relationship. If it weren't for those damn fates, I would have killed that boy 1,000 times over by now. Zeus, in his anger, threw the bolt, causing lightning to strike in the mortal world once again. No child of mine is ever to be permitted to be in a relationship with one of his, Zeus continued, throwing a tantrum that lasted the entire night. Camp Half-Blood, Zeus' cabin. Thalia was laying in bed, staring aimlessly to the ceiling while occasionally touching her lips, which caused her to blush remembering how she initiated the kiss with Lucian. Thalia grabbed her pillow and put it over her face before pushing it down, letting out a loud, muffled scream. She grabbed her pillow into a hug as she started rolling around the bed. What have I done? What I have done? What have I done? Thalia kept on repeating in her own head over and over again. I hate that I don't regret doing it. If I could, I would so do it again. Gah, what am I thinking? Thalia kept rolling on the bed, embarrassed by her own thoughts that kept on plaguing her mind. Who knew kissing someone would feel so good? It was surprisingly sweet, Thalia mumbled aloud, reaching for her lips once more. The sound of lightning was heard once more, causing Thalia to flinch. She felt it was a warning directed towards her. All right, I'm already going to sleep, geez. Unexpectedly, sleep came much easier to Thalia than she expected, but she unfortunately found out why very quickly. As she opened her eyes, she grew confused and looked around. She saw that the floor was made entirely out of clouds, while the entire surrounding was sky blue. As her confusion kept growing, a figure of cloud formed in front of her, a figure she had seen earlier up in the clouds. "Father," she called out in confusion. "I will not permit it," Zeus yelled out as soon as he appeared. "What?" Thalia asked, confused by his statement. "You are forbidden from forming any relationship with that boy of Hades," Zeus once again stated. Hearing this, Thalia grew angered. "Are you serious right now?" she yelled, which surprised Zeus. "You didn't show up at any point in my life. Not when I was surviving out there in the wild being chased by monsters. Not when it was my birthday. I didn't get a single happy birthday wish from you. And you especially didn't show up when my brother, your son, died. And now you decide to appear to me for the first time in my life, and it's to tell me who I can and can't be with." Thalia screamed out all her grievances towards her absent father. Zeus then scoffed, which surprised and hurt Thalia. "It's all because you're hanging out with that rebellious boy. That's why you even dare to speak to me, your father, that way. Which is why I'm forbidding you from going out with him or forming any other form of relationship other than campers and friends together." Thalia looked down in anger, biting her lips with tears forming in her eyes, her hands balled into fists. Zeus looked at his bowing daughter with a sigh. He stretched out his hand to pat her head. "You gotta understand, I'm doing this for your own good." Thalia slapped Zeus away from her. "Just leave already. You already made my life hell as it is, so leave me alone." Thalia's eyes snapped open. She quickly sat up on the bed, blinked a few times before tears started rolling down her cheeks. She buried her face in her hands as she began to quietly sob. The next day, Annabeth was in the library, organizing everything. Although she couldn't fully act like a librarian in the past months, it didn't mean she didn't try to learn a few things from the experience. Despite people finding it weird that she acted as the librarian for Athena's cabin, the digestion reached a total of 45% due to this. Now, with the completion of the general library, the digestion should finish rather quickly. Meanwhile, Lucian was walking by the dormitories where everyone who previously didn't have a cabin to belong to slept for the stormy night. "Yo, guys, how did you enjoy the dorms?" Lucian asked with a smile and his hands in his pockets. People started dabbing Lucian up as they saw him. "Dude, the place is sick," a kid with black hair and eyes said with a smile. A girl who looked a little older than them with pale skin, brown hair, and dark eyes smiled towards Lucian. "Yeah, Lucian, thanks. The place is awesome, and the rooms are much bigger than they appeared. I think I detected a bit of magic from it." Lucian grinned at her. "So, you noticed? Yeah, a little bit of enchantments here and there. You know, the usual." The girl rolled her eyes. "Only you would call that a little bit of enchantment. What about everyone else? Did they enjoy it?" The boy smiled and scoffed slightly while pointing back with his thumb. "Enjoy it? Some are still oversleeping." Lucian continued acquiring their thoughts for a bit before he walked around the camp, checking the new buildings. As Lucian arrived near the communication hub, Luke walked up to him, and they did a small handshake between the two of them. "Are you sure this thing is safe?" Luke asked. Lucian scoffed. "Look who you're talking to. Of course, that thing is safe. I made it. It's enchanted to not attract monsters when it's used, so people will be able to call and send messages back home rather quickly." Luke smiled. "You're something else, you know that?" Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "Of course I know. It's the way I was born." Luke chuckled. Then, he gained a look as if he remembered something before asking, "Have you seen Thalia?" "I haven't seen her since last night." "No, but that's strange. I'm pretty sure I was the last person who saw her, so I'll quickly go look for her." Luke nodded before thanking him. As Luke looked back towards everyone else from his cabin, a flash of uncertainty passed his eyes. "What's wrong?" Lucian asked. Luke shook his head. It's nothing. I have to go. It looks like the others need me." Lucian didn't say anything and continued to look at Luke's retreating back with narrowed eyes and a slightly furrowed brow. Lucian then closed his eyes, combining his spatial awareness with his ability to detect life force, and tried to pinpoint Thalia's location. He detected her alone in the training facility Lucian built for Chiron by herself. Lucian was a bit confused before he sank into his shadow and traveled towards her. He quietly appeared by the door of the gym, lowering his presence as he leaned on the door frame and watched. Thalia was wearing a black sports bra and black tight shorts as she continued punching the sandbag with aggression using her bare hands, her skin glistening with sweat. Seeing her hate-filled eyes, Lucian walked towards the sandbag and held it in place. Thalia stopped and grew a bit confused until Lucian revealed his presence. "What did this sandbag do to you?" "Bad, Mr. Sandbag," Lucian teased as he playfully smacked the side of it. "Oh, shut up," Thalia scoffed, trying to hide the small smile she gained. Lucian was about to mention that he didn't know his kisses could cause so much hate, but before he did, he noticed something which caused his teasing grin to completely disappear. He narrowed his eyes to get a better look. Seeing Lucian's quick expression change, she looked at him with furrowing brows. "What?" she questioned. "Why have you been crying?" Lucian coldly demanded. "I haven't been crying." Thalia scoffed again, becoming defensive. "You can try to cover it with all the emo makeup you want, but I can tell right away." "Oh, shut it," she said, dismissing the emo makeup comment. "And I haven't been crying." "Uh-huh. And we didn't kiss last night either," Lucian said in a plain voice. Thalia blushed as she heard that. "Oh, what?" she asked, unsure why he brought it up. "Sorry, I thought we were just telling each other lies," Lucian said while looking straight at her as he hugged the sandbag. Thalia let out a reluctant sigh before she took on a boxing position and started punching the sandbag as Lucian held it in place. "I met my father last night." Thalia's lips quivered as her punches became faster. Lucian's eyes widened a bit before he nodded in understanding. "I can see where this is headed," he silently thought to himself. Lucian heard her voice crack a bit as she continued. "You know, instead of saying hi, how are you, or I'm proud of you for surviving against the odds, the first thing he says is that he doesn't permit me to be in a relationship with you." Lucian's eyes turned a bit frosty as he saw tears start to pool in her eyes. "He said that it was for my own good, but I know that's bullshit. It has nothing to do with me. He's just being petty about his dislike for your dad." Lucian's danger sense then rang, causing him to take a step to the side. Thalia's fist was surrounded by lightning as she roared, "HHHHH, I wish he was never my father to begin with. Why does he have to make my life more difficult than it already is?" Her fist ripped right through the sandbag, causing the sand to go flying everywhere as black tears streamed down her eyes, her mascara ruined. Lucian didn't reply. He reached out and took Thalia's hand, pulling her into a hug. She wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck as more tears continued to flow. As Thalia continued to cry, Lucian's eyes grew bright red as he looked up towards the ceiling. "I don't know how, but I can tell he's looking. You're just making it easier and easier for me to kill you in the future without any sort of guilt," he silently thought to himself before closing his eyes and patting her back. Lucian then detected people making their way toward the training grounds, which caused him to envelop Thalia and himself in a shadow and disappear from where they stood. They reappeared back in his underground hideout without Thalia noticing, as she was still crying. "Why?" she whimpered, her hug around Lucian's neck tightening. "Why did he have to be my father? Why can't I just have a normal family?" Lucian broke off the hug slightly before bringing his forehead to hers, making her blue eyes look into his. "Look, what I'm about to say is probably the corniest thing you'll ever hear, but here goes. You've been dealt a bad hand in life, there's no doubt about that, but what you do with that hand is what matters most. Yes, you have a terrible family, and yeah, your father is probably the worst piece of shit in existence. But you're strong, and you're not totally alone. You're the strongest demigod I have ever known, apart from myself, obviously, and you have Annabeth, Luke, and me as friends supporting you. So you can either keep complaining and crying about the bad hand you got, or you can completely ignore it. It's not going to go away, but it's up to you to choose whether to pay attention to it or not, and completely focus on the good hand you do have. Focus on the good things you do have. It might not be a lot, but that's what makes it precious." Lucian felt himself blushing for saying that and started to inwardly cringe. Thalia's chuckling and giggle didn't help either with his embarrassment. "You're right, that was the corniest shit I've ever heard," she said, giggling. Her tense shoulders started to relax. As she started to calm down, she looked at Lucian's eyes before she slowly closed her own and lowered her head, kissing Lucian's lips. It unexpectedly took him by surprise. But it's something I needed to hear. Thanks, Lucy, she grinned brightly. Lucian turned red and looked to the side, holding his hand over his mouth to hide his blush. And it wasn't because of the kiss, no. Her smile? Wow, he thought to himself. Thalia looked around, growing confused by the surroundings. Wait, where are we? Secret underground hideout I built to keep away from prying eyes, Lucian calmly explained. Thalia gave Lucian a suspicious glance. Wow, and you brought me here because... Lucian rolled his eyes, hearing her teasing tone of voice. Oh, shut up. People were coming, and there would have been a lot of explaining as to why you were crying over my shoulder. Thalia grew red with embarrassment. Please forget about it. Let's pretend that never happened. Lucian shrugged. Sorry, I don't think I can. After all, it did lead up to a good kiss, he teased, causing Thalia to grow even redder. Thalia reached for the door, unable to take the embarrassment much longer. But as she did, Lucian stopped her. Before you leave, please fix your makeup. I don't want people thinking I did something to you. Thalia nodded as she opened the door and headed towards the bathroom to fix herself up. Meanwhile, Lucian stood on his own in his chamber. I should get started on the treasure seeker potion now that I've fully digested the artisan one. Alone, Lucian began examining the notes he had on the next potion. Here we go. It looks like I'll need 1,000 golden drachmas and the essence of a treasure-hunting mouse. He sighed, looking at the main ingredients. I did some research, and it looks like I need to travel all the way to Russia to get it. Talk about a pain in the ass. The treasure-hunting mouse is a thing from Slavic mythology. The supplementary items are rather easier to receive. I need 5 pounds of griffin feathers, manticore venom essence, satyrhoof powder. Lucian looked at the last one with a bit of a weird look. I already know Grover is going to look at me weirdly when I ask him for some. After checking for everything he needed, Lucian exited his cabin. Since Lucian didn't want to leave for Russia just yet, he decided to get some training in and then leave after a couple of days. As Lucian made his way back toward the training facility, he found Artemis with her girls in the archery section. He gave a head bow towards Artemis as he saw her and said, Ah, Lady Artemis, you're still here. Artemis nodded towards Lucian. Yes, we decided to stay and rest for a few days before going back hunting. The girls just decided to put in a bit of training. We're just trying to figure out how some of these objects work, she explained while pointing out towards what appeared to be a projector. Ah, that's something I built. Here, let's do a little show and tell, Lucian said as he walked up to the projector and hit the on button. To the side of the on button, there were controls with names such as speed and another one that said difficulty. It's enchanted and filled with some of the powers of the mist, which would be able to create illusions of monsters that act like targets. As the difficulty was only set to easy, there were just some of the easy types of monsters to hit. As Lucian turned the small dial, increasing the difficulty, different kinds of monsters appeared like griffins, storm spirits, and monsters that Lucian had fought before. Lucian then moved the speed dial, increasing how fast the monsters moved, making them almost impossible to see. This way, people can train to hit moving high-speed targets, which I think are better practice partners than a standing target. Lucian continued to explain. Artemis listened with a hand on her chin. This is actually pretty impressive, she genuinely praised. Lucian turned his hand to the side, causing his ring to change shape and turn to a black and purple bow. He conjured black fire from his hands, which quickly morphed into an arrow. Drawing back using the bow, he took aim towards one of the fast-flying griffins. Lucian then did something that surprised the others. He closed his eyes and continued following the illusion of the griffin. He moved his bow ahead a bit before releasing the arrow, which sailed through the air. As it hit the griffin, it exploded into a purple mist. In the middle of the mist, a +3 appeared before it vanished. The mist flew its way back towards the projector and got sucked back in before forming another monster. Zoe, who was close to Artemis, let out a scoff. Show off. Some of the girls were genuinely impressed, while Artemis was impressed by something else entirely. Your hands, she muttered. Zoe looked at Artemis in confusion. What do you mean, my lady? Can you take him once more? Artemis asked Lucian, showing Zoe what she meant instead of telling her. Lucian shrugged and did as he was told. He conjured a fire arrow, took aim, and stayed in that position. As Zoe examined his hands, she realized what Artemis was talking about. They aren't moving like at all. They're perfectly still. Artemis nodded in confirmation. Yes, which is something really rare and a quality only some of the world's best archers possess. She turned to Lucian. How did you do it? How did you train your hands to remain so steady? It's due to my crafting, Lucian explained. Just like how you need steady hands to fire a perfect shot, you need really steady hands when crafting and blacksmithing. So my many years of that have helped in my development. Artemis nodded in understanding, and seeing this, Zoe looked at Lucian with narrowed eyes. I want to challenge you. Let's face off against each other and see who can obtain the best score. Lucian smirked. Are you sure you want to do that? If you lose, then you would be shaming Lady Artemis, as you're basically her right-hand woman. Zoe scoffed. I'm not planning on losing, so I have nothing to worry about. Lucian smiled as he retorted, that's the thing about losing. No one ever plans their loss. They're called losers simply because they're not the winners. Zoe narrowed her eyes towards Lucian aggressively. I will enjoy thoroughly beating you. Lucian pulled the bottom of his eye and stuck out his tongue. To do that, you need to actually be better than me, which unfortunately you're not. Zoe gritted her teeth and continued to glare at Lucian. Do you want to use the practice bows and arrows, or go with our original weapons? I don't want you to later complain that I had an advantage. Lucian slyly grinned. Our own weapons. Only a bad archer would blame their equipment, Zoe replied confidently. Lucian then nodded his head and turned towards Artemis. Lady Artemis, I hope you can be the judge of our competition. Zoe once again scoffed. That is something beneath her lady to do. Before Zoe could continue, Artemis interrupted by raising a hand, stopping her. I don't mind. It's just a small competition between the two of you. Artemis then turned towards Lucian and smiled. I actually want to see how much you have improved since we last met and taught you. Lucian performed a gentlemanly bow. I shan't disappoint, my lady. Zoe looked at Lucian in disgust, while Artemis smiled and shook her head at his antics. So who will go first? Zoe asked. You know what they say, ladies first after all, Lucian said teasingly. My dislike for you grows like no other, Zoe plainly said. Lucian smirked. That's good. I wasn't planning on making you like me to begin with. Zoe ignored Lucian and made her way towards the center stage of the arena, nodding towards Artemis. You have 10 minutes to acquire as many points as you can. Are you ready? Artemis asked, turning off the projector. She then cranked up the difficulty to the max. When Zoe grabbed an arrow, put on her bow, and nodded, Artemis nodded right back. Zoe immediately sprang into action. She shot the arrow without hesitation, hitting a harpy in the chest. It puffed into purple smoke, scoring her 2 points. In quick succession, she took arrows from her quiver and began releasing them. She would grab an arrow, close one eye to aim, and fire her shot. Due to the speed of the monsters and their ability to dodge, Zoe missed a few. But she quickly made up for them, showing exactly why she was the commander of Artemis Hunters. With one of her arrows, she even managed to kill 2 monsters at once due to careful and fast planning. Toward the end of her turn, she killed one of the monsters and used the purple mist as a smokescreen, firing her arrow through it so the monsters couldn't detect it. And that's enough, Artemis said, turning off the machine. All the monsters exploded into purple mist and flew back toward the projector. Zoe went around collecting her used arrows from the ground before walking toward Artemis to inquire about her score. You scored a total of 176 points. You did well, Artemis praised with a smile. Zoe looked toward Lucian a bit smugly. Lucian wasn't fazed and smiled. For someone of your caliber, you did well. Naturally. Wait a minute, Zoe scoffed, quickly realizing something didn't sound right. But Lucian was already walking toward the center with his bow resting on his shoulder. Artemis couldn't help but giggle at Zoe's expression. Zoe looked at Artemis with a betrayed expression, causing Artemis to pat Zoe on the back. I'm sorry, but your face was funny. You gotta learn how to make fast comebacks if you ever want to get back at him, she advised. Zoe grumbled a bit before nodding in understanding. Lucian conjured an arrow and prepared to shoot. He looked toward Artemis and nodded, indicating he was ready. Artemis nodded back and hit the button. Not a second passed before Lucian shot his shot, hitting a cyclops right in its giant eye. Lucian ran around, pulling back on his bowstring, which caused an arrow to immediately form. Using his spatial awareness made it easier for him to aim upwards and shoot where he wanted, hitting anything he wanted. Lucian then slid on the floor while aiming up, and every time he flicked the bowstring, arrows appeared, firing toward the sky. A group of hellhounds appeared, causing Lucian to jump into the sky. Lucian, face down, aimed his bow at the hellhounds, conjured 3 arrows at once, and fired them before firing some more. He then turned to the side and fired 1 more arrow at a storm spirit. Lucian performed a flip, landed back on the ground, and continued to fire arrows with sharp turns. Toward the end, when the 10 minutes were almost up, Lucian threw his bow toward the sky, faced Zoe, and fired a backfire arrow at her. Before it reached her, a griffin unexpectedly flew past, causing the fire arrow to hit it and explode. The fire arrow took the shape of a heart with a message in the middle. "You lose, winky face." And that's final. Artemis called out as Lucian's timer ran out. She hit the off button and Lucian walked up toward her. Zoe glared at him. "You don't know for sure." He didn't reply and looked toward Artemis with a smile. Instead of giving his score, Artemis sighed and asked, "Why are you so petty?" Lucian chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "It's just who I am." Zoe looked at Artemis in confusion. "What score did he receive?" she questioned, causing Artemis to sigh again. "He got 177, exactly 1 more than you. His score could have been higher, but he chose to just one-up you," Artemis explained. Zoe's eyebrows twitched. "Are you saying he's better than me, my lady?" she asked, her fist tightening and her knuckles turning white. "I'm afraid so, my dear. It's truly unfortunate you aren't a girl, Lucian." Artemis regrettably sighed. "Please forgive me, my lady, but I refuse to believe it. I have honed my skill for years on end until my fingers bled. And you expect me to believe someone who just recently got into his double digits is better than me?" Zoe said, "You saw it yourself, Zoe. Accept your loss with pride. It was a fair competition in which you both agreed on the rules. It's not about the competition. I know I lost. No matter how much I want to complain and refuse such a notion, I know I lost. So there's nothing to say about that. I won't admit he's better than me." Artemis just nodded, understanding how Zoe was feeling. Lucian shrugged his shoulders, not really caring either way. "The results speak for themselves, lady," he said as he walked away, waving. After finishing his training with his bow, Lucian went on to train his mastery with other weapons, whether with his sword, spear, chain sickle, or bow staff, until late into the night. As he walked back toward his cabin, Lucian noticed that the lights in the library were still on and decided to check it out. When he entered, he saw Annabeth sorting books and putting them back where they belonged while standing on a tall ladder. When she noticed Lucian, she smiled and slid down. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Saw the lights were on and wanted to see if you needed help." Annabeth shook her head. "No thanks. I've got everything covered, plus it's good for the you-know-what." Lucian nodded before sitting down by one of the reading tables, waiting for her to finish as she stored more books. "So, anything planned?" Annabeth asked, wanting to start a conversation. "Yeah, in a few days I have to travel to Europe," Lucian said, leaning back in the chair. Annabeth was a bit surprised to hear that. "How long will you be gone?" "I don't know. It depends on how long it takes me to find what I need." "And that is?" "Essence of a treasure-hunting mouse. Shouldn't it be rather easy?" Annabeth wondered. Lucian shook his head. "They're hard to find and extremely rare." "Wait," Annabeth said as she stopped what she was doing and turned towards Lucian. "Were you seriously planning on searching all of Russia?" "Yeah, shouldn't I? I mean, I would also use my shadow soldiers to help." Annabeth blinked a few times before giggling and shaking her head. "There's no need to do all that. You'd just be wasting your time. You're able to control riches, so gather a bunch of gems and drachmas and other treasures, imbue them with a locator spell, and bury them all together. Instead of driving yourself crazy looking for them, they would come to you. There's no need to search the entirety of Russia to find them. Lucian looked away, a bit embarrassed, as Annabeth continued to giggle. I can't believe you were seriously about to do that. It would have taken you months. Yeah. Laugh it up, Lucian said, rolling his eyes with a small smile. Annabeth looked at Lucian and smirked. Don't worry, I am, she said, still giggling. Thanks for the idea, though, Lucian said with a nod. Anytime, Annabeth smiled. 1 week later, why are you coming along? Lucian asked as he looked at Thalia with a stoic expression. I'm bored out of my mind, Thalia said, flashing a cheeky grin. I know you're in love with me, but this is too much. Lucian let out a defeated sigh before taking a step to the side. Where he stood, a lightning bolt struck from Thalia's hand, glaring at him. I'm not in love with you. You bastard. Annabeth and Luke chuckled side by side as they watched their usual banter. Lucian looked towards Luke and Annabeth. Are you sure you guys don't want to come with? It could be another adventure for our fantastic four group. Luke jokingly scoffed, shaking his head. Nah, I can't be going out that much nowadays. I'm a cabin counselor, remember? Annabeth shook her head. You know the reason why I can't. Party poopers. Lucian playfully pouted, then turned towards Thalia and smirked before looking at the others. It looks like for my new adventure, it's going to be Team Emo against the world. Thalia looked at him with a straight face before turning around and walking off ahead. Lucian turned back towards the others and gave them a grin with a peace sign as he disappeared into a shadow and reappeared next to Thalia with a backpack on, marching. Onwards, my emo comrade, towards a motherland where snow and vodka await us, Lucian said, deepening his voice. We haven't even fully left the camp's property line, and you're already making me regret coming with you. Thalia released a dejected breath. And I'm not emo. My whole style is punk rock, and you know it. Lucian, who couldn't care less, changed the topic. I've been curious about something. Between the two of us, who's faster? Thalia gave Lucian a questioning gaze. If it's just racing, then it has to be me. You're pretty fast, no doubt, but I mean, come on, lightning has been known to be the fastest. And your little shadow travel trick doesn't count. You're teleporting, so it has nothing to do with speed. Shall we race then? Lucian asked with a competitive look. You know what? Sure, let's go at it, Thalia said, and as they reached the tallest hill, they both got into a runner's position. Lightning crackled from Thalia, her eyes gaining a brighter blue color, while her hair stood up due to the static. Meanwhile, a black, shadowy smoke escaped from Lucian's figure. His eyes started turning dull and emotionless, but his usual teasing smirk remained. Ready? They both asked at the same time. Set. They both lifted their posture slightly. And go. They said at once. Thalia practically turned into a blue lightning bolt as she rushed ahead, creating a strong force of wind. Meanwhile, the ground underneath Lucian cracked due to the strength he used to give himself a burst of speed. The two raced all the way towards Russia with only one goal in mind, to win. 2 days later, Thalia's legs and arms blurred as she continued running, her eyes flashing with determination. While Lucian wasn't far behind, instead of running, he was flying. Thrusters exited from Lucian's fists and feet as black smoke escaped from him. His hair swung wildly in the wind, and his eyes narrowed against the wind. A few feet ahead of them, they saw a sign in Russian, which they couldn't understand, but they knew that whoever passed that sign would be the winner. Thalia leaned her body forwards, increasing her speed, while Lucian brought his arms and legs closer, making him more aerodynamic. The flames on his feet and fists became narrower, increasing the thrusters, making him go faster and reach Thalia's side. Snow fell as they were toe-to-toe with each other. Lucian then saw Thalia charge up a beam of lightning from her hand to propel herself towards victory. Lucian, seeing this, leaned towards her slightly, and just as she propelled herself, Lucian and her ended up crashing into one another, causing them to roll rapidly past the sign and onto the snowy ground. They both groaned as Lucian was on the ground, and Thalia was on top of him. When Thalia lifted herself, they both looked at each other before they started laughing. That was awesome. Thalia exclaimed. "I've never felt so free. The sound and the feeling of the wind rushing across my face, the blurry view. It felt so liberating. Who knew going that fast could feel so amazing?" She wistfully sighed. Lucian stood on his elbows and kissed Thalia on the lips before leaning back down and smiling. "What was that for?" she mumbled, turning bright red. Lucian continued to smile as he shrugged his shoulders. "You look very cute when you're all excited. I couldn't help myself." Thalia turned to the side, grabbed a ball of snow, and tossed it towards Lucian's face. "How can you say something so embarrassing with a straight face?" Lucian just chuckled as he stood up and wiped the snow off his face. "Let's find the closest town and a place to rest since it's getting dark," Lucian suggested. Thalia looked up and saw that it was indeed getting dark and agreed with his idea. The two walked along the side of the road, which was just outside a forest area. After a few minutes of walking, they saw a shack with Russian words and neon signs of food. Thalia's stomach made a little rumble. "I'm kinda hungry," she blushed. Lucian nodded as they decided to head inside. Once they entered, they saw that the place didn't have any customers and that it didn't have much seating except towards the side of the counter. "Hello," Thalia called out. From what Lucian and Thalia presumed was the kitchen, an old lady peeked out and greeted them. "Hello, dears. I'll be with you in just a second," she said in a sweet, old grandma's voice. After a minute, the old woman appeared, asking what she could do for them. "Is this place some kind of diner?" Thalia asked. "Ah, you poor dearies must be hungry. You kids don't look like you're from around here. Come sit down. I'll get you something to fatten you up on your journey." She smiled sweetly at them. "Oh, and don't worry about paying. Since you're not from around here, I doubt you would have the necessary money." "Thank you," Thalia said with a small bow, gratitude in her tone. Thalia and Lucian soon smelled something delicious, and after a while, the old lady presented them with beef stroganoff. "Once again, thank you," Thalia said with gratitude. The old lady just nodded with a happy smile. Thalia and Lucian both picked up a spoonful of food, and just as Thalia was about to put it in her mouth, Lucian lowered her hand, disappeared with a poof of black smoke, and reappeared behind the old lady with a scythe over her neck. "And here I thought we would get to experience the kind version of Baba Yaga," Lucian coldly said. Thalia was shocked upon hearing this. "You mean she?" The old granny didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Her smile from earlier just widened and widened, causing a chill to run down Thalia's back. Hee. The old lady let out a witch-like giggle. "How did you figure out?" she asked. "I was raised by a much more beautiful witch than you. I can smell when my food is laced with a potion," Lucian replied without much emotion. "Not to mention your lackluster illusion." The witch continued to smile as she dropped her illusion. Thalia was a bit shocked by her appearance and felt a shiver run down her spine. Baba Yaga looked like a stereotypical witch. Green skin, a long pointed nose with a large mole on it, and a singular silver tooth hanging from her mouth. She wore a purple witch hat and purple robes, completing the image. Lucian's danger sense rang in his head, but as he was about to deal the finishing blow, a protective barrier of magical power surrounded her. A green aura of her magic then quickly expelled, pushing Lucian back with great force. As Lucian was sent flying back, he did a flip, landing on the wall before he pushed himself towards Baba Yaga, swinging his scythe. Baba Yaga's hands gained a bright green hue as she conjured another shield with her power. She directed Lucian's attack, moving him away from her and back towards Thalia. Seeing this, Thalia's shock subsided as she withdrew her spear and shield. Looking at the shield, Baba Yaga felt a shiver run down her spine, but quickly composed herself. The shack then started to shake as Baba Yaga let out a witch-like laugh. Hee. The more you struggle, the tastier you'll be. So struggle all you can, little children. Lucian and Thalia then looked at each other and nodded their heads. Thalia ran towards Baba Yaga, while Lucian ran the opposite way, causing them both to stop and point at each other angrily. "Where the hell are you going?" they both shouted. "Where am I going?" "Where are you going?" they both shouted again, pointing at themselves before pointing at each other once more. "Obviously to fight the witch." Thalia yelled. Lucian looked at her like she was stupid. Why the fuck you fight her here? This is her home. She has the advantage here. Didn't you just feel the house shake? You dumbass. Let's fight her outside, where we have more space. Baba Yaga looked at them with a straight face, unable to believe they were having such an argument in front of her. She let out a sigh. What was I expecting, honestly? They're only children after all. Baba Yaga raised both her hands as they glowed with power and sent a bolt of green magical energy towards them. Lucian twirled his scythe, blocking the attack, while Thalia let it hit her spear blade and directed it towards the ground. She surrounded herself in lightning and ran where Lucian was going, since she realized Lucian made sense earlier. Lucian disappeared into his shadow and appeared outside, next to Thalia. I just want to say that I want to fight her since I thought that's what you would have done. Fair, Lucian said, acknowledging it was indeed something he would have done. The shack continued to shake as it started to rise off the ground. As it continued to rise higher and higher, Thalia gained a confused look. Are those chicken feet? Before Lucian had a chance to confirm, the door to the shack opened like a mouth, and Baba Yaga came flying out on a mortar while holding a pestle. She flew towards Thalia, swinging the pestle like a club. Thalia held her shield in front of her to block, but unbeknownst to Thalia, Baba Yaga was known to be an ogress, which meant her strength was undeniable. Thalia was sent flying back due to Baba Yaga's strength. Baba Yaga then moved back a bit and saw Lucian's scythe pass a centimeter away from her long nose. The ground where Lucian's scythe struck split apart, creating a small chasm. Lucian's pupils shrunk a bit as they moved and turned to look at the witch, who gazed at him with glowing purple eyes and a large, creepy smile. She swung her pestle once again, but due to Lucian's instincts, he managed to block it with the handle of his scythe. Unlike what she expected, Lucian didn't go flying. He stood his ground with his great strength. As their weapons locked, they both stared into each other's eyes. You have the power of foresight, don't you? Lucian asked, already knowing the answer. Hee. What do you think? I think it mustn't be that great if you still can't see your own demise in my hands, he coldly said. Thalia appeared in the sky, twirling her spear before plunging it down, like a lightning bolt striking the ground. As Baba Yaga held her weapon against Lucian with one hand, she used the other to conjure a shield above her. Thalia kept pressing down, causing cracks to form in the shield, but before she could continue, the shack came running towards her and kicked her off with its chicken feet. Galurk, Azura, Lucian casually called out. A stone giant and a six-armed giant with 3 heads appeared and rushed towards the chicken-footed house. Lucian then backed off a bit, spinning his scythe around to build momentum before he started slashing his blade at Baba Yaga. Due to Baba Yaga's age and experience, she wasn't defenseless. The two moved around the battlefield, reappearing and disappearing over and over, their weapons clashing and creating sparks. Hee. It looks like you can summon companions. Let's even the odds, she laughed excitedly as she took to the skies. She raised her green-hued hands in the air, laughing maniacally. Bone hands started to pop out from the ground, causing Lucian to curse, "This fucking bitch." The clouds darkened, but before the hands could fully emerge from the ground, lightning bolts struck them all at once. Thalia, I could fucking kiss you right about now, Lucian said as wings made of shadows appeared on his back, allowing him to fly towards Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, seeing her summoning fail, clicked her tongue in annoyance before maneuvering her hand to conjure bright green flames around her. Lucian conjured his own black flames, causing Baba Yaga to gain an impressed look. Their battle flashed and bathed the area in multiple colors. Flashes of black and green flames lit up the battlefield as the sound of metal clashing filled the air. As they fought, Thalia tried to strike Baba Yaga with lightning, but her power of foresight made her a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Galurk and Azura tackled the giant chicken shack. The shack opened its door mouth and breathed out green flames, but the combination of the two giants was too much for it to overcome. Galurk appeared behind the shack and held it off the ground while Azura's arms blurred, punching it relentlessly. The shack creaked and groaned as parts of it were destroyed. Galark then started squeezing the sides, causing it to cave in with loud, creaking noises. It wasn't long before the shack shattered like an old piece of dry wood, and as it shattered, Baba Yaga let out a devastated scream. "No, what have you done? You will pay for your sins," she cried out. The glow on her hand grew brighter as she sent thunderbolts of her magic power towards Lucian, each filled with the intent to kill. Lucian, using his danger sense, maneuvered around them, cutting them apart with his scythe. Thalia, seeing that Baba Yaga was blinded by rage at the destruction of her home and companion, secretly moved behind her. She took a deep breath and surrounded her spear with lightning until it turned fully blue. Thalia took aim like she was about to throw a javelin. The sound of a thunderclap was heard as she threw it, breaking the sound barrier. As Baba Yaga looked at Lucian with hate, she suddenly stopped. Squelch! A look of surprise appeared on her face as she looked down to see a spear coming out of her chest. Lucian then looked at her smugly. "Like I said, it mustn't have been that great if you weren't able to see your own death." Instead of looking frightened, the witch continued to smile as she reached out, took hold of the spear, and yanked it out of her. She reached into the mortar and pulled out a potion, which she quickly downed. The hole in her chest began to close as she looked at Lucian with disdain. "Your mother couldn't have been a great witch if she didn't teach you that we have potions ready for any occurrence. And I should thank that little lass for clearing my head. I'll have fun burning both of you alive." Thalia clicked her tongue. "I should have aimed for the head." Lucian, floating in the air, put a hand on his side and let out a sigh. "You just had to go and insult my mother." His eyes grew colder as he turned his scythe back into a ring. Baba Yaga looked at him in confusion, wondering why he would withdraw his weapon. Lucian reached over to his bat-like wings and pulled out his grimoire. He puffed his chest, fixing his posture as a dark red hue surrounded his hands and his eyes glowed red. He looked down at Baba Yaga with displeasure, and in a cold voice said, "I'll show you the power of the blood that courses through me. You will learn of the power passed down to me by my mother, and you will pay for your sins of even questioning it." Lucian thrust his arms forward, sending a bolt of his magic power, while Baba Yaga did the same. Sparks from their clash flew everywhere as they circled each other. Baba Yaga's eyes flashed purple, causing sweat to run down the side of her face. "What a monster!" she couldn't help but mumble, her face gaining an excited look. "Thalia," Lucian called out calmly, using only one hand in their power struggle, while Baba Yaga used two. "What?" Thalia asked as she bent down to pick up her spear. "Don't interfere," was all Lucian said as he flew higher, breaking their struggle, seeing it as pointless and a waste of magic. Lucian's dark red, glowing hands rotated in a circle, causing multiple magic circles to appear, all pointing directly at Baba Yaga. "Hee!" she giggled as she raised her hands in a clenched form. From those magic circles, multiple weapons appeared as he combined his two types of magic, tracing magic and curses. Now each weapon was imbued with curses. Even a scratch would afflict the target with an unknown curse. "I call this magic cursed weaponry." Lucian smirked as he sent all the weapons flying toward Baba Yaga. Whether they were axes, spears, swords, or pole arms, each was golden in color. Baba Yaga summoned her green flames, causing some of the weapons to melt upon contact, but some didn't. She flew around, dodging everything, her eyes glowing purple. "Hee! This is the most fun I've had in ages," she yelled excitedly, upside down while holding her mortar and dodging the weapons. Lucian floated in the air, moving his hands rapidly, causing the weapons that missed her to change direction and fly back toward her. Baba Yaga rapidly rotated her hands in circles, forming a green ball of magical energy between them. She then spread her arms, causing the ball to erupt in an explosion that hit every weapon coming her way. The weapons then changed into little butterflies, which started to fly away gingerly. "Tell me, boy, what is your name?" Lucian scoffed. "I know better than to give my name to a witch so casually," he said as he prepared to throw hexes and curses her way. His grimoire started flipping through its pages. Some pages stopped for a bit, gained a dark red hue, then continued flipping. That's probably smart. How about this? Just give me your first name. Even you must know I can't do anything with just that. As a witch, Baba Yaga was familiar with her own fair share of hexes and curses, so seeing what Lucian was doing, she started doing the same. Instead of magic circles, balls of magical energy formed around her. With Lucian's magic circle glowing in the dark, it illuminated his figure as he looked down at Baba Yaga with his glowing red eyes. He pointed his finger at her and said, "Very well, witch. Remember this name, and remember it well, as it will be the last name you'll ever hear. My name is Lucian, son of Medea, the witch of betrayal, and son of Hades, god of the underworld." Interesting. What an interesting lineage you possess, young. Baba Yaga laughed in joy, her eyes glowing purple, but was interrupted by something unexpected. Squelch. When Baba Yaga looked down, she was shocked to see a hand coming out of her chest holding her still-beating heart. As Baba Yaga opened her mouth, green blood spewed out, staining her purple robes. "But how cough? I had my foresight activated at all times," Baba Yaga managed to say. When she looked up toward Lucian, she saw him smirking as he slowly turned into purple mist. Lucian, who was behind her, kicked her back, causing Baba Yaga to fly off her mortar and land on the ground with a big thud. Staining the grass with her blood, her chest heaved as she tried to move, while Lucian slowly floated down toward her. "What I was seeing, cough, they were my abilities, were they?" Baba Yaga asked in a low voice as her breathing became shallow. "No," Lucian coldly admitted. "I made you believe that what you were seeing was your foresight. First, I implanted in you what I was going to do next, and executed it exactly. When you grew confident, I knew it was my moment to strike." Truly a frightening child. I take it all back. Your mother must have taught you well. Admitting it isn't going to save you from what I'm about to do next. Lucian reached out and plucked out her eyes. Baba Yaga screamed in agony. As Lucian pulled her eyeballs out, the optic nerves came with them. He had to stretch them slightly until they snapped, causing Baba Yaga further agony. "You monster! You demon child! Curse you! What did I do to deserve this?" Baba Yaga cried out as she slowly started to turn to dust. Lucian quickly pulled out 2 containers and 1 small leather bag, all enchanted with preservation spells. He placed the eyeballs and the beating heart in the containers, while he used his magic to will the dust into the bag. Thalia, standing to the side, held her stomach as she vomited. "What is wrong with you? That's disgusting. Stop being such a big baby. Eyes that could see into the future are a lot more valuable than you can possibly imagine." Still doesn't make it any less disturbing, Thalia said, wiping her mouth. "Hold that thought. Arise," Lucian said in a deep voice. 2 figures emerged. One was Baba Yaga. When she appeared, both Lucian and Thalia stared, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Instead of the old lady with a hunched back and a large nose, in front of them floated a busty woman with thick thighs and large breasts, while her nose was small and cute, like a button. Her face and skin the same color as Lucian's magic, dark red. She sat cross-legged on her broom, causing her short black dress to rise up her thighs while she tipped her large black witch hat toward Lucian. "Who the hell are you?" both Lucian and Thalia shouted, pointing at the seductress of a witch. The bust section which let out a cute giggle as she covered her mouth. "Why, of course, I'm Baba Yaga, silly master." "The hell you are," both Lucian and Thalia said at the same time, causing Baba Yaga to let out small giggles. She put her hand on her chin in a pondering manner. "I still can't tell how you managed to trick my foresight. It should have been impossible with just a missed illusion." Thalia and Lucian looked at each other before Lucian stepped forward and began to explain. "It was all thanks to curse weaponry. But none of the weapons hit me," Baba Yaga said, tilting her head in confusion. "Oh, but one did. It was a small dagger. The curse on it was pain nullification, which meant you couldn't feel it. I then surrounded it in purple mist to obscure it and make it invisible, and used the power of my shadow to make it almost undetectable. With your entire focus on the weapons flying around trying to hit you, You missed the small dagger that managed to scratch your cheek. As it scratched you, a bit of the purple mist entered the cut in your system, making tricking your senses practically easy. Baba Yaga clapped her hands rapidly. Impressive, using the magic from your other weapons to mask it as well, making it even more undetectable. I applaud your cunningness. How is she talking? Thalia finally asked. I can talk as well, Galark said as he approached Lucian with the second shadow that came to life, a house with chicken feet. Thalia waved off Galark. You were God. That's different. Lucian began to ponder about what had given Baba Yaga the ability to talk. The sequence. That's right. My ability grows the higher sequence I am. Making some of my shadows talk was just a small boon, but I think they need to be at a necessary strength to be able to actually talk, which Baba Yaga just so happened to naturally have. Wait, why do you look like that and not like the old green granny? This is how I originally looked. I used to test potions on myself to see what effects they would have on me. Due to the accumulation of all the potions, my skin started to turn green and my nose became that abnormal shape. What you are witnessing right now is how I originally looked in my prime, Baba Yaga proudly said as she puffed up her chest, causing it to jiggle back and forth. Thalia looked at Baba Yaga with a bit of apprehension before turning to Lucian. She isn't going to turn on us, is she? I mean, you did gouge out her eyeballs from their sockets. Baba Yaga let out a small laugh, causing her chest to wiggle slightly. There are no hard feelings. What he did was indeed the correct choice. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. Image. Lucian turned towards Thalia and gave her a thumbs up. See, everything is okay. She isn't going to become hungry for children again. Thalia's question caused Lucian to look at Baba Yaga a bit weirdly. So, why were you eating children? That's due to human influence and their beliefs. A child once went missing in the forest, and their village, when searching for them, found my hut. When I came out to inquire what was going on and try to help, they saw my grotesque appearance and immediately assumed I ate them. Since then, the word spread rather quickly that I ate children. The word kept spreading and no one doubted it to the point that it became a known fact and a part of my etymology. It became a part of me. I became someone who ate children for pleasure. I see. Lucian nodded. Thalia turned towards Lucian. You believe her? What if she's lying? Lucian shot down Thalia's suspicion. No, what she says sounds about right. For 2 reasons, he said, holding up 2 fingers. First, my shadows are physically incapable of lying to me. So, she can't be lying. Another possibility is that she's just stating what she believes to be true. Second, Hecate has confirmed to me that such a thing can happen. Your magic teacher? Thalia asked, to which Lucian nodded. She has told me to be careful of the titles I get on my journey. The human faith and beliefs are powerful things, which seems to have occurred to Baba Yaga. Fine, I'll drop my suspicion, but I'll still keep my eye on her if I were you, Thalia said as she narrowed her eyes towards Baba Yaga. Just then, Azura appeared, carrying 2 stacks of books in 2 hands and a mortar full of bottled potions in another. Lucian looked at the stack of books and then at Azura in confusion. Where did you even get those books from? With his free hand, Azura pointed towards the shadow hut with chicken feet. Ah, these belong to you, Lucian said, looking at Baba Yaga. She shook her head. Not anymore. These now belong to you, since you're now my master. So all that is mine is now all yours, she said seductively, lifting up his chin with one of her fingers. I really don't like you, Thalia said, narrowing her eyes even further. After Baba Yaga was done with her teasing, Lucian looked around to see if he had missed anything. He then noticed that he could turn the skeleton Baba Yaga barely managed to summon, which Thalia quickly disposed of into shadows. Arise, Lucian muttered, keeping his fear of skeletons in check. Around 30 dark red skeletons arose from the ground. Surprisingly, Lucian started to become dizzy, causing him to stagger back a bit. Thalia quickly caught him and anxiously asked what was wrong. Lucian chuckled shyly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. I overdid it with my magic. I'm running a bit empty here. My battle with Baba Yaga, resurrecting her, and then the skeletons took more out of me than I expected, especially resurrecting her. Baba Yaga reached over to the mortar of potions and pulled out a blue glowing potion. She handed it to Lucian. Here, this should help. As he downed it, he almost spat it out, but ultimately drank the whole thing. Oh my God, what is wrong with you witches and nasty-tasting potions? He whined, sticking his tongue out in disgust and holding his throat. Would it kill you to add some flavor? He continued to complain. After his magic recuperated, Lucian extended his hand, which gained a dark red hue. All of his skeleton shadows then turned into shadowy wisps that flew into his open palm. The wisps started to run in circles around his hand before they blended into one another. Lucian's other hand gained a similar hue and started moving in a circle on top of the black ball that was forming. He then clasped the top hand with the bottom one, enclosing the black ball in the middle, and softly closed his eyes. His hands moved and wiggled slightly as he maintained a look of deep concentration. After a while, he released a tired breath and opened his hand. In his hand was a small skeletal action figure with horns and dark red fire for eyes. He then threw the action figure into his shadow. Thalia was confused by his actions until she saw something that shocked her. From behind Lucian, a giant dark red skeletal figure began to form. Lucian was in the middle of the ribcage, while two giant bone-like arms appeared out. A giant skull with two large devil-like horns looked down at Thalia. Dark red flames blazed in its eye sockets, giving the skull a sense of life. Thalia let out a scream as she jumped back in fright and pulled out her shield and spear. "What is that thing?" she asked, pointing at it with her spear. Lucian's excitement overshadowed his fear as he laughed madly. "Ha ha ha! It worked." "What did?" Thalia asked, looking at the thing with apprehension. "My beautiful creation. I would have given you your original name, but I don't think the god would be very happy," Lucian muttered sadly while putting a hand on the ribcage that surrounded him. Seeing that it wasn't dangerous, Thalia lowered her weapons. "Why did you decide to give it devil horns? That just makes it creepier." "That's the point. It's for the intimidation factor." Lucian then made the figure disappear back into his shadow, letting out a sigh. He dusted off his hands. "Now then, for the thing I actually came to do." Lucian pulled out a bag of drachmas, knelt down towards the ground, and placed his hand on the grass, closing his eyes. After a while, the ground below his hand started to shake and then cracked open. A few seconds later, gems of various colors appeared. He put the gems in a leather bag and pulled the string from its side to close it, but it only closed partially, some of the gems and coins sticking out. He then held the bag in one hand, while two of his fingers in the other hand gained a dark red coloring. He slowly wrote words in ancient Greek before digging at the ground and burying the bag in the hole he created, then closed it. He dusted his hands once again and nodded. "That should do it." Lucian then turned towards Baba Yaga. "Does the chicken feet hut over there have rooms to sleep in?" Baba Yaga smiled and nodded. "Come, I'll show you what the inside looks like," she said, leading him and Thalia inside the shadowy hut. "I now have a portable house. That's nice," Lucian happily thought as he gingerly skipped his way inside. In the middle of the night, while Lucian slept, his eyes snapped wide open. Without hesitation, he rushed out and jumped straight from the window on the second floor. He saw a little mouse with a bag of golden coins and gems on its back, happily skipping away. The mouse heard the sound of fast footsteps and looked behind him, letting out a frightful screech as its eyes nearly popped out of its head. The mouse grabbed Lucian's pouch and stuffed it into his own little travel bag that was slung over his shoulder. Like magic, the pouch was sucked into the bag. The mouse dropped to all fours and started to run into the forest. As it was running away, it looked back and saw Lucian running efficiently, his arms moving accordingly, his posture straight, and his breathing even. The mouse started to cry and shed tears while dodging and weaving between the trees. Not far from Lucian's, the hut with chicken feet started following them. Both Baba Yaga and Thalia looked out the window as Lucian chased the mouse. What is he doing? Why is Lucian chasing the mouse and not capturing it? Thalia asked, confused. Thalia saw the mouse was starting to outrun Lucian, but before she could comment, she saw something that left her mouth agape. As Lucian ran after the mouse and saw it getting away, he jumped forward. As he jumped, his figure started to change shape. Hair started growing from his arms and legs, and his mouth elongated into a snout. When he landed back on the ground, he appeared as a black wolf with glowing red eyes. Did Lucian just transform into a freaking wolf? Is he a werewolf? Thalia screamed, pointing at the wolf running on all fours. Baba Yaga put a hand over her mouth and chuckled. No, silly, he's using magic. Here, let me show you. Thalia was confused until she was hit by Baba Yaga's spell. Her form started to shrink until she turned into a green frog. Ribbit! Baba Yaga snapped her fingers, undoing the spell. Thalia found herself on all fours on the floor in the same position as the frog. She blushed as she stood up. Don't you ever do that again, she glared at Baba Yaga. How did that feel? Baba Yaga asked. It felt uncomfortable, like you were forcing my body to compact into itself and take the form you pleased. Baba Yaga nodded. That's exactly what Master is doing, except instead of forcing the change onto others, he does it to himself. Think of it like shape-shifting magic, or a curse, like in Beauty and the Beast, or the Princess and the Frog. I say, you know about those fairy tales? Thalia pondered. Baba Yaga looked at Thalia in confusion. Of course, after all, where do you think they come from? They take inspiration from the myths and story about us. Thalia nodded in understanding before focusing her gaze back towards Lucian. Magic is amazing. It makes me almost jealous, she muttered. But still, why is Lucian doing this? You know what? Never mind. I can already guess. Thalia sighed. He always liked to play around with his so-called prey. And that's exactly what Lucian was doing, playing with his prey. Lucian gained sadistic pleasure watching the little mouse cry while trying to escape. The mouse took a deep breath as it ran and let out a loud screech that resounded throughout the forest. Oh, Baba Yaga muttered. Thalia snapped her head toward Baba Yaga. What do you mean, oh? Baba Yaga sighed. That was a call to the guardian of the forest. The guardian of the forest? Who's that? Thalia asked, unfamiliar with Slavic mythology. His name translates from Russian to from the forest. He is a deity of the forests, protecting them and their wildlife. Just as Lucian was still chasing the mouse, a blade of grass quickly grew underneath him. It grew so fast it knocked Lucian back with enough force to send him flying, crashing against the trees and breaking some apart. Even with his danger sense, Lucian wasn't fast enough to dodge it. The blade of grass grew to a giant size, towering over the trees. Ruhuayer. He is known as Lesnik or Leshy. The giant had blue cheeks, vivid green eyes, pale skin, and hair and beard made of grass and vines, making him appear as an old man. Seeing Lucian, Leshy made a fist and slammed it down towards him. But Lucian in his wolf form reacted quickly. He jumped to the side, then onto the arm, running up it. Lucian's wolf form then came undone, and in his hands were two swords. One was his bonded weapon, and the other was a sword made using his tracing magic. Thalia, seeing this, jumped on the window frame and surrounded herself with lightning. The lightning took the shape of gauntlets and boots. She then launched herself towards the giant, leaving a trail of lightning behind her. Meanwhile, Lucian ran both swords along the giant's arms, cutting them open and causing blood to spill out. However, instead of the usual red or golden color, the blood was a bright blue. The giant swung his hand over, trying to flatten Lucian like a mosquito. Unfortunately, Thalia was in the way and got hit as well. Lucian performed a backflip to get off the giant. When the giant lifted his hand to see if he got Lucian, all he saw was Thalia squatting with her shield to the side, unharmed. In a blur, she took off running with a spear in hand. She mimicked Lucian's earlier move, thrusting her spear into the giant's arm and cutting it as she ran up. Her speed was so great that the giant let out a loud cry of pain. Thalia then appeared by its shoulder, stuck her spear in its blue cheeks, and jumped down, holding onto the spear and letting gravity do its work. Bright blue blood escaped from the giant's cheeks, enraging it. The ground around them began to shake and tremble before splitting apart. Sharp roots sprung forth, each going for the kill. Erebura from the skies, Baba Yaga appeared, sending bolts of her magic power towards the roots, causing them to explode into harmless splinters. Meanwhile, Lucian, back on the ground, smirked. "Arise, Ain's old gown." From Lucian's shadow, a skeletal giant figure rose up and uppercut the giant, causing it to stagger back. The giant roared in anger and punched Ain's across the face, causing its jaw to come unhinged. The two giants began trading punches, the sound of their blows resounding throughout the entire forest. Trees were uprooted from the damage they caused. Baba Yaga flew around on her broom, providing support by destroying all the roots and thorns sent their way. Thalia rushed for the giant's heels and ran her spear right through them, causing the giant to become unbalanced. She quickly spun and plunged her spear into the other heel. "Just leave this forest, you parasites," Leshy shouted in pain and anger. "Nah, I'd win," Lucian said, a bit surprised that the giant talked. "What does that even mean?" Leshy began to shout, but Ain swung his fist once more across its face. As previously stated, Thalia was only afraid of heights when she was aware of them, but during fights, her fears became inconsequential. Thalia jumped into the air and started spinning in place. Lucian saw her and immediately knew what she was planning. Azura, Galurk, Ains, and Chicken Feet. "Hold him down," Lucian commanded. They did just that. Azura and Galurk both appeared from his shadow, tackling Leshy to the ground and causing it to roar in annoyance. "Let go of me, you undead parasites." Leshy struggled as they pinned him down, occasionally punching them off before they secured their hold. Ains, the giant skeleton, grabbed hold of Leshy's legs, while Chicken Feet came running and jumped, sitting down on the other leg. Thalia, still in the air and spinning like a blue saw, couldn't stay airborne much longer and came dropping down. Lucian and Baba Yaga watched as Thalia descended from the sky, her spear acting like a saw blade as it cut into the giant's head. The giant screamed in agony, its head splitting open like a watermelon against the relentless force of Thalia's spear. With one swift and powerful drop, Thalia finished the job. Lucian and Baba Yaga quickly moved to secure all of the giant's parts, from its unique blue blood to its heart, before the entire body began to turn into dust. "Arise," Lucian commanded, causing a guardian to appear in the giant's place, kneeling down before him. Meanwhile, Thalia stumbled off to the side, her balance compromised. "Too dizzy, can't walk straight." "Lucian, help," she called out before colliding face first with a tree. The others winced as she fell to the ground, clutching her forehead and rolling around in pain. "Ow!" Thalia cried out, her voice filled with frustration. "I blame this all on you, Lucian. If you hadn't been playing with your prey, we wouldn't have needed to fight a giant." "Sorry," Lucian responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Lucian then sank into his shadow, reappearing a minute later with a mouse and a treasure chest. The mouse, locked in a cage, looked defeated, its tiny hands gripping the iron bars like a prisoner. Lucian, however, smirked as he eyed the chest. "Just what I wanted. There's a reason why I hadn't caught it when it first appeared. I wanted to chase it into its home to see if it had any treasure, and luckily for us, it did," Lucian explained. Turning towards Baba Yaga, Lucian said, "Beatrice, help me take Thalia inside Chicken Feet, so we can go home." "Beatrice?" Baba Yaga muttered. "Yeah, your new name. I'm not going to keep calling you Baba Yaga. It's a mouthful." "Now then, comrades, although we couldn't taste the divine liquor that is vodka, I'd say we explored a good bit of the motherlands. So, although it pains me, we must cut the journey short," Lucian declared in a thick Russian accent as he walked towards Chicken Feet. Thalia, still holding her head and glaring at Lucian, slowly got up and followed him inside. Thalia and Lucian were seated in a diner, each with a burger in hand, wolfing it down. "Man, I forgot I was hungry," Thalia said with food in her mouth. Lucian nodded his head. "I even forgot that the whole reason we agreed to stop at Baba Yaga's shack was to eat something. Who would have thought our first date would be in a diner?" Lucian casually said as he went for the fries. Thalia ended up choking a bit on her food as she heard that and banged her chest before reaching over and taking a long sip of her drink. After catching her breath, she glared at Lucian. "Why would you say that? I almost died." Lucian snorted. "Just imagine, the daughter of the ruler of Olympus, cause of death, choking on food." After they finished, Lucian looked towards Thalia and asked if she was ready. Once she nodded, Lucian pulled her close, and they both sank into a shadow, reappearing in front of the camp property line. Seeing the camp, Thalia let out a sigh. At least the journey was fun. Lucian nodded before he started to walk away. "Well, I have something to do. I'll talk to you later." "Oh, Grover," Lucian called out as he walked through the forest with a plate of veggie enchilada in one hand and a cheese grater in the other. When Lucian found Grover, he was sitting in between a group of forest nymphs, his head resting on one of their laps while they giggled around him as he talked. His nose then wiggled as his head snapped towards where the delicious smell was coming from. He raised a hand as he saw Lucian. "Yo, Lucian." Lucian handed him the plate and high-fived him. "Yo, man, I didn't mean to interrupt what this is." He motioned towards everything around Grover. "Nah, it's all cool. So why the visit?" "I came to bribe you." Grover sat up and looked at Lucian with confusion before looking at the cheese grater. "And what's that for?" "To get some of your hoof dust." MMHM. Lucian responded, tilting his head. Grover was seen eating his enchiladas with an ashamed look while Lucian closed up a little bag he had in his hands. "And to think I sold my body for some food, what have I become?" Grover lamented while stuffing his mouth with food. Lucian rolled his eyes. "It's not that serious, dude. Maybe for you it's not. You're not the one that had to sell his body. I understand more than I would like to. Thanks for your hoof dust, though," Lucian said with a sigh as he started walking away. "What? Wait, what do you mean by that?" Grover asked, but Lucian didn't answer and waved while walking ahead. Lucian was in his secret chamber in front of his cauldron with his brand new assistant by his side. "The 1,000 golden drachmas, please, Beatrice," Lucian said, ready to begin stirring. Beatrice grabbed a bag that was filled to the brim with coins and emptied it all out in the cauldron. Lucian stirred and stirred until all the coins melted into liquid gold. "Did you extract the essence yet?" Lucian asked Beatrice. "Yes, master," she sweetly said as she showed Lucian a small bottle with a white sparkling liquid in one hand and the body of a dead mouse that appeared to have had its soul sucked out in the other. "Pour it in," Lucian said. As Beatrice did, Lucian turned towards the dead mouse and stuck out his hand. "Wakey, wakey." A small shadow soldier appeared to the mouse with a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and a small pouch to the side. "Your name now shall be Jefferson," Lucian said with a serious tone. Jefferson made a military salute before sinking into Lucian's shadow, while Lucian turned back and continued stirring with the now added liquid. Seeing that the liquid was bubbling, Lucian then demanded 5 pounds of griffin feathers. Beatrice grabbed a pillowcase from her side and emptied all the feathers inside. After it was done, Lucian called for the next 2 ingredients. "Now, for the manticore venom essence." Beatrice brought out a green vial and poured it in. "And finally, the hoof powder," Lucian said. Beatrice took out the small bag, opened it, and emptied the brown powder into the cauldron, giving the liquid a beautiful golden shine. After they poured the potion into a glass flask, Lucian studied it for a bit. The liquid inside was golden with silver marks around it. Lucian downed it in one gulp and stuck his tongue out. "Whoa, it tastes like I just bit into a coin. Not a pleasant taste." Lucian then started grunting in pain, holding his body, which unfortunately lasted for about 30 minutes. He was on the floor, gasping for air when the pain vanished. When it was over, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to study himself. Let's see what has improved first," he muttered as he closed his eyes. "My spatial awareness, my danger sense, and my endurance have all become stronger. And what's this, so has my intuition. Neat. Now for what I'm able to do as a treasure seeker." Oh, wow. "This is amazing," Lucian muttered. "My first ability as a treasure seeker is clairvoyance. The ability to gain information about an object, person, or location from a distance. This allows the seeker to scout ahead and identify potential threats or treasures without physically being there. Next is psychometry, the power to read the residual energies and memories associated with an object. By touching a treasure or artifact, the seeker can learn about its history, previous owners, and any hidden dangers it might carry. Next is something called pathfinding, an innate sense that guides the treasure seeker along the safest and most efficient routes to their goal. This ability helps them avoid traps, pitfalls, and dangerous creatures that guard the treasure. I think I just began Magneto. Magnetic manipulation, the capability to manipulate magnetic fields, aiding in the detection of metallic treasures buried underground or hidden within metallic structures. And last but not least, although it's a simple ability, it has many uses. Navigation, proficient in reading maps, understanding landmarks, and using compasses or other navigational tools to find their way through unknown territories. After Lucian finished studying his powers, he nodded in satisfaction. Honestly, he was more than satisfied. As he was getting up, Lucian began to ponder something. Wait, now that I have bigger control over metal, does that mean I'm able to manipulate blood a bit better than before? I'm slowly becoming unstoppable. 1.5 weeks later, Lucian had 3 metal balls floating on top of his hands, spinning in circles while he leaned his head back against a tree. Annabeth approached him with a large smile on her face. Seeing her expression, Lucian smiled back. Based on your expression, I take it you finished digesting the librarian potion? Annabeth lifted her chin proudly. What do you think? So, what were you able to learn about being a librarian? Lucian asked curiously. Annabeth gestured with her thumb to the side, as if counting. 1. The importance of organized knowledge. To maintain order, books and information must be organized and placed accordingly. Otherwise, it leads to chaos. She then held out her index finger. 2. Although keeping knowledge safe is important, it's meant to be shared and passed on. She extended her middle finger. And 3. Information is power, but also a responsibility. With access to knowledge comes the duty to share it wisely and ethically, guarding against misuse of sensitive or dangerous information. I see. Did you have fun? Lucian asked as he manipulated the metal balls over his fingers. Annabeth shrugged. It was all right. Not like any of the adventures I've had before. Looks like someone is slowly turning into an adrenaline junkie, Lucian teased. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Well, when most of my life has been an adventure, a slow life seems boring at times. Luckily for you, you and I are going on an adventure, Lucian said smugly, stacking the 3 metal balls on top of one another on his fingertip. Oh, are we going to find the labyrinth? Annabeth asked excitedly, recalling what she needed for her next potion. But isn't it going to be difficult? The entrance is hard to find, not to mention navigating through it, she added. Wait, did I not tell you about the abilities I gained from the treasure seeker potion? Lucian asked. Annabeth shook her head. I was too busy with the library, and you were doing who knows what. My bad. I was busy testing my new abilities and getting the other sequences, Lucian explained unapologetically. Wait, you already know what your next ones are? Annabeth asked in surprise. Lucian smiled, not replying. I can't say more, but I'll tell you what abilities I received. After he finished, Annabeth looked at him with her mouth agape. What, that's so broken. Why, thank you, Lucian smiled. Well, at least that solves most of our problems, but we still need to find the Deadlas blueprint essence and 5 celestial bronze ingots for the main ingredients, and a feather of Icarus, core of an automaton, tail hair of a sphinx, and Mermeek's spoil of war for the supplementary, Annabeth listed. Well, what are you waiting for? Get ready so we can go, Lucian said, shooing her away. Once more, Annabeth rolled her eyes but complied. A few minutes later, she returned wearing a tank top with her hair in a ponytail, tight khaki shorts, brown adventuring boots, and her daggers and her purple pouch by her side. Lucian snorted as he saw her. All right, Ms. Adventure, let's go, he said, standing up and leading the way. So, what does it look like when you use your Pathfinder abilities? Annabeth asked curiously. I just sense it, like I know which steps to take to reach where I want to go, Lucian explained. If I step off the path, it corrects itself and guides me back, he added as he walked back to where he had been previously. So, like intuition? Kinda yeah, it's all just a feeling. All right, we're here, Lucian said before he started walking towards the mounted rocks. Wait, what? Annabeth asked, confused by Lucian's statement. I mean, the entrance to the labyrinth is just there, Lucian said, pointing in between the rocks of Zeus's fist. Annabeth looked at Lucian with a straight expression and started to slowly blink. You're serious? Yeah, I mean, I did say that the entrance was closer than you would think. I thought you meant like a town over or a city over or something, not 10 steps away from where you were sitting, Annabeth said, turning and pointing toward the tree Lucian had been resting by. Lucian just grinned before asking, well, are you coming or not? And jumping into a hole between the rocks. Of course, I'm coming, she muttered before climbing up and jumping down the crevice. Catch me, Lucian, Annabeth yelled, her voice echoing through the dungeon. Lucian, already on the ground, extended his arms as she fell into them. Seeing that she was in his arms, Annabeth smiled mischievously, wrapped her arms around his neck, and swung her feet. My hero, she said, batting her eyelashes and kissing him on the cheek. Lucian chuckled as he put her down. Once on the ground, Annabeth reached in her pouch and pulled out a flashlight, seeing as it was really dark and difficult to see. Seeing Lucian just staring at her, she looked at him in confusion. What? Lucian reached into a shadow and pulled out 2 lime green bottles that were glowing in the dark. Here, drink this, he said, handing her one and drinking one of his own. Annabeth was confused but still did as Lucian instructed. Lemonade. She then started blinking a bit and noticed that she could see much clearer now without the flashlight. Ah, I see. So it was a night vision potion, Annabeth said, nodding appreciably. Follow my every move. Lucian warned her and began to walk, while Annabeth did as she was told and followed behind him. What do you think we'll see in here? Annabeth asked with an adventurous spirit. Lucian didn't immediately respond. He jumped over a tile, and as Annabeth did the same, he turned around and flicked one of the metal balls to the tile they just passed. The walls from where the tiles passed slammed into one another, creating a loud noise before they went back to where they were. That, Lucian finally answered her question. Point taken, Annabeth nodded. As they walked, they dodged many traps while Lucian showed Annabeth what they did. Some shot out poisonous darts, some caused the floor to part, exposing a pitfall to spikes, and a part of the roof came down with spikes under it. The last one shot out a large ball of earth that came rolling their way. Neither Lucian nor Annabeth looked the least bit frightened by it. Annabeth knew Lucian could take care of it, and Lucian knew he could take care of it. He spread his legs out a bit, squatting while getting into a punching position. As the ball rolled towards them, Lucian yelled as he sent out a punch, causing cracks to appear before it crumbled completely. Do you always need to show off? Annabeth asked with a teasing look. Always, Lucian replied proudly before they both continued exploring the labyrinth. As Annabeth and Lucian continued to walk through the labyrinth, Lucian turned towards her with a mischievous smirk. Want to go off on side quests before heading to where we really need to go? Annabeth raised an eyebrow, pondering the idea briefly before giving Lucian a smirk of her own. Sure, let's go and have some fun. That's the spirit. Lucian cheered, marching and leading the way. Annabeth playfully rolled her eyes at Lucian's antics and followed after him. Before we continue, just a warning, don't believe everything you see. This labyrinth is tricky, it has self-awareness and is very malicious, Lucian cautioned. Annabeth nodded, her expression growing serious. They continued making twists and turns until a fog started to appear, slowly covering the ground. They ventured further into the fog until they reached its source, a door that was ajar, with fog slowly escaping from the open space. Well, isn't this a warm welcome? Lucian said sarcastically. Ladies first, Lucian said, turning towards Annabeth. Annabeth looked at Lucian as if he were crazy. You want me to go into this suspicious-looking room first? Do you want me to die or something? Lucian rolled his eyes. Stop exaggerating, you drama queen. Look, I'll even go first, deal. Lucian teased as he slowly opened the door a bit and slipped through the gap without opening the door all the way. Oh God. Oh my God. Annabeth's face paled upon hearing Lucian scream. "Lucian!" she cried out, bursting through the door. She looked around the foggy room and saw Lucian leaning back against the wall, covering his mouth to stop himself from laughing. When he saw Annabeth looking at him unamused, Lucian started holding his stomach as he laughed. Annabeth slowly pulled out her daggers and walked towards Lucian, causing his laughter to die down. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what are you doing?" Lucian said with an awkward smile. "Giving you something to laugh about." "It's just a prank, bro," Lucian said, motioning for her to calm down. "When I gut you, I'll say it's a prank as well, and it'll all be fine," she said coldly. As she approached, Lucian spun around and hugged her from behind. "Let's just put the knives down for a bit." Lucian saw Annabeth side-eyeing him with a straight face. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. "There, better, right?" Annabeth blushed a bit but still looked a little pissed, so Lucian kissed her other cheek. "How about now?" He kissed her other cheek again and asked, "And now?" Lucian repeated the action until Annabeth was bright red, which caused him to chuckle and let go. As he let go, he walked towards the singular object in the room, the source of all the fog, a treasure chest. Annabeth, who was behind him, fanned her hot face as she was still a bit red. Lucian didn't detect any life force from the chest, so he got on one knee and went to open it. Annabeth, who had managed to calm herself, asked, "You sure it's safe?" "Yeah, I checked," Lucian said as he reached his hand over. His danger sense warned him of the danger, causing him to quickly pull his hand away. The chest opened, exposing sharp teeth, and tried to chomp down where Lucian's hand had just been. Sonofa, Lucian stood up and kicked the chest in anger, causing it to go flying back and crash against the wall. "You fucker! How dare you almost bite me!" The chest jumped up a bit and started to shake its body, trying to orient itself. "I thought you said you checked?" Annabeth asked. "I did. It must be the fog it's releasing. It acts as a suppressant towards detection," Lucian said as he saw the chest stick out a large red tongue and start to drool. The chest then started to bounce rapidly, making its way towards Lucian. Although it didn't have eyes, Lucian could feel it looking at him with hunger. As it lunged at Lucian, its mouth fully opened. Lucian's shadow blinked behind it and grabbed it by its body. It let out growls and tried to escape Lucian's grip, chomping its jaws open and shut. Lucian turned it towards Annabeth and looked at her with puppy dog eyes and pouty lips. "Annabeth," Lucian called out in a whining tone. "Can we keep it?" "What?" "No, and you better not give it a name. You'd get too attached," Annabeth replied like a typical mother. Lucian looked to the side, unable to meet Annabeth's eyes. "You already gave it a name, didn't you?" Annabeth asked in exasperation. "Maybe. And what did you name it?" "Tony Chomper. Tony Chomper. Tony Chomper." Lucian nodded in confirmation. The mimic continued to bark and growl, snapping its jaws. Annabeth covered her eyes with a hand, letting out a sigh. Before Lucian could react, Annabeth pulled out her dagger and threw it at Tony Chomper, piercing its body. Tony Chomper let out a whimper as its body slowly turned to dust, releasing drachmas, jewels, and other accessories. Tony Chomper!" Lucian shouted in despair. "You monster! How could you?" Lucian cried out towards Annabeth. Lucian dropped to his knees, picking up the dust particles and the items it released, bringing them close to him. Tony Chomper, come back to me, I beg of you," Lucian cried, hugging the dust and everything it released. "We had so many memories together. Like the time it tried to bite me, like when I kicked it against the wall. Why I named it, and when Sniff, and when I adopted him as my son." Annabeth had a hard time deciding whether to feel bad, laugh, or cry at what she was witnessing. "Woof." Lucian cried harder. "It's like I can still hear his sweet, sweet voice." Annabeth looked at the black and red mimic behind Lucian, acting like a dog awaiting its owner, with its tongue out as it wagged its body. "Woof." Lucian's head snapped towards the noise, and he stared in disbelief, reaching out his trembling hands towards the mimic. Tony Chomper, boy, is that really you?" Lucian asked with tears streaming down his face. "Woof." The mimic bounced towards Lucian and jumped into his open arms. "It really is you." Lucian started kissing the top of the chest. I'm sorry, boy. I'm sorry for letting that monster get to you. I won't ever let that monster get to you again. The mimic started licking Lucian's face while Lucian laughed, happily moving his face from the licks. Annabeth just stared in disbelief before chuckling and shaking her head. You're such a clown. Lucian wiped away his fake tears and stood up, doing a bow alongside the mimic, like they had just finished a play. Thank you. Thank you, Lucian said as he bowed. I won't be signing any autographs. I'm sorry. Lucian started blowing kisses. I love you all, and come again for more. Who are you even talking to? Annabeth said, rolling her eyes. Isn't it obvious? To the person who's monitoring us, Lucian said with a smile as he looked toward a mechanical little fly on the wall. Annabeth slowly turned towards Lucian and stared at him in disbelief. But Lucian wasn't looking at her. He gave the little fly a creepy smile as he slowly waved hello towards it. Lucian and Annabeth were walking side by side. Annabeth had her daggers out, scanning the vicinity. Stop being so paranoid, Lucian said, rolling his eyes. How can you expect me to be calm after knowing we were being watched? I wouldn't even be aware of it if you hadn't told me, Annabeth replied. Lucian's head turned, and a black dagger went past his face. He then felt something appear behind him. It swung its arm towards him, but Lucian grabbed it, flipped it to the floor, and stomped on its neck, causing it to puff into golden dust. Is that what I think it is? Annabeth asked, looking around and noticing shadowy figures, each masked with daggers that emitted a purplish hue, resembling typical ninjas except for the shadowy trail around them. Lucian sighed and nodded. Shadow stalkers, he said as he and Annabeth stood back to back. Annabeth then recounted everything she knew about them. When a ninja or ronin dies, failing to complete their missions, their spirits don't move on. They become one with the shadows and continue killing, trying to regain their honor. Out of the corner of her eye, Annabeth saw a shadow figure. She reacted in time, blocking one of its daggers with her own and slashing its arm off before ducking under its other dagger that was aimed at her neck. As she ducked, she grabbed its extended arm and jammed her dagger into its neck before stabbing in the eyes in 2 quick successions, causing it to turn into golden dust. Although they are very fragile, they make up for it with their stealth, as they are very difficult to detect. Thank you, Professor Annabeth, Lucian said as he turned his scythe into a chain sickle. Lucian spun the sickle around until it looked more like a saw. Although they were difficult for Annabeth to detect, the same couldn't be said for Lucian, as he could see them as clearly as day. The shadow stalkers were running around them, trying to confuse them and remain undetected. Lucian swung his sickle, aiming it ahead of one, predicting its path. It tried to block with its dagger by crossing it in front of itself in an X shape, but Lucian's weapon, made from strong material, cut through the daggers. The shadow stalker tried to dodge, but Lucian's weapon was faster, slicing a large part of its stomach, turning it into dust. Lucian stepped on the chain, causing the saw blade to change direction, aiming toward another. They all came at Lucian and Annabeth with their daggers ready, but together, Lucian and Annabeth managed to kill all the shadow stalkers. Annabeth reached into her bag and pulled out a card with a symbol that read Fireball. As she threw it, it turned into a fireball, exploding on impact and turning 2 of the shadow stalkers into dust. 2 o'clock, Lucian said. Annabeth turned and threw a dagger without hesitation, catching the shadow stalker by surprise and embedding the dagger in its forehead. Last one at 6, Lucian said. Annabeth pulled another card that read Icicle Spear, which transformed into a large spear made of ice, killing the last shadow stalker. When they were done, Lucian scoffed. How dare they attack me? Don't they know who my father is? Annabeth looked at Lucian weirdly. Why did you say that in a British accent? Lucian shrugged his shoulders. Just felt right. Annabeth rolled her eyes and held out her hand. The card she had thrown floated back to her and started piling up in her hand before she put them inside her pouch. Meanwhile, Lucian turned the shadow stalkers into his own army. After they were both done, they continued their journey. Not a minute had passed when they ran into a trap, a gaping abyss in the floor with no visible end, and above it, rows of bars. Monkey bars. This is unique, Annabeth said as she jumped and held on the bars, starting to swing her way across. As Annabeth was swinging across, she saw something floating near her out of the corner of her eye. When she turned her head to look, she gained a straight face. Lucian was sitting on a broom, leaning his head against Beatrice's large bosom with a content expression. "Truly a seat fit for a king," Lucian said, satisfied. Annabeth's eye twitched a bit before she continued swinging. They both landed back on the ground at the same time. Annabeth continued to look at Lucian, who now had a disappointed expression as he dismounted. They then arrived in front of a door. As they entered, they noticed a bunch of skeletons hanging on the walls and realized they were in some kind of classroom. Iron bars dropped by the door behind and in front of them. Disco lights appeared, followed by music, and a large light focused on a monster. The monster was a sphinx with the body of a lion and the head of a woman. Her hair was tied in a ponytail with too much makeup applied to her face. She had a large blue ribbon that read, "This monster has been rated exemplary. Welcome, everyone, and get ready to play. Answer that riddle," the Sphinx announced as the sound of an audience clapping and cheering filled the room. Annabeth leaned in and proudly whispered, "Let me take care of this. I know what she's going to say. Win, and you receive fabulous prizes. Fail, and I get to eat you," the Sphinx said excitedly, looking at the two of them. "Now, who will be the contestant here today?" Annabeth walked confidently toward the contestant podium, pushing a skeleton out of the way without a second glance. "Welcome, Annabeth Chase," the Sphinx said without Annabeth having to say her name. "Are you ready for your test?" "Yes," Annabeth confidently said. "Ask your riddle." 20 riddles, actually," the Sphinx said smugly. But back in the old days, Annabeth began, only to be cut off by the Sphinx. "Oh, we've raised our standards. To pass, you must show proficiency in all 20. Isn't that great?" Although this wasn't what Annabeth was expecting, she remained confident. "Uh-huh," she said plainly. "Just ask your riddles already, lady." A drum roll sounded above them as an excited glint shone in the Sphinx's eyes. Lucian watched with a small smile, arms crossed, leaning against the iron bars. "What is the capital of Bulgaria?" the Sphinx asked. Annabeth had a confused expression, not by the question itself, but by the manner of it. "Sophia, but—" "And you are correct," the Sphinx interrupted as the applause grew louder. The Sphinx grinned widely, exposing her sharp canines. "Please be sure to mark your answers clearly on the test with a 2B pencil." A booklet and a sharpened pencil appeared next to Annabeth. She skimmed through the booklet. "These aren't riddles, they're just stupid trivia questions," she exclaimed, slamming the booklet down on the podium. The Sphinx ignored her. "Be sure to bubble your answers clearly, and if you erase, do so completely or the machine won't know your answer." Annabeth saw a grading machine with the letter H. Frustration grew on Annabeth's face. "What about the riddles?" "Now then, what's the square root of 16? the Sphinx asked. "4, but what?" "Correct. Which president signed the Emancipation Proclamation?" "Abraham Lincoln. Let me talk." "Correct. How much?" Annabeth didn't let her finish. She jumped on top of the podium and then over the Sphinx, landing on its lion body. She grabbed the ponytail and yanked it down, causing the Sphinx to let out a roar while looking up until it saw a golden dagger right by its eye. "Listen here, you ponytail bitch," she spat venomously. "Next time you decide to interrupt me when I'm speaking, there will be dire consequences." Lucian had tears in his eyes as he covered his mouth. "Oh, how fast they grow." The Sphinx roared again, trying to buck Annabeth off, but Annabeth had her legs wrapped around tightly. She pulled down harder, causing another loud roar. The Sphinx shook Annabeth off a bit, but she grabbed her other dagger and thrust it into the Sphinx, causing it to roar in pain. Annabeth used the dagger as a handle to swing around to the Sphinx's neck, wrapping her legs tightly. She yanked the dagger out and stabbed the Sphinx in the neck, splashing her face with its blood. "Roar!" It roared in pain, thrashing about and crashing against the answer machine and podium. Annabeth gritted her teeth and continued stabbing its neck until it became lethargic. Once it slowed down, she switched back to its back, pulled on its ponytail, and stabbed it in the eyes, driving the dagger deep. The Sphinx let out one final cry before exploding into golden sand. Annabeth rolled on the floor before standing back up. She swiped the blood from her eyes and spat to the side. Then she went over and kicked the dust repeatedly. "Here, that's what I think about you and your stupid trivia," she yelled, continuing to kick the sand until she was puffing for air. Lucian let out a whistle and slowly clapped. "Annabeth Chase, I am impressed." The iron bars then lifted, revealing that the passage was now open. Annabeth stomped forward. "Just shut up and let's go already. That stupid Sphinx put me in a bad mood." Lucian chuckled in amusement, picking up her spoils of war and following her out. Lucian walked behind Annabeth, his hands behind his head, amused as she stomped along in anger. Due to her frustration, she didn't notice an archway leading to a patch of greenery, but Lucian did. He froze on the spot and did a double take, making sure he was seeing it correctly. A few feet away stood Pan, the Greek god of the wilderness. He looked like a typical satyr, except for his tired and defeated appearance. Pan and Lucian locked eyes without saying a word. Lucian slowly used his hand to cover his face and pretended he hadn't seen anything, then continued walking while still covering part of his face. "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything," Lucian kept repeating to himself. Lucian then controlled his shadow tentacle to lift Annabeth off the ground. Annabeth looked back at Lucian, confused. "What are you doing? Need I remind you that you don't know where the traps are? I can't have you walking around in front," he said as he walked towards her. Annabeth blushed a bit. "Oh, right, sorry. It's just that stupid Sphinx got me so angry," she said, crossing her arms in frustration as she remembered the Sphinx. Asking such simple trivia. Who does she think I am? If you're going to be named the master of riddles, then have some prepared that could challenge my intellect. She grumbled, and Lucian just chuckled as she looked like a little kid throwing a tantrum with the way the tentacle was holding her up. Lucian walked up to her and pinned a blue ribbon to her. Annabeth looked down in confusion as Lucian started to walk forward with her being carried by the shadow tentacle. "So, when are you going to put me down?" Annabeth asked, a bit embarrassed to be treated like that. Lucian put on a pondering expression. How about when you answer some of my riddles?" he said with a smirk. Annabeth smiled. "All right, hit me with your best." Lucian nodded. "What's the capital of Germany?" "Berlin." Annabeth reached down, took off a shoe, and flung it towards Lucian. "That's just more trivia." Lucian cackled maniacally as he caught it before throwing it back to her. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Annabeth caught her shoe and put it back on before swinging her feet and thinking about the answer. She then smirked as she cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled out the answer. An echo. A few seconds later, they heard the echo come back to her, causing her to smirk. "Ding, ding, ding. 10 points for Ravenclaw," Lucian said. Annabeth puffed out her chest with pride. "All right, then here's another. What can run but never walk, has a mouth but never talks, has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps?" "Come on," Annabeth said with a playful scoff. "If you're going to give me riddles, at least make them challenging." "Oh yeah, Miss Smarty Pants, what's the answer?" "It's obviously a river," she said arrogantly. Before Lucian had a chance to retort or say that the answer was correct, they arrived at a door with the Greek symbol Eta, or H, which was the symbol of Hephaestus. "Look at what we have here," Lucian said as he put Annabeth down next to him. Behind the door, they heard the sound of metal clanging against metal. Annabeth and Lucian looked at each other before Lucian went and knocked on the door. "Housekeeping." They heard grumbling before a man's voice shouted, "No one's home." "I come in anyways." "What?" "I said no one's home." "Go away." "I come in anyways." Lucian smirked as he pushed open the door. Annabeth and Lucian were then blasted with a wave of heat that caused them to begin sweating. "Sorry, sir. I just really wanted to meet you," Lucian said respectfully. Hephaestus, who was by his forge, looked towards the entrance in annoyance. "Didn't I say to go?" "Oh, it's you. Come on in." Annabeth looked nervous, meeting one of the 12 Olympians for the first time. Sir, Lord Hephaestus, you aren't mad that we just barged in?" "Of course I am," Hephaestus gruffed. "But I like the kid. so I'm willing to forgive him. Lucian turned towards Annabeth and gave her a cocky smirk with a peace sign. My good looks must be irresistible if even the gods are affected, he said arrogantly. Hephaestus stopped swinging his hammer and looked at Lucian in disgust before ignoring him and returning to his work. So what do you want, kid? Hephaestus asked. Just wanted to meet you and perhaps make friends with a god, Lucian said with a grin. Hephaestus boisterously laughed, the sound resounding throughout the warm forge. Friend with the gods, he says. You are just as impudent as I heard. Lucian didn't look the least bit offended and shrugged his shoulders. Never hurts to try. Hephaestus scoffed before taking a good look at Lucian. He then looked at him in confusion. Hey kid, you sure you aren't one of my own? If you could control the dead and darkness, then maybe, Lucian shrugged. Annabeth looked between the two of them and then asked, Why would you ask him that? Hephaestus looked at Annabeth before focusing back on his work. His talent in the way of the blacksmith is just like, if not higher than, all of my children. Annabeth looked at Lucian, remembering one of the potions that gave him such talents. If you two are done with your little visit, you can head the same way you came from, Hephaestus said, not paying them any more attention. Yeah, we got it. We've overstayed our welcome, Lucian said, waving him off and walked out, with Annabeth soon following. I'll come bother you at a different time, Lucian said with a hidden smirk. Don't, Hephaestus replied instantly. Just as Lucian exited and the door was closing behind him, Hephaestus called out to him, Oh, and kid, thanks for taking care of my children and giving them a chance to participate in the constructions project you did. With that, the door finally closed behind them. Did God just thank you? Annabeth asked in surprise. Lucian brushed his shoulders off arrogantly. I've always been known to accomplish the impossible. Annabeth rolled her eyes. All right, Mr. Impossible, take us to our goal. I think we have explored enough. We can continue exploring another time, she suggested. Lucian nodded. Very well then, follow me. Well, that sure was an interesting encounter, Lucian said with his hands in his pockets. But I wonder what he's doing down here. Annabeth asked curiously. This is probably the only place he can be away from people. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. Annabeth nodded in understanding, then put a finger by her lip and tilted her head in confusion. But I thought he was supposed to be ugly and look hideous. He doesn't look ugly, in my opinion. Lucian nodded. That's because you're using mortal standards. By mortal standards, of course, he isn't ugly. If he were, I doubt he would have had as many children as he does. But the same can't be said for the standards of the gods, especially the standard of the queen of the gods. To her, he appeared grotesque enough to fling him off Mount Olympus. I see, she muttered. I feel a bit bad for him. Well, don't, since I don't think he would appreciate it very much. Plus, he already had his revenge. Right? Annabeth nodded, remembering the tale. The throne he created for her. Lucian nodded in confirmation. As he was nodding, he heard the sound of something charging towards him. When he looked to see what it was, he saw an automaton bull charging towards him with its head down, pointing its horn at him. Steam puffed out from its nose as it charged. Annabeth withdrew her daggers, which were like short swords in her hands, and got into a fighting position. Lucian simply looked at her and shook his head. There is no need. While still looking at her, Lucian took a hand out of his pocket and held it towards the bull before motioning it downwards. The bull's head dropped towards the ground, causing it to trip on its own feet and slide on the ground towards Lucian's feet. Lucian simply put his foot on its nose. M-O-O! It yelled out, trying to stand up, but couldn't, as it felt something pressing down on it. It tried to open its mouth and breathe fire, but that same pressure was keeping its mouth shut. Lucian then began walking up its face before moving toward its back. He crouched down and put a hand on the center of its body. Annabeth heard the sound of something creaking and rupturing before the top of the bull ripped open, and out came a metal ball, which glowed slightly as Lucian caught it in his hands. Annabeth saw the eyes of the bull power down as it stopped struggling. Here, Lucian called out as he threw the metal ball towards Annabeth, who caught it with both hands. As she studied it and was about to put it in her little pouch, it then hit her. The tail hair of the sphinx. What? Lucian asked. Annabeth crouched down and let out a yell in frustration. It was one of the ingredients I needed. I forgot to get the tail hair. Now we have to find and kill a different one, she grunted. A part of Lucian's shadow reached out into his hand and dropped something in his palm, which he started to shake around. Annabeth looked surprised. But how? She asked in amazement. When someone stormed off angrily, they forgot to get the spoils of war. Luckily for you, it just happened to be its tail. Lucian smirked before shaking his head. What would you do without me? He said patronizingly. Annabeth let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. Lucian simply nodded as he threw the tail towards her, which she caught and put into her pouch. As he walked off the bowl, his shadow extended out and swallowed it. Come, we're close to where we need to get to, Lucian said, walking ahead. After navigating a few traps and twists and turns, they arrived at a door with a triangle in the middle, the Greek letter delta. Annabeth reached out her hand towards it. I remember seeing these a few times around here, and when I jumped down the hole, it was by the entrance. As she touched it, it started glowing a bluish color before the door began to shake and opened. As Lucian and Annabeth stepped inside, the room looked very beautiful. It contained many laptop computers, easels with blueprints, and various pieces of art. There was a man in his 50s sitting behind an office desk with a laptop in front of him, dressed in casual clothing. He had short gray hair and a short gray beard, with a purple mark around his neck. I see. So the two of you found my workshop, he said, leaning back in his chair. Who are you? Annabeth asked in confusion. That's the guy that was watching us earlier and the one that built this place, Lucian informed her. What? I know this place belongs to Deadlas. I recognize the symbols anywhere, but that shouldn't be possible. He should be long dead. Oh, his body is long dead, all right. What we are looking at isn't his real body. A weary expression came over Deadlas. So you can already tell. I'm a son of Hades. I can detect the life force of beings, something you do not possess. Wait, so you're saying this is some sort of artificial body he created? Annabeth asked in amazement. Lucian nodded and raised his hand slightly, causing Deadlas's hands to go up, earning a look of surprise from him. What? How are you doing this? It shouldn't be possible, Deadlas said, looking at his raised hands. Remembering what she had just witnessed a few moments ago, Annabeth muttered, so he's an automaton. Lucian released him and nodded. Correct. Deadlas grumbled at having his secret revealed so quickly. So, what do you kids want? Are you too lost or something? Something, Lucian and Annabeth said at the same time. We are in need of one of your blueprints, Lucian said as he started walking around, studying everything. He noticed 4 wings hanging around, all looking modified and perfected. Then he noticed a different one, white with a few feathers melted off. For what? Deadlas asked, looking at them suspiciously. It's for a potion we are creating, one of the main ingredients, Annabeth explained. Lucian reached out his hand and touched it. As soon as his finger grazed one of the feathers, it was like he was suddenly transported somewhere else. He was floating in the sky, flying, going around in circles, having the time of his life. He could hear a figure to his side telling him to calm down, but he didn't listen. He liked the sense of freedom too much. He liked feeling the sun shining on his skin. He liked feeling its warmth, and he wanted more. So he flew higher, the shouting voice growing more distant. Icarus, stop. You're flying too close to the sun. Your wings, Icarus, they're melting. When Icarus looked over, he saw the wings around his arms start dripping. The wax it was made of started to melt, causing his flying to become uncontrollable. He had flown too close to the sun. He couldn't control his wings anymore and was plunging to the rocky ocean below. As he was falling, his arms were flailing, trying to grab hold of something. But all he saw was his father coming towards him, trying to grab him, but he wasn't going to make it. He looked down, the rocks growing closer by the second. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Father, forgive me, Icarus muttered as he took his final breath. Lucian, Annabeth shouted, pulling him away. Lucian looked confused before shaking his head. What's wrong? Why are you yelling? I've been calling your name for a while now, but you didn't respond. Your eyes, they were glowing. Deadlas stood from where he was sitting and walked towards Lucian. He grabbed Lucian's shoulders tightly and asked, What did you just do? What did you see? I saw his final moments. He was asking for forgiveness. Deadlas froze upon hearing what Lucian said. Although he couldn't cry due to being an automaton, his eyes and expression told a different story. With a shaky voice, he asked, "Are you able to see into the past of things you touch?" Lucian didn't give him a yes or no answer. Instead, he just pinched his fingers a bit. Just a bit. Deadlas' grip on Lucian's shoulders lessened as he solemnly walked back to his desk. As he sat down, he put a hand on his forehead and covered his eyes. His shoulders started to shake a bit. Even though his body couldn't produce any tears, his very soul wept upon learning of his son's last words. "That foolish boy, he had nothing to apologize for," he muttered, sadness plaguing his voice. He took a few minutes to compose himself. Meanwhile, Annabeth and Lucian stood around awkwardly, occasionally looking at each other. They heard Deadlas take a deep breath before sharply exhaling. He looked up and nodded toward Lucian. "Thank you for delivering his final words to me. You may never know how much they mean to me." Lucian just had a sympathetic expression. As someone who has lost someone important, I know how meaningful last words can be. "I see. So you yourself have already experienced the pain of losing someone. May I know who, if you don't mind me asking?" "My mother," Lucian answered. "I see. I'm sorry for your loss." "Likewise," Lucian responded with a nod. Deadlas leaned back a bit on his chair and opened a drawer by his desk. Out of it, he pulled a blue piece of paper with a ribbon tied around it. He then put the paper on top of his desk. "Here's a blueprint for one of the improved wings I have created. I hope it's of some use to you. We also need feathers from Icarus's wings. I was planning on stealing them without your knowledge, but now I thought it was better to ask you." Annabeth and Deadlas both turned toward Lucian, looking at him with straight faces. "Why tell me and not just do what you were planning?" Deadlas asked. "Because we're brothers in grief. I might have a villainous disposition, but I'm not a monster." Deadlas scoffed. "Brothers in grief. That's the first time I've ever heard of such a thing." "Well then, get out more, old man. You're not going to hear much being stuck down here. So can I take a feather?" Deadlas stared into Lucian's smiling expression and sighed. "You're one cheeky brat. I hope you know that." Lucian just continued to smile. "Thanks, it's one of my best qualities. It comes second to being the most handsome." Annabeth face-bombed due to Lucian's narcissism, while Deadlas chuckled before nodding his head. "Very well, if it's only one. No more than that. Think of these two things as a thank you gift from me to you," Deadlas said with a tiny smile gracing his lips. "Thanks, old man," Lucian said as he took one of the feathers and safely secured it, while Annabeth took the blueprint off his desk. Once they received the things they needed, they said their goodbyes. "Thanks for everything, old man. Maybe my father will give you a lighter punishment for avoiding death for helping me out." "What?" was all Lucian and Annabeth heard before they closed the door behind them and started walking away. "Well, that was easier than I was expecting. I thought we would have to fight him for these things," Annabeth said, looking at the blueprints in her hands. She undid the ribbons and began to examine it. As she started reading, she let out a small yawn. "Let's take a rest and continue tomorrow," Lucian suggested. Annabeth nodded before her eyes widened at the sight of a house with chicken feet. "Did you?" Lucian looked at Annabeth in confusion before he quickly realized. "All right, I haven't shown you the shadows I managed to collect while on my trip to Russia. Well, I want you to meet Mr. Chicken Feet." Lucian then summoned his other shadows. "You have already met Baba Yaga, who now goes by Beatrice." Beatrice did a little wave while Annabeth looked at her stunned. "You mean to tell me that wasn't an illusion and that this is really the infamous Baba Yaga?" "You thought that was an illusion?" Lucian asked with a raised brow. "Of course I did. Anyways," Lucian said, changing the subject quickly. "This is a guardian spirit from over there, and his name is now the Lorax," Lucian said, motioning toward a monstrous creature made from vines and roots with a deer skull on its face. This occurred when Lucian summoned him as one of his shadows. "The little mouse is Jefferson." Jefferson tipped his little hat toward Annabeth in a sort of greeting. "And the giant skull is Ains Ulgown. Ains for short." The skull just stared at Annabeth without moving, only the flames in its eyes flickering slightly and swaying. "You're not scared of it?" Annabeth asked, as she was the only one who truly knew of Lucian's fear. Lucian's expression turned a bit awkward. Ains I can control, so he's good. But those that aren't still give me the hibby-jibbies. I'm using Ains to face them, though, and it semi-works. Annabeth then patted Lucian's back. It looks like you had quite the adventure. Annabeth then yawned once more. Sorry, but we've been traveling and fighting all day. I'm exhausted. Lucian nodded as he led her inside the house with chicken feet. Before he went in, he summoned Azura and Galurk. Protect us, was all Lucian said as he headed inside to rest as well. The next morning, Lucian and Annabeth exited Chicken Feet with a refreshed look. As Lucian pulled all of his shadows into their place, Annabeth looked around in confusion. This wasn't where we were. The dungeon is constantly shifting and moving, so who knows where we might be. We might be in China for all we know, Lucian said with a nonchalant shrug. Lucian then closed his eyes and concentrated. The closest exit, he thought. After a moment, he said, Follow me. The exit is closer than we think. Annabeth nodded and followed along. Lucian turned a corner leading to a dead end, but he just walked toward the wall and passed right through it, surprising Annabeth. She hesitated for a moment before following him through the illusion. What was that? She asked as they started climbing up some stairs. A simple but very effective trap, Lucian explained briefly. It's made to make people believe it's a dead end, so they would turn around and continue getting lost in the labyrinth when the exit was right in front of them. As they exited the labyrinth, they felt the heat of the sun beaming down on them. When they looked around, they realized they were in the middle of a city. Oh, Lucian said with a weary expression. What do you mean, uh-oh? Annabeth asked. I know where we are. I've been here before, and let's just say I'm not very welcome here, Lucian admitted. What? Where are we and what did you do? Lucian sighed. We're in Phoenix, Arizona, and let's just say its name does justice to the place. Annabeth looked at Lucian in confusion. So, you remember when I went away for a week to get your birthday present and came back with scratches all over my body? Annabeth pondered for a moment. Oh yeah, it was the phoenix feather. Lucian, what did you do? Let's just say when it comes to phoenixes and me, it's on sight, Lucian replied with a grimace. Squawk-a-walk. Lucian's face paled as he looked up at the sky. I already apologized for plucking your feathers. What more do you want? When Lucian saw the phoenix in the air, he grabbed Annabeth's hand. Come, let's go, he said, running away and dragging her with him. Why are we running? Can't we just shadow travel or something? Annabeth asked, running behind him. We can't. Phoenixes can use a similar move with their flames. It would be pointless, he said, maneuvering between people. Then just kill it or something. Even though they won't die since they're immortal, it should give us enough time, Annabeth said as they ran. Can't do that either. It's complicated. They're known to be immortal because they can be reborn from their ashes, right? That means they truly do die for a few minutes or longer. Killing a phoenix brings great misfortune, Lucian explained. Lucian put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and blew, creating a sharp whistling sound. His shadow stirred, and 2 shadow hellhounds appeared. Lucian jumped on one, while Annabeth jumped on the other. Killing a phoenix brings misfortune? Annabeth asked as the hellhounds started to run, try to lose the phoenix. They are sacred birds. Killing anything with sacred in its name will unleash a misfortune curse upon you. A curse so strong, not even I could undo it. It could lead the person to an early grave, Lucian informed her. To mortalize, it looked like 2 kids riding bicycles being chased by an angry goose. The phoenix let out another squawk and opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames. The hellhounds sprinted side to side, dodging the flames, while people around them fainted due to the heat. Lucian turned a corner, put a hand on Annabeth's shoulder, and closed his eyes. He lowered their presence to the point they became invisible. When the phoenix turned the corner, it saw it had lost them. Curse that bastard child of Hades. Lucian and Annabeth's eyes widened as they looked at each other. It talks, she mouthed. I'm just as surprised as you are, he mouthed back. Next time I see him, I'll pluck all his little hairs to see how he likes it. The phoenix surrounded itself in flames before flapping its wings and disappearing from view. Lucian mentally commanded the hellhounds in case the phoenix was hiding nearby. Take us back to camp. Lucian and Annabeth sank into the shadows and felt the hellhounds running through the endless darkness. Before they knew it, the hellhounds jumped up and they appeared back within the camp property line. As they appeared, Annabeth started rubbing her face. It always feels like my face is going to be pulled off when we do that. Lucian chuckled as they started walking back toward camp. As they walked by the entrance, they saw two kids from the Ares cabin standing guard. Their eyes widened upon seeing Annabeth and Lucian. They have returned, one mumbled. Call for Chiron, the other said, causing him to run toward the camp. What's going on? Annabeth asked. We should be asking you guys that. Where the hell were you? Annabeth looked confused. What do you mean? We were gone for a day. Oh, Lucian said, remembering something. Tell me, what day is it? He asked with a serious expression. A day? You two went missing for 2 whole months. It's the middle of June already. Son of a bee. Damn it, I forgot time works differently in there, Lucian cursed. What? 2 whole months? Annabeth yelled. They heard the sound of hooves galloping towards them and saw Chiron approaching with an unpleasant expression on his face. Lucian gave him an awkward smile. We really need to stop meeting like this. In my office now, Chiron said. They sighed and heard the sound of lightning as a bolt shot down from the sky. Thalia's figure quickly materialized. Where the hell were you guys? I was worried sick, she said, hugging both of them. It seems we lost track of time, Lucian said awkwardly before getting off their hellhounds and following Chiron. In his office, Chiron sat with his hands intertwined. You know, leaving the camp like that can lead to serious consequences. It could even get you expelled, more so for Annabeth and Lucian. Expelled, Annabeth yelled. I can't have that on my record. It's not our fault, old man, Lucian said, leaning back, not looking bothered. How is it not? Chiron asked, raising an eyebrow. We went exploring Deadlas's labyrinth. To us, we were only gone a single day. We didn't do this intentionally. Are you both crazy? Chiron asked. Why would you subject yourselves to such danger? Once someone goes inside that labyrinth, no one ever comes out. Lucian motioned toward Annabeth and himself exaggeratedly. Well, we did. Chiron sighed. You both are very lucky. Nah, man, it's pure skill. You should have known that by now, Lucian said smugly. That's not what I'm talking about, Chiron said with a straight face. I'm talking about how the summer camp hasn't begun, so you two won't be receiving any penalties for your actions. Since technically, you two are just staying here. All right, Lucian said, a bit embarrassed. Wait, did you two really explore the labyrinth? How did you even navigate it? I thought it was impossible, Thalia asked as she leaned against the wall. Lucian nodded. Impossible for other people, but look who you're talking to. I'm the son of my father. Dark underground places are like my second home. Please warn me next time you two decide to disappear, Chiron said with a sigh. Yeah, dude, because we will totally be able to know, Lucian said sarcastically. You know what I was trying to say, Mr. Blackheart. Lucian let out a sigh. Yeah, don't worry. I got it. Can we go now? Chiron nodded, and all three soon left his office. As they walked out, Thalia started to separate from them. Where are you going? Lucian asked. To collect my winnings, Thalia said proudly. Annabeth and Lucian looked at her in confusion. The entire camp made a large bet to see if you guys would return alive or be found dead somewhere. Since you guys are alive, that clearly means I won. Lucian and Annabeth just looked at Thalia with straight expressions, but she didn't care and happily walked away, swinging her arms. Lucian then let out a sigh and turned to Annabeth. Come on, we need to find the last item. Where are we supposed to find those ant monsters anyway? Annabeth asked. Believe it or not, they're closer than you think, Lucian said. No way. They're in the camp. Annabeth asked with an amused look. Lucian just gave her a smile that confirmed her words. As they walked toward the forest, Lucian let out a sigh. 2 whole months wasted. Annabeth nodded in agreement, but before she could say anything else, Lucian continued. I had plans and stuff. Now I have to start them later than planned. This really messed up my whole schedule. Plans? What plans? Annabeth asked curiously. I can't really say them out here, but just know it starts with me writing and publishing a book. You serious? Annabeth asked with a raised eyebrow. Lucian nodded. I'm going to need your help too. You want me to be your co-author? Annabeth asked in amusement. Lucian smiled and nodded. Since it will be beneficial to you too. Annabeth nodded, and before they knew it, they were in the middle of the forest behind some trees, looking at the giant anthill in front of them. Do we just go in guns blazing? Annabeth asked. If that's what you want to do, sure, but we only need one for its spoil of war. Annabeth nodded, reached into her pouch, and pulled out a card that said invisible in ancient Greek writing. As she stuck it to her chest, she started turning invisible while she pulled out her 2 daggers. BRB, she said before she went silent. Annabeth stealthily walked into the mermeek's lair. The mermeeks were large ants made of steel, about the size of a full-grown German shepherd, making them rather large to Annabeth. She watched as they all walked in an organized line, each carrying something shiny in their mandibles. I need to catch one by itself to take it down, she thought, already coming up with a plan. She tossed her dagger into one of the tunnels away from the ants, causing it to make a thump as it hit the floor. The ants marched forward, and one, hearing the noise, turned towards it. Seeing the shiny golden dagger on the ground, the ant broke formation and walked towards it. As it went to pick it up, Annabeth kicked it, causing it to go even deeper into the tunnel. The mermeek tilted its giant head in confusion before following the kicked weapon. This went on for a few times until the mermeek started to get annoyed. Once Annabeth saw that they were far enough away from the others, she picked up the dagger, causing it to turn invisible in her hands once more. Annabeth didn't strike for the head. Instead, she aimed where the metallic sheen wasn't present. She swung her dagger towards the section that separated the ant's 3 body parts, cutting between the thorax and the abdomen. The ant let out a painful screech before swinging its head, accidentally hitting Annabeth on her side and sending her flying back into a wall. Hearing Annabeth hit the wall, the mermeek turned towards the sound but didn't see anything there, except for her outline on the dirt. Figuring out its opponent was invisible, it let out a screech and charged towards the outline, snapping its mandibles. But as the metal ant thrust its mandibles, it ended up pushing against the wall, getting stuck as Annabeth had already jumped out of the way. Annabeth slashed the section between the head and thorax, causing blood to splash on her body. She then plunged her dagger into the section, using her other dagger as a hammer to drive it deeper and separate the head from the body. The mermeek couldn't even let out one final screech before it quickly turned into golden dust, leaving behind a pair of steel mandibles. Annabeth let out a sigh as she dusted off her hands. She then heard the sound of quick footsteps approaching, so she quickly grabbed the mandibles, put them inside her pouch, and ran out without making too much noise or alerting the other mermeeks. When she returned to Lucian, she undid her invisibility and smiled confidently. I think we now have everything for my potion. Good, Lucian said as they both walked back and headed down towards Lucian's secret place. You ready? Lucian asked her. Annabeth, who was by the cauldron, nodded her head as they both started to name and insert the ingredients they had gotten for her potion. Deadlas blueprint essence and 5 celestial bronze ingots for the main ingredients, they said as they threw everything together, and Annabeth began to stir. A feather of Icarus, a core of an automaton, tail hair of a sphinx, and mermeek's spoil of war, they said as they put everything in one by one. The potion kept changing colors as they added the ingredients, and when Annabeth finished stirring, it was a blue metallic color. After they put it in the vial, they performed their new tradition of cheering towards each other before Annabeth downed the potion. Annabeth's nose wrinkled. It tastes like I just drank metal. Annabeth stopped mid-sentence and dropped to her knees, holding her head in pain. Tears pooled at the corners of her eyes as she gritted her teeth from the overbearing pain. It feels like my brain is constantly moving and shifting inside my head. This pain is driving me crazy, she screamed. Lucian just rubbed her back and waited until the pain passed. After close to half an hour, Annabeth started to calm down. She had a tired look as she held her temples. I think I will want to stop existing if my head grows an abnormal shape because of this. Lucian just chuckled. So what can you do now? Wait, give me a moment. Annabeth said, sitting down and catching her breath before closing her eyes and studying herself. Well, for starters, my warding has become much stronger. As for main abilities, I gained these. Blueprint projection, the power to project detailed blueprints and 3D models of designs directly into the air. Architectural animation, the power to bring architectural creations to life, animating statues, golems, or even entire buildings. Material enhancement, capability to imbue building materials with magical properties, enhancing their strength, durability, or aesthetic qualities. Geomancy, the ability to manipulate the earth, which will help in constructing buildings or other structures. Architect's eyes, the innate talent to perceive the structural weaknesses and vulnerabilities of any building or construct at a glance. As she mentioned the last ability, her eyes gained a certain glow, making them brighter in the dark. Lucian nodded as he heard everything, but before he could say anything else, Annabeth interrupted. Now that is over, I'm interested in what you mentioned earlier about writing a book. Annabeth looked at Lucian with a raised brow, amused. I didn't take you for the type that wanted to be an author. Lucian rolled his eyes. Because I'm not. It's a way to gain faith and have people pray to us. It's better if we make our religion early. I'm sorry, Annabeth asked in surprise. You want people to start praying to you and to do that you want to write a book? Lucian nodded. We need to write such an entertaining story with catchy phrases that people will start saying them ironically. When they do, they'll actually be saying praises towards us. Like, for example, praise the Shadow Monarch, or something stupid like that. The Shadow Monarch? Annabeth asked, amused. Lucian blushed a bit. I was only using an example. Praise be to the Monarch of the Shadow. H.A. Rhea, Beatrice, and Galark shouted from a shadow. Lucian and Annabeth both jumped in surprise. Lucian's ears turned red with embarrassment, while Annabeth held her stomach in laughter. It looks like they really like your title of the Shadow Monarch, Annabeth giggled. It was only an example, Lucian grumbled, causing Annabeth to continue giggling. Plus, it needs to relate to the end of our sequence, Lucian said. But we don't even know what they are, Annabeth said, looking at Lucian in confusion. Remember before we went to the labyrinth, I said I found out the rest of my sequence? Well, somehow when I received mine, I also ended up with yours, Lucian said. What? So does that mean you know how they end? Lucian reached into his shadows and pulled out 2 cards. He flicked them, causing them to fly towards Annabeth's hand. She looked at the 2 cards and was surprised to find images of them when they are older. She looked at Lucian's picture. He was wearing a robe that seemed to be made from the galaxy itself, with a red halo behind him and a 3rd eye in the middle of his forehead. All 3 eyes were glowing bright red, and he had a smile on his face with his hands in a praying position, showing his skull ring with a single word at the bottom. Annabeth couldn't help but mutter the word she was looking at. Paradox. Image. Annabeth then looked at her own picture. She was wearing a white toga, sitting on a destroyed white throne with rubble that appeared to be from an ancient ruin all around her feet. She had a small frown on her face, and, just like Lucian's, it had a word at the bottom, ruin. Image. Lucian nodded. Apparently, they are called cards of blasphemy. A few months ago, Lucian was seen in his workshop, drawing the same symbols from his previous ritual on the ground. He set up everything as he had before, the candles and the books. After arranging everything, Lucian sat down in the middle of the ritual circle. He used a bit of his blood to draw a line on his forehead. Then, he closed his eyes and began to chant in ancient Greek. Just like last time, even though he was underground, the wind started to pick up, the pages of the books flipped and turned, and the flames of the candles flickered. A slit began to appear on his forehead where the blood mark was, causing Lucian to grit his teeth as he continued to chant. Eventually, he abruptly stopped, and his arms and head flopped down. Suddenly, he looked up, eyes wide open, revealing his glowing red eyes and a 3rd eye on his forehead. His smile stretched unnaturally wide, exposing his canines as he ran his fingers through his hair. So, I'm back in my mini-me, it seems, he said, standing up. He began to stretch and talk to himself. Right, it was after this that I received the cards of blasphemy. Beatrice, Make sure to tell my mini-me this, he continued. Beatrice emerged from Lucian's shadow, narrowing her eyes at him. Who are you? You feel like my master, but different. Just an older version of me. Lucian waved her off. Anyway, as I was saying, the objects that will be in his slash my hands are called the cards of blasphemy. They're named as such because they enable mortals to achieve godhood independently, without the aid or interference of any other deity. This is seen as an act of blasphemy against the gods themselves, hence the name. They will reveal sequences and their ingredients, along with an advancement ritual for later sequences. It's crucial for them to start gathering faith. The faith of the people functions differently for them compared to the gods. It amplifies their innate qualities. For gods, it tends to amplify their godhood, leading to arrogance, conceit, and cruelty. However, for them, it will ground their humanity, preserving their original personalities. If they don't focus on this, they risk becoming the very beings they despise. Got that? Beatrice was still a bit confused but nodded. Lucian sighed. This is going to use up way too much energy. He closed his eyes and placed his hands near his third eye. A pure, bright red beam of energy escaped from the third eye, and the space in front of him began to open. From the portal, a beautiful hand appeared, throwing 2 cards at Lucian. Thanks, Annabeth, Lucian muttered. The hand turned into a thumbs up before forming a small heart with its thumb and index finger and disappearing back into the portal. Lucian stopped the beam from his third eye and looked at his hands, feeling himself growing weaker and fainting. Oh, and tell him the first 3 are the easiest. With that, Lucian fainted on the floor, his third eye closing. Seeing Lucian knocked out and turning pale, Beatrice appeared from her shadow worriedly. She noticed how he had used all of his energy, and if he didn't receive help soon, would most likely suffer from terrible consequences. Beatrice went back into her shadow and quickly came out with a bottle of blue liquid. She quickly turned Lucian over and tried to make him drink it, but seeing that he was choking a bit, Beatrice took a drink from bottle and gave Lucian a move, making him able to safely drink the contents of the bottle. After a while, his pale color started to disappear, and his breathing became more stable. Seeing that, Beatrice let out a sigh of relief and pat her chest. She then saw Lucian's eyelids quiver before he slowly opened them. He held his head in pain and let out a groan. I also hate doing this. The headache I get, it's also insane. Lucian then saw that he was lying on Beatrice's thighs and smirked happily. You know what, worth it. He then felt he was holding something in his other hand, and when he took a look, he had a look of surprise. And who's this handsome devil? Master, I believe that that's you from the future. You're right. Only I can be as handsome as that. It makes sense, Lucian said arrogantly before looking at Annabeth's card, and letting out a low whistle. So I would be the god of paradoxes and Annabeth of ruins. Makes sense as well. Ruins are like the main symbolism for architecture and knowledge/wisdom. In flashback, and that's pretty much what happened, Lucian said as Annabeth kept looking at the cards. So, it was the future you that made these? But then how? Annabeth started. Lucian just smiled. I don't know. And that's the thing about paradoxes. Hearing that, Annabeth flipped the card and looked at all the words written on the back. The Paradox Pathway. Sequence 9, Stuntman. Sequence 8, Artisan. Sequence 7, Treasure Seeker. Sequence 6, Curse Knight. Sequence 5, Earth Sentinel. Sequence 4, Mist Shaper. Sequence 3, Ethereal Warlock. Sequence 2, Light of Destiny. Sequence 1, Shadow Monarch. Sequence 0, The Paradox. Pretty cool, right? Lucian said with a smug expression. Annabeth smiled and shook her head before looking at her own card. The Ruins Pathway. Sequence 9, Librarian. Sequence 8, Architectural Engineer. Sequence 7, Historian. Sequence 6, Occult Scholar. Sequence 5, Tomb Raider. Sequence 4, Arcane Antiquarian. Sequence 3, Rune Master. Sequence 2, Time Weaver. Sequence 1, Empress of Decay. Sequence 0, Goddess of Ruin. Whoa, Annabeth exclaimed. She puffed her chest. Empress of Decay sounds awesome. Lucian scoffed. Well, Nothing beats the Shadow Monarch. Annabeth playfully rolled her eyes as she handed Lucian back his card of blasphemy. So, you want to create a book about paradox and ruins? Kinda. It follows the lead of two teenagers, a boy and a girl, who throughout the story slowly ascend to godhood, fighting and scheming against other gods while trying their best to survive. I see. Instead of just one book, I think it'll be better to make a series. It'll keep people wanting more, and who knows, it could be turned into a movie, making the lines, or in other words, our prayers, more iconic and reaching more people who simply don't want to read all of it. Lucian put a hand on his chin and nodded. It makes sense. Let's do it. We need to create characters, side characters, worry about world building, the power system, plot twists, the antagonist, the climax, everything. Most importantly, we can't forget the title, Annabeth said. The title is like the main hook to everything. The pathways through ruins and paradoxes, Lucian suggested, waving his hand in front, imagining the title. It's not bad, but let's think of more before deciding on one, Annabeth suggested, causing Lucian to nod in agreement. Lucian and Annabeth then began to brainstorm, tossing ideas back and forth around the room. Lucian even enlisted the help of Beatrice, who was older and more knowledgeable about things. Lucian and Annabeth sat back-to-back in the middle of the room, surrounded by scattered papers and drawings. Beatrice floated happily on her broom, circling them. All right, so let's recap everything we've decided, Lucian began. Instead of having two protagonists in the same story, we're creating two separate series. These series will interconnect, happening close together, where they sometimes run into each other. Annabeth nodded. Our goal, and the most important part, is the ending. We need to make it appear that there are beings out there trying to destroy the world and rebuild it in their own image. These beings will be gods from different universes, trying to increase their power by spreading their faith. The way they know best is to restart the world from scratch. The protagonists, upon finding this out, will each make it their mission to protect their world. The ending needs to show them going into a deep sleep to create a barrier that keeps these intruder gods out. Lucian turned towards Beatrice. Your part in this is key to everything. Beatrice's expression grew serious as she nodded. I'm sorry to do this, but you need to do most of the heavy lifting. You'll have to take on 3 different identities for this to work. Beatrice, still serious, shook her head. Worry not, master. My purpose is to serve you with my whole being. Whatever you want me to do, I will do without a second thought. Lucian smiled and nodded. First, you need to travel the world and create deep, hidden ruins that would be impossible to find, all relating to this. They need to be connected to our story. During this time, Annabeth and I will be publishing the books. Then I want you to take on the identity of an archaeologist and discover these very ruins, presenting them to the world. Annabeth added, when the ruins are discovered, people will begin to see the connection between our stories and the real world. Lucian and I will take on different identities as the authors. When asked how we came up with the story, we'll say it's a funny story, that we both dreamed it. When we realized we had different dreams about the exact same thing, we decided to write a story based on those dreams. Lucian pointed to Beatrice. This is where your other identities come into play. First, you'll be the owner of a book club where you, with a bunch of people, try to dissect every detail of books. But in reality, you'll be an occultist, the actual leader of one. You'll preach about how everything is coming together, how the story and the ruins are a message from us, the two protagonists in the stories. You'll tell people that we need their help, their faith, that the ruins Annabeth's protagonist made were so people wouldn't forget about them, to keep believing. We need people's faith to keep the barrier active, but since people have forgotten, we are growing weaker and the barrier is coming undone. Lucian took a deep breath to calm himself, as he was getting too excited. Annabeth wasn't any different. Leaning back on each other, Annabeth sighed. This is crazy. I hope you know that, she said with a large smile. Lucian chuckled. I know, but I'm unexpectedly having so much fun, he said, closing his eyes. Annabeth also closed her eyes and giggled. I wasn't complaining. Annabeth then let out a sigh as they continued their planning. The books will have lines which Beatrice will take and turn them all into a Bible. Once the occult gets enough traction, it will undoubtedly become a church. When that happens, our identities as authors will be turned into messengers. Then we also need to worry about the other gods trying to interfere and stop this. This is why I'm having Beatrice be the main person for all of this. Even if she is killed, she'll just respawn in my shadow, Lucian said. Annabeth then let out another heavy sigh. Lucian, I hate to say this, but I think we will need their help. Huh? Whose help? Lucian said, turning to look at Annabeth in confusion. The help of the three fates. Nope, absolutely not. Lucian adamantly denied without a second thought. You think I want to ask for their help as well? I'm thinking about all of the different possibilities, all of the different outcomes, every possible cause and effect. And for the most part, we are relying heavily on luck. You and I both know luck is a very big part of all of this, and we're not always going to be lucky. You yourself said it, Lucian. One of the reasons they chose you is because you were the strongest out of all of the other possibilities. Lucian let out a loud grumble. Why did I have to be born so beautiful and irresistible? This is why they say beauty is a curse, he said as he moved around the papers with drawings of ruins and symbols. Annabeth slowly turned to look at him and gave him a deadpan look. Lucian closed his eyes as he sighed. I might be immature for saying this, but I'm still not doing it. It is something I'm sticking to my guns about, but I'll consider it. Annabeth smiled as she nodded. It was only a suggestion anyways. Now for the titles for our books. I already thought of mine here, Lucian said, sliding a piece of paper with a title. Annabeth picked it up and looked at the design of the title. It was dark red with black smoke coming out of it. She then read it out loud. Ascension Through Paradoxes, Book 1, Arise. Annabeth nodded her head. Much better than the one you first suggested. Are you really throwing shade right now? No. Good then. What's yours? It was Annabeth's turn to present her title to Lucian. He saw how it was made out of gray, crumbling stone, like it would break apart any minute now. A Journey Through Ruins, Book 1, Awakening. This is good, Lucian said with an impressed look. Annabeth smiled and nodded her head, obviously. Annabeth suddenly had an idea. She used her recently gained ability and projected a 3D blueprint of a ruin. Oh, Lucian said as he looked at it. With this, we can create ideas for ruins, thus making it perfect. Actually, I think this should help me advance with my potion, since we'll be making more than one. Don't you think? She smirked as the 3D image slowly spun around in front of her. A young man, appearing no older than 20 years old, sat upon a dark, imposing throne. His perfectly smooth black hair matched the shadowy atmosphere around him, and his face possessed a rare beauty that captivated anyone who gazed upon it. As he slowly opened his eyes, they gleamed with a deep, dark red hue. The door to his throne room creaked open, casting light into his dim domain. A woman, appearing no older than he, approached. She had long, flowing blonde hair that cascaded down to the hem of her toga. Her eyes shimmered with a silver luster as she sensually ascended the steps towards the throne, eventually reaching the person seated upon it. Placing both hands on the throne's armrests, she leaned in with a sultry smile. So tell me, she said in a tone dripping with power, how did it feel inhabiting your younger self, Lucy? All she received in response was a scoff as he wrapped his hands around her waist and seated her on his lap. Weak for one, he replied, grasping her face and drawing her into a kiss, which she didn't resist. After they parted, she giggled. Who would have thought that the great Lord of Paradoxes would ever feel weak? Har har, very funny, he retorted sarcastically. A nostalgic smile played on his lips. But it does bring back good memories. Seeing a glint in his eyes as he reminisced, she sighed. I know that look. What are you planning? Oh, whatever do you mean, my lovely ruin? I'm not planning anything. Paradox, she warned, using his divine name. Hearing this, he chuckled. I was just thinking about the past. I rose to power rather easily. It was kind of boring in a way. She rolled her eyes. Yes, because you almost didn't die nearly 100 times against our surprise guest. Oh, please. You and I both know I was nowhere near close to dying. So what are you planning then? Nothing much. just adjusting the difficulty of the past a little bit, throwing some people a bone here and there. I mean, remember my fight with Kronos? That was the most anticlimactic battle I ever had. It will always be one of my greatest disappointments. She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean, throw a bone? He gestured to the side, and from the shadows beside the throne, an endless void appeared. 3 cards floated into his hands, and then the void closed. Her eyes widened as she stared at the cards in disbelief. Doing this is really going to mess with time. They didn't have these. Who knows what unprecedented changes it could bring. And I can't believe you learned to make some of your own. This is crazy. You even made one for Guppy. The 3 cards depicted people she intimately knew, individuals she had grown up with. She gazed at the first card. It showed Luke, holding a golden sword with eyes gleaming like gold, adorned in Spartan armor. At the bottom of the card was a single word, redemption. Image. The second card depicted Thalia, with her short dark hair, holding a spear and shield amidst a thunderstorm. Her card was labeled, Tempest. Image. Lastly, there was a picture of someone their younger self had not yet encountered, but would become great friends with in the future. He had dark hair and green eyes, depicted at the bottom of the sea, wielding a trident. It was Percy Jackson, and his card bore the word, Ocean. Image. I really hope you know what you're doing. Babe, what's with the loss of confidence? You said it yourself, I'm the Lord of Paradoxes. I can change the past without it affecting the future. Though that's mostly for us, the others are still going to experience a few changes. Seeing how relaxed he was about everything, she decided to tease him. I mean, what if time slips from your hands and it leads to a different future where I fall in love with Per? She didn't get to finish as she felt his hands gripping her throat, which caused her to smile as she looked into his cold expression. Don't you ever, and I mean ever, make such a joke like that in front of me again. Do I make myself clear? He said as his grip tightened. All she had was a satisfied smile. Sorry, but I just love it when you become possessive of me, she said as she kissed him. He scoffed before standing up and putting her to the side. Look at what you did. Now I have to personally see this through to make sure nothing goes too wrong. She only giggled as she followed him down the steps. It's been a while since I've seen you use your authority properly. Just stand close to me so you won't get affected. He then closed his eyes, and as he opened them, they gained a brighter glow while a third one appeared on his forehead. The area around them began to shift. Red smoke started to spin around them. The smoke grew until it turned into a cyclone with them in the middle. He closed 2 of his eyes while the third one remained open as he examined everything that was going on. He was peering into the past, watching the streams of time. He took one of the cards and made it float up and fly towards the tornado of smoke, causing it to disappear once it made contact, when Luke's face appeared in the smoke. The scene repeated 2 more times with Thalia and Percy, each card going through the streams of time. Whoa, do they look young? Well, Thalia is still the same, but the others are so adorable, she said in a gushing tone. She then grabbed his arms. Come on, show me your younger self. You were absolutely the cutest. He simply rolled his eyes as the scene around them shifted. In the fog, they saw a younger Lucian and Annabeth walking around, each brainstorming ideas. Back to the present. Thalia was seen in the gym, wearing a sports bra with black shorts and black fingerless gloves, her hair tied back into a tiny ponytail. She was moving around the punching bag, hitting it with strong force that reverberated throughout the room. After she was done, she went and picked up a white towel to wipe her sweat. As she picked it up, she felt something escape from it and hit the floor. As she cleaned her face, she looked at the floor in confusion only to find a black card with her image. What? She mumbled. Is this one of Lucian's pranks? She thought. As she picked it up, she stood and held her head as information started going inside her head. When the pain vanished, she was able to collect her thoughts. This is simply insane. Luke opened his eyes and rose up from his bed, holding his face, causing him to sigh. Seriously? If I do this, I'll be making a lot of enemies. Luke saw something shining in his peripherals. When he looked at his nightstand, he saw a card. Is that me? He couldn't help but ask as he reached out and took hold of the card. And when he made contact, Information was thrust into his mind. Ha ha ha! He couldn't help but laugh as he held his mouth. I'm not sure if I'm being manipulated, but if this is true, I won't really need his help. I'll be strong on my own to take care of them. A boy around 10 years old with dark hair and green eyes was seen in his room, peeking out the door to see his stepfather gambling away his mother's hard-earned money. He sighed and closed the door before turning towards his bed, where he found an item he hadn't seen before. Confused, he went and picked it up. Like the others, a headache came. Reminder to not pick up random things I see laying around. He then examined the card. Is that supposed to be me or something? Why am I holding a trident? Seriously, what the hell is going on? The next day, Lucian was seen sparring with Clarisse, or, in other words, he was teaching her a lesson using a spear. Lucian twirled his spear around before redirecting her moves and thrusting his spear towards her. Clarisse tried to block it with the staff part, but Lucian kept hitting her with the ballpoint of the spear. Clarisse attempted to kick him, but he turned his spear upward, causing her to only kick the staff. As one of her legs was up, Lucian quickly dropped down and swept her leg, causing her to fall to the floor with a thud. Clarisse gripped her spear in anger and stood up before she started thrusting her spear furiously. However, due to Lucian's danger sense and intuition, he moved between her attacks with relative ease. As she thrust her spear, Lucian took hold of it, pulled her off balance, and thrust the ballpoint of his spear in her stomach, making her groan in pain. How are you so good? Your godly parent has nothing to do with weapons. I should be better than you, Clarisse grumbled. Lucian rolled his eyes. Because I don't let my godly parent dictate what I do or practice. Tell me, are you good with weapons because you're the daughter of the god of war? Or are you good because you spend your time honing your skills and abilities? My skills with weapons don't come from any of my parents. They come purely from my years of hard work and dedication. Are you saying I don't work hard? Clarisse glared. Did those words leave my mouth? All I'm telling you is to keep practicing. You're already great at wielding a spear. I just happen to be better. Also, you let your anger consume you, making you predictable. Don't let it consume you. Use it to empower yourself instead. If you do that, you'll definitely be stronger. Clarisse still looked unsatisfied but mumbled a thanks. So are we done now? Lucian asked. Clarisse nodded, and they put away their sparring spears. Lucian walked towards Annabeth, who looked a bit bored. I still don't get why you would entertain her request for a spar against you. It seems pointless, especially from your perspective, knowing how strong you really are, Annabeth said, shaking her head. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. All she did was ask for a sparring match. I didn't see a reason to decline, he said as they started walking toward his cabin. But just before they went in, Thalia came running towards them. I'm so glad I found you guys, Thalia said with a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Annabeth asked. Thalia turned towards Lucian. Can you take us to the place you took me last time, where we couldn't be heard? Annabeth looked at Lucian with a raised brow before they were all engulfed by Lucian's shadow and reappeared inside his secret underground chambers. So what's wrong? Lucian asked. Thalia reached into her back pocket and pulled out a card, showing it to them. This, I found it when I was practicing. Annabeth and Lucian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Son of A.B., Lucian started to say before stopping himself. I came to you since you're the magic expert. As soon as I touched it, weird information started floating in my head, like this is called a card of blasphemy. Both Lucian and Annabeth sighed out at the same time. A card of wait? How did you guys know? Do you know what it truly is? It mentioned gathering the ingredients in this card and the acting method. Just so much information. Annabeth reached into her purple pouch, while Lucian's shadow came to his hand. When they revealed their hands, they both had a card of blasphemy. Thalia's eyes widened. You two have one as well. Lucian let out another sigh. You know what this means, don't you? They looked at him in confusion before Lucian thrust his hand sporadically and then thrust his card forward. It's morphin' time. Lucian still held the pose as they started to look at him weirdly while he began to turn bright red from embarrassment. TSK, you guys suck. Y'all don't understand my references. Now isn't the time for references no one will ever understand, Lucian. This is a serious matter. We need to find out how Thalia came into possession of this, Annabeth said, face-palming. I already know how, Lucian said, rolling his eyes. You do? They both asked at the same time. Lucian let out an annoyed sigh and nodded his head. As soon as Thalia took it out, my intuition told me everything I needed to know. Even more so now that it's been upgraded since turning into a treasure seeker. Can you two please tell me what's going on? I'm so lost, Thalia said with a sigh. For you to get the entire picture, you need everything from the beginning. Remember during Luke's quest how I said I had a goal I couldn't share before? Thalia nodded her head and listened, as she had always been curious about what Lucian had been planning, even more so after they went to Russia together. Well, that goal just happens to be to become a primordial entity, a true god in a sense. What? Are you mentally handicapped or something? Thalia asked, looking at Lucian like he had just said the most absurd thing in the world. Anyways, Lucian said, rolling his eyes, in order to do that, I started doing research. My gift of intuition led me to the route of potions, which led me to the direction of the sequences. Lucian went on to explain everything that went on, from Annabeth getting her own sequences to him getting the cards of blasphemy from his future self. Thalia was in deep thought after learning about everything. So, are you saying you're the creator of these? Most likely, yes, Lucian confirmed. Is this the reason why you're so strong? I was stronger than you before even taking my first sequences, so don't think about it. They both heard Thalia click her tongue. If I follow this, does that mean I'll eventually be as strong as my father? Thalia asked, her expression turning serious. Lucian only smiled. Even stronger. Thalia grinned. I'm liking the sound of that. So, what sequences are you guys currently at? I just got my second one. Lucian is on his third, Annabeth answered. Thalia then looked over their cards and noticed how they look when they're older. Whoa, you are hot, she said, staring at Lucian's image longer than necessary. When she realized what she said, she turned red and looked away, unable to meet their teasing expressions. Lucian then took Thalia's card from her hand and examined it. He flipped it over and began to read the sequences. The Tempest Pathway. Sequence 9, Brawler. Sequence 8, Lancer. Sequence 7, Thunder Herald. Sequence 6, Cyclone Rider. Sequence 5, Cloud Shaper. Sequence 4, Wind Commander. Sequence 3, Sky Dominator. Sequence 2, Storm King. Sequence 1, Elemental Sovereign. Sequence 0, The Unforgiving Tempest. As Lucian finished reading, he let out a low whistle, impressed with what he read, before handing her card back. Lucian then narrowed his eyes. Knowing how I am and what I'm capable of, I didn't give this to Thalia just to give it to her. What other reason would there be? And what else did my future self change? He better not have changed much, as one of my main advantages is my meta-knowledge. But I can't say I don't like the mystery of what's to come, he pondered to himself. So this is the reason why you go out and hunt down monsters, Thalia said as Lucian returned her card. Yup, and because it's fun. Wait, Lucian, we will need to add her to the story. Ugh, hi. Lucian groaned loudly, throwing his head back. Story? What story? Thalia asked. Annabeth sighed. Hey, it's not my fault. All right. Thalia started before Lucian interrupted. It's not towards you. It's towards the future me for being an annoyance. Anyways, Lucian and Annabeth began sharing their idea for the story and their plans. After they finished, all Thalia could do was stare at them as if they'd lost their minds. So, you're telling me the two of you want to start a cult? If you don't want to turn into your dad. Yes, Lucian replied. Annabeth nudged Lucian's side. Lucian, she reprimanded. What? It's true, Lucian shrugged. Thalia rolled her eyes, not offended by Lucian's bluntness. So, I want you to make a part 3 of whatever the two of you are creating. We could, or you could be a continuous character that appears throughout both books, so you'll be well known, Lucian suggested. And you're lucky we haven't finished writing or designing ruins, which means we would most likely add you, Annabeth added. Thalia sighed. This is so much to process. She rubbed her forehead. Let's focus on one thing at a time. What are the materials you'll need for the boxer potion? Lucian asked, noticing Thalia's growing overwhelm. Thalia looked at her card and took a deep breath before reading aloud. Hellhound Claw and Tooth of Nemean Lion for the main ingredients. Whoa, you are lucky, Lucian commented. Thalia looked at him, puzzled. I have both of those things in stock, Lucian said, motioning to the room around him. As for the supplementary, a drop of nectar, a liter of blood from a cyclops, ambrosia fragment, and bronze horn. What's a bronze horn? Thalia asked after finishing the list. You are so incredibly lucky, Lucian sighed. A bronze horn is a horn from an automaton bull. Luckily for you, I have all of these with me. I can't just take them from you, Thalia said, feeling uncomfortable. Think of these as payment for the dragon blood you gave me. That blood is worth more than all the things I'm going to give you. Huh, I forgot about that, Thalia admitted, finally remembering. So you could go get the ambrosia fragment and the drop of nectar while I set everything up. Wait, I haven't even decided if I want to do this, Thalia interrupted Lucian. Annabeth and Lucian stared at Thalia as if she were the crazy one. Thalia started to feel self-conscious under their gaze and blushed. What? Why are you guys staring at me like that? This is an opportunity to gain unimaginable power, and you don't know if you want to take it? Annabeth asked incredulously. Thalia sighed. I'm just thinking it through. If I go through with this, that means I would be an enemy of the gods. Stop being such a pussy, Lucian said matter-of-factly. Annabeth didn't reprimand Lucian this time. She just face-bombed and sighed. Thalia grew irritated. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I mean what I just said. You can't keep living your whole life in fear. Sure, being scared of gods is natural and something you've been taught. But don't let fear guide your every decision. Sometimes you have to take risks, even if it could result in your death. Annabeth stared at Lucian, surprised, then smiled and nodded. Thalia and Lucian exchanged looks before turning around and walking away. Where are you going? Annabeth asked. To get the ambrosia and nectar, Thalia replied as she left the room. Lucian and Annabeth smiled at each other and high-fived. Lucian then started grabbing jars from the shelf in his room. After a while, Thalia returned. Chiron asked some questions, but I just said it was for something experimental. Was that all right? Yeah, that's fine. He won't really bother with us, especially when it comes to one of the big three. We have more liberty than the others. Here, make it yourself. I'll guide you, so if you have the items and I'm not around, you can do it on your own. Thalia nodded as Lucian took out the cauldron, and one by one, ingredient by ingredient, he started instructing her. Thalia mixed everything with a concentrated expression, not once taking her eyes off the cauldron. She watched as it changed colors and finally stopped when it turned into a red and orange mix. Once it was in a vial, Thalia prepared to drink it. Wait, Lucian and Annabeth said simultaneously. What? Am I missing something? Thalia asked, looking at them in confusion. You're supposed to cheer towards us before drinking it, Lucian explained. Thalia looked at them with an expression that asked if they were serious. It's a sort of tradition Annabeth and I developed. Thalia rolled her eyes at their childishness and cheered towards them before drinking it all. Almost immediately, Thalia started to feel the effects. She felt her muscles spasming inside her like she was having a full-body cramp. Why does this hurt so much? She cried out through gritted teeth. As they say, strength doesn't come easily, Lucian retorted. Despite the pain, Thalia glared at Lucian and chose to ignore him, focusing on what was happening to her body. When it was finally over, she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, wiggling her fingers and rotating her shoulders while doing small stretches to regain control of her body. So, what abilities did you get? Annabeth asked curiously. How do I check? Thalia asked, confused. Look inside yourself. The information should be there. Just think about what you are able to do, and the information should appear, Annabeth explained. Thalia nodded and closed her eyes, focusing inward. Once you find it, just read them out, Lucian encouraged. I have 6 in total, Thalia said. 6? Both Lucian and Annabeth exclaimed in surprise. That's more than what Lucian and I received. We only got 5 each. Thalia then began to read out her abilities. 1. Enhanced strength and speed. Increased physical power and agility to deliver powerful punches and quick movements. 2. Preternatural reflexes. superhuman reaction times to anticipate and dodge attacks. 3. Endurance and durability. Increased resistance to physical damage and greater stamina to withstand prolonged battles. 4. Combat intuition. The ability to instinctively understand an opponent's weaknesses and predict their next moves. 5. Adrenaline rush. Temporarily boosts all physical attributes in critical moments during a fight. 6. Aura of intimidation. Projects a fearsome presence that can demoralize or intimidate opponents, making them less effective in combat. That's 8. Not 6, Lucian said with a straight face. Oh, come on. For my first one, I gained librarian. Definitely not as cool as any of yours, Annabeth replied. Okay, Empress of Decay, Lucian said sarcastically. Oh, come on. That's all the way to sequence 1, Annabeth added with an eye roll. Meanwhile, Thalia looked at her hand and then around the room. Wait, you mentioned that no one could hear us down here, right? Yeah. Lucian replied, looking confused. You mentioned something about Luke that you weren't able to say before. What is it? Thalia asked, growing more serious. All right, I forgot about that, Lucian said as he rubbed the back of his head. I think we all did. He seemed better after the party we had, so we didn't really question it. But after the two of you went on a mission, he seemed almost secretive and withdrawn. It was hard to notice unless you've known him for a long time. So, can you talk about it here? You said you knew what has been bothering him, Thalia said with a sigh. Lucian sighed heavily, holding the bridge of his nose. He's talking to our grandfather. Our grandfather? Thalia asked in confusion, her eyes widening in shock. Lucian saw their gears turning and their horrified expression. What? They both shouted simultaneously. Our grandfather? Thalia practically screamed. You mean Kay? Before she could finish, Lucian quickly covered her mouth. Are you crazy? Why would you just up and shout out his name? Mmichan was all she could mumble with Lucian's hand still covering her mouth. Right, Lucian said as he took his hand away. As I was saying, are you crazy? Sorry, I thought you said no one could hear us down here, Thalia replied. I appreciate the confidence in my abilities, but names are just way too powerful, even for my enchantments, Lucian said, shaking his head. Wait, how do you know he's in contact with your grandfather? Annabeth asked, looking confused. Thalia, hearing this, also turned toward Lucian curiously. Because he came in contact with me. Remember when I told you about my encounter with the Fates? Annabeth was confused about what that had to do with anything, but nodded. I didn't mention it, but that same night, he contacted me, asking us to join forces and help him make the gods suffer or something like that. You declined, right? Thalia asked. No. We shook hands and became the best of friends. What do you think? Lucian said with a straight face. Sorry, but you are really unpredictable. In all honesty, I wouldn't be surprised if you did become friends with him, Thalia replied with the same straight face. Thank you, Lucian said with a smile, appreciating the comment. It wasn't a compliment. We're getting off topic. So how do you know he went after Luke after contacting you? Annabeth asked. I mean, it's obvious. Who here dislikes the gods to the point of joining hands with someone they're not supposed to if it means they get to make them pay for their actions? Annabeth and Thalia sighed. Luke, still, that doesn't really prove he's working with Kay, our grandfather. Wow, that feels weird to say, Thalia said, wanting to defend Luke and not immediately think the worst of him. Bring him down here, Lucian said. What? They both asked, bewildered. Lucian sighed and rolled his eyes. Bring him down here. It's the only way for you two to get confirmation. We'll confront him right here and now. Fine, Thalia answered immediately, exiting the room. Are you sure this is wise, Lucian? Annabeth asked worriedly. Nope, Lucian answered honestly, popping the P. This could go in the wrong direction, and we could end up losing a friend because of it. Let's try for it not to come to that, Annabeth said with a downcast expression. Please. No promises. After a minute, Thalia returned, holding Luke by the wrist and dragging him down to the basement. Luke's smile slowly dropped as Thalia closed and locked the door behind her. Luke scanned the room, seeing Lucian leaning back in a chair, Annabeth looking at him with worry. When he turned back to Thalia, he saw her leaning against the wall. He let out a sigh and rubbed his face with his hand. So you guys found out, huh? So it's true? Thalia asked, a bit sad. Luke didn't answer her. Instead, he looked at Lucian. And I'm guessing you somehow found out and told them. I've known for a while, actually, but they were beginning to get worried about you, Lucian said, shrugging. So how did you figure it out? Luke asked, his expression becoming stoic. Did you think you were the first one he came into contact with? Lucian asked with a raised eyebrow. Luke scoffed and kissed his teeth. Why am I not surprised? I'm a backup option, then typical. You're upset that you were the backup option? Annabeth asked, looking at him weirdly. No, but by the fact that it is Lucian, Luke answered straightforwardly. Thalia and Annabeth said at the same time. While Lucian nodded in understanding, I would be jealous of me too. Don't worry, I'm not jealous. Luke snapped before looking unsure. No, perhaps it is. If I had your powers and abilities, I would definitely be in a better position than I am now. If I had them, I would have a better chance against the gods. That still doesn't make it right to side with that man, Annabeth said with narrowed eyes. But it's the only option I have. We have the same goals, and ultimately it isn't something for any of you to decide. He's using you, Luke. Don't you understand? He is using your hate against the gods to complete whatever goal he has. There is a reason he was chopped up into multiple pieces and scattered around in the abyss. Annabeth said, looking straight at Luke. I may not be as smart as you, Annabeth, but I'm not stupid. The same way he's using me, I'm using him. PhDT. Lucian covered his mouth and looked towards the side. What's so funny? He asked coldly. My goodness, don't you hear yourself? Lucian said with an eye roll. That's like the textbook answer of someone that's getting used would say. Lucian, Annabeth said, looking at him pleasingly. Please don't antagonize him. We're trying to help him, not drive him away. I don't need your help, Luke said before turning to look at Lucian with narrowed eyes. And you might think I don't know what I am doing, but I do. I know the risks, I know the consequences, but this is the path I've chosen. I can't sit idly by while the gods continue to wreak havoc on our lives. If working with him is what it takes to make a difference, then so be it. You're going to get a lot of people killed, Lucian said without much emotion. You go down this path, it will mean war. And when people go to war, they will need soldiers. Then those soldiers die in the middle of that senseless war you created. You think your conscience would be able to take that? Luke's gaze faltered a bit, but he simply shook his head. And what do you want me to do? Just sit around and do nothing. Sorry, I don't have that luxury. If you think I'm just sitting around here doing nothing, then you are dumber than I previously expected. You think I don't want to fight some of those gods as well? I very much do, but I will do it my own way, the way which doesn't result in the deaths of hundreds. Lucian and Luke just stared at each other. So what now? Are you going to hand me over or something? The hell? No. You think we're having this intervention because we want to punish you for your actions or something? It's because we care about you. If we report you, it will result in your death. Lucian said with a scoff. What? Thalia asked in surprise. Annabeth pointed to the skies as she nodded in agreement. He wouldn't be very happy to find someone working with him and would unhesitatingly kill him for his actions. So reporting him is out of the question. If you're not going to report me, then why don't you just join me instead? You yourself said it. Lucian, you don't like the gods any less than I do. If we all work together, we will stand a better chance. Lucian sighed again. You and your charisma, that's going to get a lot of people on your side who do have a thing against the gods. Unfortunately, like I said, I already have my own plans and ideas, so I'll have to decline. Luke sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. This will most likely mean we will be enemies at some point in time, won't it? Most likely, Lucian nodded. He then offered the side of his fist. Well, we'll still have time until the final conclusion, so don't get yourself killed until then. Yeah, I'm pretty resourceful, so I'll manage just perfectly, Luke said, returning the gesture before walking back. Annabeth and Thalia were just looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Weren't you two literally just at each other's throats about to attack each other? How did it end like that? Thalia asked with knitted eyebrows. Lucian just waved her off. It's a guy thing. We both know there will come a time where we will be standing on opposite sides of the war. But since it isn't that time yet, we aren't letting it ruin our friendship. That makes no sense, Thalia said, shaking her head. That's because you aren't a guy. Now that we know I was right, let's get back to our planning, shall we? 1 month later, Luke walked into the communication hub that his cabin was in charge of. As he entered, he went towards the main desk managed by one of their cabin members. Did a parcel arrive with my name? Luke asked. Yeah, I kept it secured for you. The boy, no older than 15, said as he reached underneath his desk and pulled out a large box with Luke's name and the address of the camp on it. Thanks, Luke said as he carefully grabbed it. No worries, head counselor, the boy said with a nod. Luke then exited the communication hub and went toward his cabin. Luckily, as the head counselor, he had his own room to himself. He locked the door behind him and then put the box on his bed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a card with his name on it. He flipped it over, reading all of the sequences. Sequence 9, Duelist. Sequence 8, Swordsman. Sequence 7, Betrayer. Sequence 6, Gladiator. Sequence 5, Avenger. Sequence 4, Berserker. Sequence 3, Paladin. Sequence 2, Sword Saint. Sequence 1, Hero. Sequence 0, Redemption. Luke then opened the box. It contained a bunch of monster ingredients and a small cauldron. Let's see if this works. So the first one I should make is the Duelist Potion, he muttered. The two main ingredients are the heart of a chimera and the essence of a Mac High, he thought to himself as he looked at the two ingredients in the box, nodding his head. Then for the supplementary, Stymphalian bird feather, Telkine blood, and a sphinx claw. It looks like he really did send everything I needed. Talk about having a powerful backer. I wonder when I'll be as strong as Lucian. Heh, I can't wait to see his expression when he realizes I'll be much stronger than him. Luke happily thought to himself as he began making the potion in the cauldron. After he was done, he looked at the potion in his hand. It was a bright orange color. Luckily, the card comes with the directions on how to mix everything. Luke then cheered the empty air toward the new beginning and hoping I wasn't duped. Almost immediately, he drank the potion down without hesitation. Afterwards, he licked his lips. It tasted like oranges, not so bad, ugh. Spoke too soon, he grimaced. He rolled around his bed, holding his body, his veins nearly popping out of his skin as he tightly shut his eyes. He rolled in the bed for an entire hour. When he was done, his skin was glistening with sweat, and he was breathing heavily with sweat rolling down his face. His eyes were half closed as he felt the changes in his body. Let's see here. The card mentioned getting abilities corresponding to the name. Luke closed his eyes and paid attention to the names of his abilities, but as he read them all, he slowly fell asleep. Enhanced reflexes, sharply improved reaction times, allowing the duelist to respond quickly to threats and attacks. Heightened agility, superior agility and coordination, enabling acrobatic maneuvers and swift, precise movements in combat. Weapon mastery, basic proficiency with a variety of weapons, particularly those used in one-on-one duels such as swords, rapiers, and daggers. Combat intuition, an innate sense of an opponent's next move, making it easier to anticipate and counter attacks. Tactical awareness, the ability to quickly analyze and exploit weaknesses in an opponent's fighting style or battlefield positioning. Endurance, increased stamina and resistance to physical fatigue, allowing for prolonged engagements without tiring. Pain resistance, a higher threshold for pain, enabling the duelist to continue fighting despite injuries that would incapacitate ordinary people. Focus mind, enhanced concentration and mental clarity, reducing the likelihood of being distracted or confused during combat. Rapid recovery, faster healing of minor injuries, and quicker recovery for physical exertion. As Luke fell asleep, his consciousness was transported elsewhere, where he met a face made out of sand on the floor in front of him. So how did it go? Kronos asked, looking at Luke curiously. It went well. The potion worked as intended. I have gained 9 new upgrades in total, Luke informed him. If Kronos could have, he would have nodded. Good. Will we be able to mass-produce them? It should be possible, but only up to a certain point, since then the materials needed will be scarce. And since talent plays a major role in this, it would take some people longer to fully digest the potion compared to others, Luke continued to inform him. Just having our armies drink the first potion is more than enough. Any more, and they will be difficult to control. Don't worry. I'm aware, Luke nodded. Do not forget this debt you owe me now. Luke Castellan, Kronos warned. Luke rolled his eyes. Relax, would you? I'm already aware of our deal. You will help me collect the ingredients I need, and in return, with my new powers, I will help you reconstruct your body. Together, we will take down the gods from their pedestals. As long as you are aware of our deal, Kronos said before the sand began to shift and Luke was left to rest properly. Okay, we may have underestimated how hard it is to write a book, Lucian said, with bags under his eyes as he was surrounded by papers. Annabeth wasn't any different as she let out a sharp exhale. We have to cover every plot hole we create, not to mention making sure everything flows perfectly, the characters' interactions actually seem real, ensuring they're likable, the progression feels natural, and ensuring the fight scenes aren't confusing, Annabeth said, going on a tangent. Lucian glared at her. It also doesn't help that you keep finding things to fix, so we have to start all over again from the beginning. It's not my fault. It all needs to be perfect. No, it does not. Some of the most popular books out there have thousands of plot holes, and they're still enjoyable. But we don't want to be like them. We want to be perfect. We need to make it more popular than popular. You're not even starting to make sense anymore. That's because I'm stressed out. A pile of papers suddenly rose up before falling back down, revealing Thalia, who looked irritated. Arguing isn't going to get us anywhere. Shut it. Both of you. Let's go at it slowly. We've been so stressed out with this that we missed both of your birthdays, Thalia sighed. Both Lucian and Annabeth looked at her in confusion. Thalia rolled her eyes. See what I mean? You both are now 11 years old, and you two didn't even realize. We are. Lucian asked in surprise. I guess we are, Annabeth said, equally surprised. They then looked towards each other and bowed their heads. Happy birthday, even though it's late, they both said simultaneously. Thanks, they both replied before high-fiving. What the hell was that? Thalia asked, unsure of what she just witnessed. A congratulations? Lucian said, looking at her weirdly. Yeah, never heard of one. Annabeth asked, also looking at Thalia oddly. Thalia then decided to ignore them completely and change the subject. She didn't even want to make sense of what she saw. She turned towards Lucian and said, let's start from the prayers. You said to accept faith from people. We will need a prayer that will be specifically tailored for us, from our experiences and what we were able to do. You also called it an honorific name. What was yours again? Lucian nodded and went on to explain, for this one, I used my intuition to create it. Any other combinations of words always sent my intuition haywire, but this just felt right for some reason. Repeat it, Thalia said. The paradox defying conventional wisdom. The monarch wielding both shadow and light. The aberrant weaver of fortune and curses. The lord of contradiction governing chaos and order. The paradox defying conventional wisdom. The monarch wielding both shadow and light. The aberrant weaver of fortune and curses. The lord of contradiction governing chaos and order. Lucian repeated his honorary name. Thalia nodded. So we will have your book and characters centered around this. Thalia then turned towards Annabeth. Did you create one as well for your book? Annabeth nodded. I had Lucian help me create it. His intuition really comes in handy when choosing when something is right and when something is not. I had to go through multiple before Lucian felt that one of them was right. The ruins given form and breath. The Lady of Relics, the past incarnate. The source of boundless knowledge. The embodiment of eternal wisdom. Thalia once again nodded. All right, so let's get started from these two story points. I feel like these are good starting points. Annabeth and Lucian both nodded in agreement. 2 months later, Annabeth was looking at her card, examining it. There's something I don't understand. That's a first. Lucian scoffed as the pen around him rapidly moved, next to a small stack of paper. I'm being serious, Annabeth said with an eye roll. So am I, but I digress. What is it? How come the gods aren't able to detect us getting stronger? I'm sure they must have felt it, right? Wrong, Lucian said, shaking his head. The gods can't feel it like at all. Why? Because of the card in your hand. You might not know it, but it's enchanted to stop other people from detecting it apart from those you yourself want to know. That's why I was able to detect Thalia when she came, and my intuition was able to guess where it came from. She wanted to tell us about it, so I was able to pick it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even known. Seriously, not even you? I appreciate the blind faith you have toward me to be able to do anything, but yes, even me. I'm not all-powerful. At least not yet. Wait, but how do you know this? Because it's me. I'm practically the creator of it, and knowing myself, it's something I would have done. I see. I guess that makes sense. I think. Later in the day, Lucian and Thalia were seen in the camp's gym. Thalia emanated an aura that would normally send someone running, her eyes crackling with electricity. But Lucian wasn't just anyone. They both had boxing gloves on as they circled each other. Lucian immediately went on the defensive, throwing punch after punch, while Thalia held her gloves close to her face, bobbing and weaving. When Lucian threw a quick jab forward, Thalia weaved under it and countered with an uppercut. However, Lucian didn't seem affected and used the opening to punch Thalia across the face with enough force to send her flying back. She wiped her mouth where spit had flown out, narrowing her eyes at him. Lucian, shirtless and wearing boxing shorts, jumped around motioning for Thalia to get up, which irritated her even more. What further irritated her was Lucian touching the side of his cheek with a boxing glove and looking at her smugly. Thalia stood on one knee, her eyes crackling with electricity. She surrounded herself with electric energy, disappearing into a blur. Reappearing in front of him, one hand covered her face while the other moved in for an uppercut. Lucian sensed the danger and crossed his arms over his stomach, leaning forward. Thalia's punch lifted him off the ground and sent him flying back. Instead of crashing into the wall, he landed crouched against it, narrowing his eyes at her. "I thought we agreed on no abilities," he said, wiping his sweat. They had been at this for hours. "Then you shouldn't have been so irritating," Thalia scoffed. "Fine. If we're using abilities, let's use abilities." There's no need. I just finished digesting the potion, so we don't have to continue." "Well, that's too darn bad," Lucian said, still crouched on the wall. Black flames escaped from the soles of his feet as he flew towards Thalia. Thalia detected the danger and rolled out of the way. Lucian's fist passed where she had stood. He rolled in the air before landing where Thalia had rolled to, slamming his fist into the ground. Using his flames, Lucian quickly maneuvered towards Thalia. Jumping from the side, he used his flames to propel himself towards her, his fist landing on the side of her face, forcing her head to turn. Landing, he started swinging his fists with speed, building momentum as Thalia gathered herself and covered her face with her gloves. But Lucian's assault didn't stop until he decided it was enough. As they changed, Thalia rubbed her cheeks. "Aren't you supposed to be gentle with a girl?" "A girl? Where?" Lucian said, covering his eyes and looking around playfully. Thalia gave him a playful shove. "You're so annoying." "Just know my hands are gender neutral," Lucian said, bringing them closer to his face and making punching noises with his mouth. Thalia and Lucian walked back to his basement. Lucian then asked, "So, did you actually fully digest the potion?" Thalia nodded. "It took me 3 months of constant practice and fighting to get it down." "And what did you learn?" Lucian asked, always curious about what they had learned from their acting method. "Well, for one, boxing isn't about physical strength alone. You have to think smart and always be on the move. To always be on constant vigilance for any weakness would give you an upper hand in any situation. Learning to control emotions and stay focused under pressure is crucial in boxing. Well, in any and all situations." Lucian nodded. "Good." When they arrived, Annabeth turned towards them. "Good, you guys are here. I wanted to show you something I've been creating in secret." Lucian looked towards her curiously as Annabeth grabbed what appeared to be a metal backpack. She securely fastened the gears to herself before flexing her shoulders. From the backpack, 2 metal wings appeared. "What?" both Lucian and Thalia asked, looking at the wings with their mouths agape. "Cool, right?" "Ow!" Thalia asked. "Well, during our little scavenger hunt for the ingredients for my potion, one of the ingredients was Deadlas blueprint." "Deadlas? Who's that? Thalia asked. Have you not been paying attention in class, or something? Annabeth asked. Yeah, it's just names are difficult to remember, my bad. The man who created Icarus wings. Oh, yeah, anyways, one of my ingredients for my potion was one of his blueprints. He happened to give us one for the wings he made and improved. I memorized the blueprint and created one for myself. What do you think? Annabeth asked as she spun around, letting them see the wings. They remind me of Falcon's wings from Marvel, Lucian thought to himself. Impressive, Lucian nodded. Definitely. All you need is a flight test. Thalia nodded as well, which I will try later on. I need to add some more things. I just wanted to show you guys the framework of it, Annabeth said before the wings folded back into the bag. And with that, they returned back to their usual planning phase of the day until it was too late into the night to continue. 1 week later, Lucian, Annabeth, and Thalia were in an open field a few meters away from camp. Lucian looked at Annabeth, who was wearing metal bracelets on her wrists and arms, as well as a metal attachment on her back, and asked, Are you sure you want to do this? Annabeth had a confident smirk as she nodded. I didn't spend my time tinkering to just throw it in the corner and forget about it. So do it. If you say so, Lucian muttered as he controlled his shadow to appear underneath Annabeth before flinging her into the sky. Annabeth flew upwards with her arms tucked to her sides and her legs pressed together. Once she reached the highest altitude she could, she spread her arms. From her back, 2 metal wings appeared, her metal bracelets connecting to her wings, allowing her to control them. Annabeth flapped her arms and started doing somersaults in the air. Whoa, this is awesome, she yelled excitedly. Thalia looked towards Lucian with a hint of worry. The same thing isn't going to happen to her like what happened with Icarus, right? Nah, she isn't a dumbass. She knows what she's doing. She's just enjoying herself. I wonder how high I can go. Annabeth asked with a large smile. You know what, I take it back. She might just be a dumbass. Lucian sighed. Don't even think about it, he yelled, cupping his mouth to amplify his voice. Annabeth did a few more tricks in the air before tucking in her wings and diving towards the ground. Just before she hit the ground, she expanded her arms, making her glide. She then stuck out her foot to the ground, causing her speed to slow down. Once she slowed down enough, her wings retracted back to their compartment, but she still retained a bit of her momentum, so she ended up crashing against Lucian, who caught her. Sorry, it looks like I have to work on the braking, Annabeth said a bit shyly, but her large smile never left her face. She then took a few steps back, spread her feet apart slightly, and put her hands on her hips while looking up proudly. So what do you think? I think that we need to go now and explore the places we need to study and get the materials for Thalia's next potion, Lucian said with an eye roll. You can never let me celebrate my victory, can you? Annabeth asked with a pout. Whatever you say, Tinkerbell, Lucian said as he began walking away with his hands in his pockets. You're lucky that is a very cute nickname, Annabeth said as she followed after him. You said that Luke didn't want to come, right? Thalia asked. Lucian shook his head. Yeah, he said he was busy with something. You know how he's been recently. And you're sure we can't stop him? When a man chooses what path to walk, it's near impossible to change his mind, especially if that person is Luke. He's as stubborn as a mule. Back at camp, Luke held 2 swords in his hands as he was surrounded by campers, mostly from the Ares cabin. You sure you want to do this, Luke? Clarice asked with a spear in hand. Yes, I want to fight all of you one by one. When one is defeated, I want the next person to jump in immediately and attack me without hesitation. It appears you've been hanging around Lucian for too long. You've started catching his narcissistic personality. Clarice scoffed as she got into a fighting position. Her comment caused the others to chuckle, while Luke just scoffed and went on the offensive. Luke and Clarice then engaged in combat. Luke was relentless with his swords, while Clarice wasn't someone to just take a beating. Their wooden swords and spears clashed against each other. Their impacts resounded through the arena. Their footwork helped them move around each other. Luke blocked her spear with one sword, spun around it, and slashed her neck with the other sword before kicking her away. Immediately, the next person came rushing in, wielding both a spear and a shield. Luke spent the majority of the day fighting everyone. He was covered in sweat and grime from rolling around on the floor as he dodged and got pushed around. A few hours later, Luke was gasping for air, his Camp Half-Blood shirt sticking to him. He held his sword, which was his 10th pair already, and waited for his next opponent. When he looked around, he saw everyone giving him amazed looks, fearful of stepping into the arena. He took a deep breath, looked up, and exhaled. "That's enough, everyone. Thank you for your help," Luke said with a kind smile that caused some of the girls watching to blush. To them, his exhausted and dirty look just added more to his charm, making them go crazy for him. After putting everything back in its place, Luke went and took a cold shower. Luke had his hands against the walls as water hit every part of his body, his wet hair covering his face as he looked down, watching the dirt and grime wash off him and disappear into the drain. His light wounds, which were small cuts and scrapes, slowly closed as he took deep breaths. A duelist doesn't back away from any challenge, no matter the danger he may face. A duelist, whether win or lose, uses every opportunity to learn and improve. A duelist is decisive. He doesn't hesitate on his next move, even if it is the wrong one. Commit to it, as there is no going back in a battle of life or death. Luke pushed his hair away from his face and looked up towards the shower. He closed his eyes and thought, "So that's what digesting the potion feels like, huh? Not bad." As he opened his eyes, he muttered, "There's no going back now." After his shower, Luke was too exhausted to do anything else. He went to bed and immediately fell asleep. As he opened his eyes, what greeted him was the usual desert of sand everywhere. "Good. I wanted to meet you," Luke said as he saw the familiar face appear in the sand. "What is the matter?" Kronos asked with a frown. "Nothing is the matter. I'm going to need you to send the other materials. I have finished digesting the potion," Luke said with a proud smirk. "Good. Then be on the lookout for when it arrives. Now, then, how is the recruitment coming along? That is where I'm having a little bit of difficulty. Due to Lucian's actions of construction, most demigods are content with how things are developing." "That is not what I wanted to hear," Kronos said with an unpleasant expression. "Don't worry, I said most, not all. Although some are content, others believe that all Lucian accomplished was putting a band-aid on the problem. Those I managed to persuade to join me. Our numbers may be small, but they should be enough since they are the older kids who have more experience and are more realistic. They fit perfectly with our goals." "Very well. As long as our numbers increase, it's all that matters. I just wanted a status update. I will now take my leave," Kronos said as his face disappeared into the sand, and Luke returned to the dream world where he rested peacefully. 1 year and a few months later. "You sure you want to eat this now? Before, it was because you didn't want to be that child of prophecy, but now?" Lucian asked as he looked down at Thalia, who was resting on his arm. Thalia looked at the golden apple in her hand. "I made my choice a while ago. I'm going to be 16 in a few days, and I don't really see the downside of eating it. I mean, I'm really curious what would happen if I ate it. You would be turned into an immortal and forced to be taken to Olympus, as you wouldn't belong with us mortals anymore," Lucian teased. Thalia froze as she stared at Lucian. "Thanks, you just took away my desire to eat it." "You are most welcome." Lucian smirked with contentment. "Were you being serious?" Thalia muttered, looking up at him. "No," Lucian chuckled. "It just gives you immortality that stops you from aging. You can still be killed and stuff, but you wouldn't grow anymore. So I would forever be stuck as a girl that's as close to 16 as possible, but would never get there." "Pretty much," Lucian nodded. "And I won't be whisked away, right? As far as I'm aware." "Please sound confident in the answer." Thalia sighed before getting up from Lucian's arms. "You'll be fine," Lucian reassured with an eye roll. Thalia held the golden apple with both hands and took a deep breath. "Here goes nothing," she muttered before taking the first bite. It wasn't long before she finished eating the entire fruit, not even leaving the stem behind. "So," Lucian questioned, expecting to see a big light show of golden colors. "Apart from it being delicious, I just feel a bit healthier, and that's about it." "Well, that was anticlimactic," Lucian said, sitting up from his beanbag chair. "I know, right? I was expecting to start glowing while ascending towards the heavens," Thalia agreed. "So what now?" "What now what?" Lucian retorted. "I mean, what we do now? Annabeth's visiting her dad. Luke's doing who knows what, being all secretive with the friends he's making. Grover's away on a secret mission, and now it's just you and me. You could always start training your new abilities you just got, not to mention the other ones you have, Lucian suggested. I suppose you're right, but it gets boring, you know. Thalia whined as she plopped back on the red beanbag chair. Is that what you're planning to do next? Lucian nodded. Now that Annabeth and I finished and published the books, I'll start to really focus on training my abilities. It's something I've been meaning to get into. You are on your third sequence already, Thunder Herald. You should focus on mastering your abilities before properly advancing. Let's see if I remember correctly. From the Lancer Potion, you received a boost in your physical attributes like strength, endurance, etc. Even your battle instinct got stronger. Apart from that, you received the abilities. Mastery of polearms, which enhances your skills when wielding any type of polearm weapon, like spears, halberds, and, as the name entails, lances. Piercing Strike. You can perform attacks that penetrate most defenses, allowing you to deal significant damage to heavily armored opponents. And lastly, Leap Attack. You can perform powerful jumping attacks, closing distances rapidly and striking with great force from above. After you rapidly advanced through the Lancer Potion, you drank the Thunder Herald Potion, which upgraded your Piercing Strike and speed enhancement, while it also gave you the abilities. Electrokinesis. You can generate and control electricity, allowing you to shoot lightning bolts, create electric fields, and manipulate electrical currents. Lightning Reflexes. Your reflexes are enhanced to near superhuman levels, allowing you to react almost instantaneously to threats and dodge attacks with ease. Thunderous Roar. You can emit a powerful shockwave or sound wave, stunning and disorienting enemies in a wide area. And lastly, Storm Step. This ability allows you to teleport short distances in a flash of lightning, making you incredibly agile and difficult to pin down. Lucian, I appreciate the recap, but I know my own abilities, Thalia said, looking at him with a straight face. What I'm trying to say is that you have many abilities. One of the things you have to worry about when you have so many abilities is mastering them all. So you should get busy. Thalia exhaled sharply as she looked up before jumping off the beanbag chair. I suppose you're right, but that'll have to wait till tomorrow since it's already getting dark. Just as Thalia was about to exit, she spun around on her heel and walked towards Lucian. She gave him a quick kiss before nonchalantly walking away. Lucian just looked at her back in amusement before deciding to call a night as well and headed to his room. It took a bit for Lucian to fall asleep, but when he did, he opened his eyes to see himself transported back to where he had once met the Fates. Confused, he looked around until he froze. His eyes widened as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He walked towards the table where the Fates were having a tea party with an additional guest. He reached out his hand and began touching the face of their guest. Lucian, honey, what are you doing? Making sure you are real. Lucian muttered in disbelief. What? He stuttered, unable to get his words out. What are you doing here? Mom. Medea reached over and started caressing Lucian's cheek with a bright smile. Just look at how much you've grown. Why, Lucian choked out. It happens when you grow. Medea chuckled. Nice to see you still have your sense of humor, she said as she stood up. She held Lucian's face and examined him before kissing his forehead. To Lucian, her lips felt cold, not to mention she was ghastly white. Lucian couldn't help but wrap his arms around Medea. Tears unwillingly shed from his eyes as he held his head down. Medea held him as tears started appearing in her eyes as well. So again, what are you doing here? Lucian asked, still not looking up. Medea was patting his head as she explained. You see, these three old ladies appeared before Hades. I wasn't present during their talk, but it seems they came to an agreement with him that let me be out of the underworld for a few days. During these days, we seem to have had an interesting conversation between ourselves. And about you, she said as she lifted his face and bopped his red nose. Lucian turned to look at the three of them. Clotho gave a cheerful wave and smile, while Lachesis tried to stop her. Atropos sighed as she stood up and grabbed her sisters. We'll leave the two of you alone. We won't bother you unless you call for us, she said as she dragged them both away, disappearing. As they disappeared, Medea turned back towards Lucian. She started running her hands through his hair. Your hair, it sure is long. Yeah, I haven't had the chance to cut it, Lucian muttered. Didn't have a chance? Or was there another reason? Medea asked in amusement. Is it not because your hair was one of the last things I touched before my death? Lucian blushed. How did you know? I haven't told anyone about it. Not even my closest friends. It's because I'm your mother, silly. I know things about you that you yourself don't even know, like how weirdly sentimental you can get with things like this, she teased as she continued, running her hands through his hair. I know I said I loved your long hair, but this is getting ridiculous. I'm not even sure if you're my son or daughter. Did you just come here and make fun of me or something? Maybe, she said with a teasing grin before going back to caressing his cheek. As she was caressing his cheek, her hand went further up to his ear before giving a sharp twist. Ow, Owie, what are you doing? What is this I hear about you having 2 girlfriends? Huh? I go and die for 1 second, and the next thing I know, you're in a relationship with 2 girls. I thought I taught you better than that, Lucy. I didn't choose the harem life. The harem life chose me. Now release me, woman. When Medea let go of him, Lucian caressed his ear while glaring at her. They should have a demigod CPS, you abuser. Medea scoffed. I'll show you real abuse if you keep behaving like an idiot. Medea then sighed. Please tell me you aren't playing with their hearts, Lucy. I just can't have you turn out like that, man. I just can't. You know how I just said the harem life chose me? I wasn't joking. They got together and came up with some sort of deal to date me or something. I wasn't really privy to the details, only that I'm going out with them now. Medea facepalmed and sighed. What is wrong with children of this generation? I honestly blame you, mother. Lucian sighed back. What? How is it my fault? You made me too handsome and taught me how to take care of a woman all too well. I'm now irresistible. It has turned into a curse. There was a dramatic pause as they looked at each other before they both started laughing together. Oh, how I missed you, my little Foss, Medea said with a loving smile. I missed you too, Mom, a lot, Lucian replied, his smile a little melancholy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.